Hey there and welcome back to our YouTube channel Code and Create. My name is George and I run this channel together with my friend Lasha. We've been teaching web development for several years across multiple platforms, helping over 100,000 students worldwide build their skills and create lots of various projects. In today's video, we're going to build a news and blogs application from scratch with ReactJS. This is a comprehensive project that's packed with exciting features and functionalities. You will learn how to fetch data from APIs to display live news updates, create and manage blog posts with a polished interface, implement form validation, save data in local storage, and much more. By building this app, you will gain hands-on experience in solving real challenges developers face when working on interactive, data-driven applications. This isn't just another exercise, it is a chance to create a fully functional project you can showcase in your portfolio. It is designed to impress potential employers or clients by demonstrating your ability to work on robust, scalable, and user-friendly applications. So, by the end of this video, you will have a fully functional and professional web application. Before we begin, I have a small favor to ask. If you find our content helpful, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss future videos. Your support goes a long way in motivating us to keep creating high-quality content, and it helps others discover our tutorials too. Also, if you have any thoughts, suggestions, or questions, feel free to share them in the comments below. We always love hearing from you. Now, let's take a closer look at the project we will be building. I'll walk you through its features and functionalities so you can see everything you will create step by step. Let's dive into the project overview. Our news and blogs application is designed to provide a rich, interactive user experience. The project includes several key sections, each with distinct features and functionalities. Let's explore each section in detail. The news section is the heart of our application, serving as the primary source of information for users. It fetches and displays top news articles from various categories using the GNews API. This ensures that the content is always fresh, relevant, and up-to-date, providing users with the latest news from around the world. By using the GNews API, we can access a wide range of articles from different sources, ensuring diverse and comprehensive news coverage. Users can interact with the news section in multiple ways. They can search for specific news articles using the search bar at the top of the page. This functionality allows users to quickly find articles that match their interests or current events they are following. For example, if a user is interested in the latest developments in technology, they can simply type technology into the search bar and view all relevant articles. This feature is particularly useful for users who have specific news topics in mind and want to find information quickly. In addition to searching, users can select different categories to filter the news articles. The categories available include general, world, business, technology, entertainment, sports, science, health, and nation. Each category represents a different area of interest, allowing users to easily navigate through the vast array of news content. By clicking on a category link, the application fetches and displays articles that belong to the selected category. This helps users to find news that aligns with their interests without having to filter through unrelated articles. For instance, a user interested in sports can click on the sports category to view all the latest sports news, from football match results to athlete interviews and so on. Moreover, the news section is designed to be visually appealing and user-friendly. The fetched news articles are displayed in a grid layout, with each article showing a compelling image, title, and a bookmark icon. The headline article is prominently displayed at the top of the section, catching the user's attention with its large image and title. This layout ensures that users can quickly scan through the articles and find the ones that interest them the most. Each news article tile is designed to be interactive, allowing users to click on them to read more details in a modal that pops up, providing a seamless reading experience without navigating away from the page. The modal includes all the information about the article And also we have here a read more button that allows us to navigate to the article link and read the full article. Additionally, users can bookmark their favorite articles by clicking on the bookmark icon. This feature enables users to save articles they find interesting or wish to read later. The bookmarked articles are stored in the local storage of the browser, making them easily accessible even after the user refreshes the page or closes and reopens the browser. The ability to bookmark articles adds a layer of personalization to the application, making it more user-centric. Overall, the news section is a dynamic and integral part of our application, offering users a streamlined and efficient way to stay informed about the latest news. Whether through searching, category selection, or bookmarking, users have multiple ways to interact with the news content, enhancing their overall experience. The blog section of our application is a flexible feature that allows users to create, edit, and delete their own blog posts. This section provides a personalized space for users to share their thoughts, ideas, experiences, and stories with others. The ability to manage personal blog posts directly within the application adds a significant layer of interactivity and user engagement. Creating a blog post is a straightforward and user-friendly process. Users can start by clicking on the Create New Post button. This action opens a form where users can input the title, content, and an optional image for their blog post. The form is designed to be intuitive, ensuring that even users with minimal technical skills can easily create their own blog posts. The form includes input fields for the blog title and content, with character limits to ensure that the posts are concise and readable. Users can also upload an image to accompany their post, which enhances the visual appeal of their blog entry. Once the user fills out the form and submits it, the application uses the uState hook to manage the state of the blog post. The new blog post is added to the existing list of blogs, and this updated list is stored in the local storage. This ensures that the blog posts are saved even when the user refreshes the page or closes and reopens the browser. The seamless integration of state management and local storage provides a smooth user experience, making it easy for users to create and maintain their blog posts. Editing existing blog posts is just as simple. Each blog post displayed in the blog section includes the edit icon. When a user clicks on this icon, the form used to create a new blog post is populated with the existing data from the selected post. This includes the title, content, and image. The form allows users to make any necessary changes to their post. The ability to edit posts is particularly useful for users who want to update their content or correct any errors. Once the user makes the desired changes and submits the form, the application updates the corresponding blog post in the state and saves the changes to local storage. This ensures that the edited post is immediately reflected in the application and remains persistent across sessions. The editing functionality powered by state management and local storage ensures that the users can easily update their content as needed. Deleting a blog post is a straightforward process that involves clicking the delete icon on the desired post. This action prompts the application to remove the blog post from the state and update the local storage to reflect this change. Deleting a post is immediate, providing users with a clean and organized space for their remaining blog posts. The ability to delete posts gives users control over their content, allowing them to manage their blogs effectively, whether it is removing outdated information or simply organizing their blog list. Users can maintain their blog space according to their preferences. Overall, the blog section is a robust and engaging feature of our application. It not only allows users to create and share their content, but also provides comprehensive tools for managing their posts. The combination of creating, editing, and deleting functionalities, along with state management and persistence through local storage, makes the blogs section a powerful platform for personal expression and interaction. By offering these features, we empower users to take full advantage of the blogging capabilities within our application, enhancing their overall experience and encouraging continuous engagement. Next, we have the weather widget. It is an integral part of our application, providing users with real-time weather updates for specified locations. This feature enhances the application's utility by allowing users to access current weather information directly within the app. The weather widget is designed to be intuitive and visually appealing, offering a seamless user experience. The weather widget fetches weather data from the Open Weather Map API. By default, the widget displays the weather for a predetermined locations, ensuring that users are presented with relevant information as soon as they access the application. This default location is set to Tbilisi, which is the capital of Georgia, but users can easily change it to any location of their choice. The weather data fetched from the API includes several key elements: the current temperature in the specified location presented in degrees Celsius, a brief description of the current weather condition, I mean clear, clouds, rain, and so on, an icon that visually represents the current weather condition, enhancing the user interface and making the information more accessible at a glance. The widget handles the API request and data processing efficiently, ensuring that the weather information is accurate and up to date. When the data is fetched successfully, it is stored in the state using the useState hook, which allows the component to manage and display the weather data dynamically. One of the standout features of the weather widget is its ability to accept user input for different locations. Users can enter any location in the input field to retrieve the current weather for that specific place. This flexibility allows users to check the weather for their current location, travel destinations, or any other place they are interested in. The input field is designed to be user-friendly, with a clear placeholder text guiding users on what to do. When a user types a location and presses enter or clicks the search icon, the widget makes a new API request to fetch the weather data for the specified location. The state is then updated with the new data, and the displayed weather information changes accordingly. In addition to the temperature and weather condition, the widget includes the following features: the name of the location for which the weather is being displayed, ensuring that users are always aware of the context of the weather data. The input field supports real-time search, allowing users to quickly find and display weather information for different locations. If the API request fails or the location is not found, the widget handles the error by displaying a not found message, informing users that the entered location is invalid. Okay, the calendar component is the next part of our application, providing users with a clear and interactive way to view dates. This feature helps users stay organized and plan their activities more effectively. The calendar is designed to be both functional and visually appealing, ensuring a seamless user experience. The calendar component prominently displays the current month and year at the top, giving users immediate context. Below this, the calendar shows all the days of the current month, neatly arranged in a grid format. Each day is represented within its respective position in the week, ensuring a familiar layout for users. The current day is visually highlighted to make it stand out. This helps users quickly identify today's date at a glance, improving the overall usability of the calendar. The days of the week are displayed at the top of the calendar grid. This provides a clear structure and helps users orient themselves within the month. The calendar component includes intuitive navigation features that allow users to move between months seamlessly. This dynamic navigation ensures that users can access past or future dates without any hassle. The calendar updates in real time as users navigate through the months. This ensures that the displayed dates are always accurate and relevant to the selected month. The state management for the current month and year is handled using the useState hook, allowing the component to respond to user interactions efficiently. Alright, so that's all about the project features and functionality. In addition, I would like to mention that the project is fully responsive, ensuring that it works seamlessly across various devices and screen sizes. Whether users are accessing the application on a desktop, tablet, or mobile device, the project adjusts its layout to provide an optimal viewing experience. We have implemented media queries in our CSS to ensure the application adjusts dynamically to different screen sizes. The layout of our application is based on a grid system and CSS flexbox. This means that elements within the application resize and rearrange themselves based on the screen size. For instance, on larger screens, content may be displayed in multiple columns, while on smaller screens, the content may stack vertically to fit the narrower view. Images and media within our application are designed to scale appropriately with the size of the viewport. This ensures that visuals are neither too large nor too small, maintaining their clarity and impact without overwhelming or underwhelming the user. Font sizes and line heights are adjusted based on the screen size to ensure readability. We use breakpoints in our CSS to apply different styles at various screen widths. These breakpoints correspond to common device widths, such as those for smartphones, tablets, and desktops. Media queries allow us to specify these breakpoints and apply conditional styling rules, ensuring that the application looks great on any device. Before we dive into writing code, it's important to understand why setting up your project correctly is so vital. A good setup can save you a lot of time and headaches down the road. It ensures that you have a solid structure to build upon and that you are using the right tools for the job. So let's get started with the very first step, installing Node.js. To work with the modern JavaScript tools and frameworks, we need Node.js. Node.js is a runtime environment that allows you to run JavaScript code outside of a browser. It's built on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine and is perfect for building fast and scalable network applications. For us, it's essential because it allows us to use npm Node Package Manager to manage our project dependencies. If you don't have Node.js installed yet, don't worry, the installation process is straightforward. Just go to the Node.js website, download the installer for your operating system, and follow the instructions. Okay, once you installed Node.js, then it's time to introduce Vite. There are a couple of different ways to create a React application. For a long time, the Create React app was the go-to method for setting up a new React project. It provided a quick and easy way to get started with React, but as the ecosystem evolved, it became somewhat outdated and slow. That's why many developers, including myself, have transitioned to using Vite, which offers a much faster and more modern development experience. Now let's talk about Vite. Vite is a modern build tool that provides a fast and lean development experience for modern web projects. It is incredibly fast because it leverages native ES modules and tools like ESBuild for transpilation, making it perfect for a React project. Vite significantly improves the speed of your development workflow compared to traditional tools like Create React App. You can find more information and the official documentation on the Vite website. I recommend taking a quick look to familiarize yourself with its features and benefits. Okay, so I have created a new folder on my desktop called News and Blocks app. This folder is currently empty, and this is where we'll be setting up our React application. To start, let's go ahead and open this folder in Visual Studio Code. You can do the same by going to the top menu and selecting File, Open Folder, and then navigating to your News and Blocks app folder. In order to create a React application, we'll be using the terminal to set up our project. And for this, I'll be using the terminal built into Visual Studio Code. To open the terminal in VS Code, you can simply press Ctrl plus backtick or go to the top menu, View, and select Terminal. Alright, so once the terminal is opened, I'm going to run the following command to create a new Vite project with React. So we need npm create Vite at latest, then news blocks app. Next we need 2 dashes, followed again 2 dashes with template, and finally we need React. Let's go ahead and break down this command. npm create Vite latest tells npm to create a new project using the latest version of Vite. News blocks app is the name of the project folder that will be created. Then we have template followed by React. it specifies that we want to use the React template provided by Vite. After running this command, Vite will set up a new React project for us. So as you can see, a new folder, News Blocks app, is created. Next, we have to navigate into the project directory using cd and the name of the folder, News Blocks app. And now we have to install the project dependencies. This is done by running npm install. Actually, this will take some time. Dependencies are the packages and libraries that our project needs to run. Installing them ensures that everything is set up correctly and we can start working on our application. Finally, we have to run our project in the browser. For that, we have to run the following command. We need npm run dev. It will generate a local URL. We can either copy this link and paste it into the browser tab, or we can simply press Alt and then click the link. So, as you can see, our React application is up and running in the browser. We have here some default icons of Vite and React, which include the links to the websites of these tools. Then we have here some textual elements, and also you can see here a counter that works once we click the button. So this is the default little project that is generated when you create and install the React application using Vite. I'm going to place the editor and the browser side by side, like so, to make our working process more convenient. Alright, now that we have our project set up, let's take a look at the structure of the generated files and folders. First, we have here node modules. This folder contains all the dependencies and packages installed for our project. When we run npm install, it installs everything specified in the package.json file into this folder. It is crucial for the functioning of our app, but we typically don't need to interact with it directly. Next, we have public folder. This folder is used for static assets that can be directly accessed by the browser. Here we can place images, fonts, and other assets that don't change frequently. Right now, this folder includes an SVG icon of the Vite. Next, we have an src folder. This is the main folder where we will be writing our application code. It contains the React components and application logic. Inside src folder, you will find an assets folder that includes an SVG icon for the React. Then you can find here app.css. This file contains the CSS styles specific to the app component. While we might not use it extensively, it's a good place to keep styles related to the main layout. Then we have app.jsx. This file contains our main application component. It is a functional component where we will define the layout and structure of our application. Next, we have index.css file. It contains the global CSS styles for our application. These styles are applied across all components and pages. Next, you can find here main.jsx file. This is the entry point for our React application. It initializes the React application and mounts it to the DOM. Typically, it imports React DOM and our root component up.jsx and renders it. Besides that, you can find here index.html file. It is generated outside of the src folder. This file is crucial as it contains the root div element where our React application will be mounted. It also includes metadata, links to style sheets, and other critical elements needed by the browser to render the application. Below you can find the configuration file for Vite. This file allows us to customize the build process and configure various settings for our development and production environments. Each of these folders and files has a specific role in the project. Understanding their purpose will help you navigate and organize your code more efficiently. Alright, next we will clean up some of the default files and folders that we don't need. This will help keep our project organized and focused. Here is what we will do. I'm going to delete the React and Vite SVG icons. The first one is placed in the assets folder. As for the icon of the Vite, it is placed in the public folder. Next, I'm going to delete the app.css file from the src folder. Then let's open the index.html file, delete the link of the fab icon, and then change the title to News and Blocks app. Now I'm going to open the index.css file in the src folder and clear its contents. We'll be adding our custom styles later. Next, I'm going to open the app.jsx file in the src folder and delete the existing content. Now I'm going to create a new React component using the RAFCE shortcut. This shortcut comes from the ES7 React Redux snippets extension, which helps us quickly generate React component templates. If you don't have this extension installed yet, I highly recommend adding it to your VS Code setup. So, as you can see, a functional component is generated. It returns a single development with the text up, and this text is rendered on the page. After that, in the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called Components. This is where we will organize all our React components. Let's start by creating a new file inside this folder and call it news.jsx. Then in the app.jsx file, I'm going to import our news.jsx component and render it. In order to render this component, we have to insert news here inside the development. So as you can see right now, the page is empty because the news.jsx file is empty. Let's go ahead and create a functional component using again RAFCE shortcut. Now the content of this component will be rendered on the page. Okay, so this sets up the basic structure of our application. Finally, in the assets folder, I'm going to create another folder called images. Then I'm going to copy all the images you need for the project into this images folder. And that's it. So now I'm going to open app.jsx file in which we have one development, including the news component. Now I'm going to add a class name to the developments. Actually, in React, we use class names, not classes. In HTML, we have only classes, but in React, if you want to add class to the element, you have to use class name. So the class name is going to be container. Then inside the container, I'm going to open another development, which will have class name, news, blocks, up, and I'm going to move news component inside the development. So that's it about the app.jsx file for now. Now I'm going to open index.css file, which right now is empty. As you remember, index.css file is used to create some global and default styles. So I'm going to define some global styles, and global styles help maintain consistency across our entire application. I'm going to select every element, and for that we have to use an asterisk. So I'm going to add here a couple of different styles. The first one is going to be margin 0. Then I'm going to reset default padding as well. Let's set it to 0. Then we will use box sizing, and it's going to be border box. So in this case, the width and height of the element will take up padding and also the border. Next, I'm going to get rid of default outline. Let's set it to none. And also I'm going to set text decoration to none. All right. So again, this CSS rule resets the default browser styling by setting margin and padding to 0, ensuring all elements adhere to the same box sizing, and removing default outlines and text decorations. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is to add some custom fonts to our project to enhance its visual appeal. Throughout this project, we will use Google Fonts. So I'm going to search for Google Fonts. Let's visit the website. So this is Google Fonts website, where you can find tons of different and beautiful fonts. In our case, I'm going to search for 3 different fonts. The first one is going to be Bebas Neue. Let's select this font. We need to click Get Fonts. Then I'm going to search for the second font. It's going to be Conforta. Let's click Get Fonts. And finally, we need Canit. Let's click get font. Then we need to click get embed code. And I'm going to import the URL from here. Let's copy URL and paste it in the index.css file. Alright, so once the fonts are linked to our project, now I'm going to define font family. By default, every element will take font called Canit sans serif. Alright, so that's it about the default styles for every element. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here one single element, news, and as you can see, the font family is changed and also all the default styles are applied to this element. The next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the font size of the HTML element. I'm going to do that because throughout this project, we're going to use rem as the measurement unit. By default, one rem is equal to 16 pixels because the font size of the HTML element, which is a root element, is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert one rem and make it 10 pixels, and for that we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. So let's set font size to 62.5%. So in this case, one rem will be equal to 10 pixels, and this will make our working process more convenient and simple. Now if we check the browser, you'll find that the font size of the element is smaller. Alright, so after that I'm going to take care of the container. As you remember, we added class name container to the first development in the app.jsx file. So let's go ahead and select container. First of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height of the container, I'm going to make it 100% of the viewport. Therefore, we need here VH. Next, I'm going to change the background color. And in this case, I'm going to use some gradient effects. Therefore, we need here function called linear gradient. First of all, I'm going to define the direction of the color transition. In this case, it's going to be to right. As for the colors, the first one will be B88EFC. As for the second color, I'm going to use 6877F4. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool background with some gradient effects. Alright, next I'm going to place the content in the center of the page. And for that, we can use a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use grid. We need display grid. And then we need place items, center. Instead of grid, we could use here CSS Flexbox. In case of CSS Flexbox, we would need here display flags, justify content center, and align items center. But in this case, I prefer to use CSS Grid. If we check the browser, then you will find that the content is placed in the center of the page. Alright, so let's go ahead and customize the second development, which has class name news blog app. I'm going to select this element. So first of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 95 viewport width. It means that the width of the news blog app element will be 95% of the width of the viewport. Then I'm going to define height, and it's going to be 95 viewport minimum. It is a relative unit in CSS that expresses a value as a percentage of the smaller dimension of the viewport. So let me explain how it works. Imagine a rectangular viewport representing your browser window. The viewport has two dimensions, width and height. Whichever of these dimensions is smaller is considered the viewport's minimum dimension. If your browser window is wider than it is tall, I mean if you have landscape mode, the minimum dimension will be the viewport height. Conversely, if your window is taller than it is wide, if you have portrait mode, the minimum dimension will be the viewport width. The 95 viewport minimum value in our code instructs the element to take up 95% of this minimum viewport dimension. After that, let's go ahead and define background color. And it's going to be 060709. So here we have the news and blogs app elements with this dark background. Next, I'm going to add some shadow effect to the element. We need box shadow. The values will be 0, 2 rem, 3 rem, and the color will be RGBA. We need black color with an opacity 0.5. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool shadow effect. And the last property that I'm going to add here is going to be border radius. We need to make the corners of the element slightly rounded. So let's set border radius to 1 rem, which will be equal to 10 pixels. Alright, so that's it about the news blocks app element. For now, everything looks pretty nice. Before we finish this lecture, I'm going to do one more thing. Throughout this project, we'll be using some icons, and for that I'm going to use Font Awesome library. So in order to link Font Awesome library, I'm going to search for Font Awesome CDN.js. Let's go to this website and grab the first link from here. I'm going to copy the URL. Then I'm going to open index.html file. In the head element, I'm going to open link tag, and I'm going to insert here the CDN link for Font Awesome library. Alright, so we have set up our basic project structure and added some essential global styles. This will serve as a foundation as we continue to build our News and Blocks app. Before we dive into the code, it's important to understand the importance of a well-structured layout. A good layout not only makes your application look aesthetically pleasing, but also enhances the user experience by making the app easy to navigate and interact with. In this lecture, we'll be focusing on the skeleton of our application and ensuring that each section is properly aligned and styled. Let's take a look at the finished project. So as you can see, we have here a couple of different sections. I mean the navigation, here we have the news, then my blogs, the weather and calendar. So in this lecture we will create those sections, and also we will take care of the layout of those sections. So let's go to the news.jsx file. Right now we have here a single div element with the text news. I'm going to get rid of this text, and I'm going to add to the div element class name news. Then inside this div element, I'm going to create header with the class name news header. And right now I'm going to insert here just the text news header. We'll take care of the content in the coming lectures. So that's all about the header. Next I'm going to create div element with the class name news content. And then I'm going to insert here another div with the class name Navbar. The Navbar will consist of two different elements. The first one is going to be div with the class name user. I'm going to insert here user. As for the second element in the Navbar, it's going to be nav with the class name categories. Let's insert here text categories. Alright, so that's it about the Navbar. Next, I'm going to create another section, and it's going to be news section. It will include the headline and also news grid. So let's open div elements with the class name headline. Let's insert here text headline. As for the second element, it's going to be again div with the class name news grid. Let's insert here news grid. Alright, so that's it about the news section. Actually, news section is this part here. We have here headline and news grid. Next, we have to take care of the my blogs section. So right after news section, I'm going to open another div, and it's going to be my blogs. Actually, we need here dash. Let's insert here text my blogs. And after that, I'm going to insert weather and calendar. I mean those two sections. Actually, for those sections, I'm going to create new components here in the components folder. Let's create new file, weather.jsx. And also we need calendar.jsx. In both components, I'm going to create functional components using shortcut RAFCE. It's going to be weather. As for the calendar, we need here again a functional component. So once both components are created, now we have to import them here. So we need import weather from weather. Let's duplicate this line of code. We need the same thing for the calendar as well. Actually, we need here capital C. All right, so now we have to insert here each of those components. We need weather, and then we need calendar. All right, so that's it. Let's check the browser. As you can see, we have here all the sections: news header, user, categories, headline, news grid, my blocks, and also weather and calendar. The last section that we need to create here is footer. So let's add here footer with the class name news footer. And I'm going to add here text footer. All right, so that's it. All the sections are created. And now we have to take care of the layout. We have to align those sections here in the news component. So I'm going to create new CSS file here in the components folder, and I'm going to call it news.css. And then I'm going to import this file in the news.jsx file. We need here import, and then we have to specify the path of the CSS file. We need here the name of the file, news.css. All right, let's go to the news.css file. Actually, I'm going to place this file here on the right side. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to select this element here. I mean this development with the class name news. Let's define the font size. I'm going to make it 2 rem, and also let's change the color. Make it white. I'm adding those two styles in order to see clearly the names of the sections. Next, I'm going to define width and height of news. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100% as well. All right, so now we have to take care of the layout of the sections, and I'm going to do that using Flexbox. So as you see, news includes 3 different elements. We have header, then news content, and actually footer should be outside of the news content. Let's cut this element and place it here. So the news element includes 3 different elements: header, news content, and footer. So we're going to align those 3 elements. I'm going to add here display flags. Then we need flags direction to be column, because we have to align the content vertically in a column. Then we need justify content with the value space between. And finally, I'm going to create gap. We need row gap with the value 2 rem. Let's take a look at the result. So as you can see, we have here header. Then in the middle, you can see all the sections which are placed in the news content. And down below, you can see footer. All right, so everything looks good. Let's go ahead and take care of the news header. Let's select this element. So first of all, I'm going to define width is going to be 100%. Then I'm going to define the minimum height, and I'm going to set it to 7 rem. Then let's change the background color. I'm going to use color 111-214. And finally, we need border radius. So in case of news header, we need to make top left and top right corners rounded. For that, we have to insert here 1 rem, then 1 rem, and 2 zeros. Let's take a look at the result. So as you can see, we have here header which has different background color, and also the corners at the top left and top right sides are rounded. Okay, so that's it about the news header. Now I'm going to take care of the news content, which is the content in the middle of the application. So let's go ahead and select news content. And first of all, I'm going to use flexbox. We need display flags. We are using display flags because we need to align the containing elements of the news content horizontally in a row. Next, I'm going to create some gap using column gap. It's going to be 2 rem. I'm going to define height. And here, in case of height, I'm going to use one of the functions called calc, which allows us to make some calculations. So, as the calculation, I'm going to insert here 100% minus 16 rem. So the calc function in CSS is a powerful feature that allows us to perform calculations to determine the values of various CSS properties. This can be particularly useful when we need to create responsive layouts or when we want to combine different units of measurement. In the specific context of height, we are using the calc function to dynamically calculate the height of an element based on a combination of percentage and rem units. The 100% part represents the full height of the parent container. This means that the element's height should be equal to the height of its parent. The 16 rem part is a fixed height value in rem units. By combining these two values using the calc function, we effectively subtract a fixed value from the flexible height of the parent container. Using this technique, we define the size of an element so that it fits perfectly in the application. The height of header, news header, is equal to 7 rem. Then we have footer, and its height will be 5 rem. In total, it is 12 rem. And also we have 2 gaps, each of them equal to 2 rem. So overall, we have 16 rem to subtract. Let's add here padding. 0 at the top and bottom sides and 2 rem on the left and right sides. Now, in order to see clearly how news content looks, let's add here temporary background color. Let's say green. So here we have the news content element. Let's get rid of this background color from here and then customize the elements inside the news content. Inside the news content, we have Navbar, news section, then my blocks and weather and calendar components. Actually, we need to add here the wrapper for those 2 components. I forgot to create this element, so we need here weather, calendar, and we should include those 2 components inside here. Alright, so as I said, we have to customize each of the containing elements in the news content. Actually, before we do that, let's customize footer in order to see clearly how news content and its containing elements look. So let's go ahead and select news footer. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be, actually we need minimum height. Let's set it to 5 rem. Then we need again background color and border radius. So in case of footer, we need rounded corners at the bottom left and bottom right corners. Therefore, the values of border radius property will be 0, 0, 1 rem, and again 1 rem. Let's take a look at the project. So here we have the footer, and now we have to customize those sections. Let's go ahead and start with Navbar. As you know, it includes 2 elements. We have the user and the categories. So I'm going to add here width equal to 18 rem. Then we need height, which is going to be 100%. Next, I'm going to align the elements, the user and categories using flexbox. We need display flags. Then we have to change the direction because the element should be aligned vertically in a column. So we need flex direction column. And finally, let's create gap using row gap equal to 2 rem. So right now, almost nothing changed. Now we have to customize those elements separately. Let's start with the user. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 20%. Also, let's change the background color. And then use border radius with the value 1 rem. So here we have the user with different background and rounded corners. Let's do the same for the categories. Let's select categories. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be equal to, again, calc function. Actually, we need calc. And I'm going to insert here the following calculation. We need 80% minus 2 rem. Then let's grab those two properties and paste them here. Alright, so that's it about the categories, and actually with the Navbar we are done. Next we have to take care of the news section, which includes two elements. The first one is headline, and then we have news grid. So let's go ahead and select news section. I'm going to define a width, and now I'm going to use one of the functions called clamp. Let's at first insert the values and then I will explain everything. So clamp function will take three parameters. The first one is going to be 30 rem. Then the second value is going to be 43 CQI. As for the third value, it's going to be 40%. So the clamp function allows you to set a value that falls within a specified range. It takes three parameters and they are separated by commas. The first parameter, 30 rem in our case, specifies the minimum width. If the viewport or parent element size is small, the width will not shrink below this value. The second parameter, 43 CQI, is a preferred width. So this unit is a part of container query length units. If you hadn't heard of them until now, container queries are similar to media queries. However, instead of being based upon the size of the user's viewport, these styles can be changed according to the size of one of the element's parent containers. Now, in the same way that viewport height and viewport width are relative to the size of the viewport, container query units are relative to the size of their container. So CQI stands for container query inline. By default, it is equal to 1% of the container's inline size, and in our case, we have 43%. So the second value is used when the viewport or parent element size falls within the range specified by the minimum and maximum functions. However, if the preferred size is greater than the maximum size specified by the third parameter, then the width will be limited to the maximum size. The third parameter, 40%, specifies the maximum width. If the viewport or parent element size is large, then the width will not grow beyond this value. Okay, so hopefully you understand how this function and those three parameters work. Next, I'm going to add here border radius equal to 1 rem, and also we need here height. Let's add it here. Height is going to be 100%. Okay, so that's it about the news section. Here we have the results. Now let's customize both elements, I mean the headline and news grid. Let's select headline. We need width to be 100%. Then we need height. And I'm going to use again calc function. We need here 50% minus 2 rem. Next, I'm going to change the background color. Let's set color to this one. Also, we need border radius equal to 1 rem. So that's the way how headline looks. And the only thing that we have to do with the headline is to create some space between those two elements. So I'm going to add here margin bottom with the value 2 rem. Alright, so that's it about the headline. Let's go ahead and customize news grid. Let's select news grid. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 50%. And then again, we need background color and border radius. Actually, we need to move this code up before the footer. So we are using the similar styles over and over again, but right now we are taking care of only the layout. Then we will add some more styles to those elements. so don't worry about that. Let's take a look at the project. So here we have the news grid. Next we have to take care of my blocks. Let's select this element. I'm going to set width to clump function. The minimum value is going to be 20 rem. Then the preferred size of the width is going to be 27 CQI. And then the third parameter is going to be 28%. Let's set height to 100%. And then again, we need those two properties. So here we have the My Block section. It looks good. And now we have to take care of the weather and calendar. As you know, we created two different components for weather and calendar. And now we have to create two CSS files for each component. So we need here weather.css and then calendar.css. Now we have to import those two CSS files in those components. Let's add here import, and then the path of the file we need here weather.css. Let's open calendar and insert the same thing. We need import calendar.css. Alright, so before we start to write the code inside those CSS files, I'm going to open news.css. As you know, we added here the wrapper weather calendar, which wraps weather and calendar components. So I'm going to select this element. And I'm going to add here flex 1. So the flex property in CSS is a shorthand property for setting the flexible length on flexible items. This property is used within a flex container to specify how the items inside the container should grow, shrink, and be sized. When we use flex 1, we are essentially combining three properties into one. I mean flex grow, which specifies how much a flex item will grow relative to the rest of the flex items inside the same container. Next we have flex shrink. It specifies how much a flex item will shrink relative to the rest of the flex items inside the same container. And then flex basis, which specifies the initial size of the flex item before any growing or shrinking takes place. In the context of our project, weather calendar is a flex item inside the flex container. By applying flex 1, we are instructing it to grow to fill available space. It means that the weather calendar element will grow to take up any available space within the flex container. If there is extra space after the other flex items have been laid out, weather calendar will expand to fill that space. Then we are instructing it to also shrink if necessary. It means that if the flex container becomes too small to contain all flex items at their default size, the weather calendar element will shrink proportionally to prevent overflow. And finally, we are instructing it to initial size of 0. It means that the initial size of weather calendar is 0, but it will grow to fill the available space based on the flex grow value. Hopefully you understand how this property works. Next I'm going to add here display flex. Then we have to change the direction because we have to place both components vertically in the column, so we need flex direction column. And finally we need gap using row gap to rem. So right now almost nothing is changed. Now we have to customize both components separately. Before we do that, I'm going to open weather.jsx file and I'm going to add here class name weather. And I'm going to do the same for the calendar as well. Let's add here class name calendar. Then I'm going to open weather.css file and select this element. So I'm going to add here width, it's going to be 100%. Then I'm going to define the minimum width. It's going to be 28 rem. Then change height. I'm going to make the height 45%. Also we need background color. Let's use here color 111214, and then we need border radius equal to 1 rem. Okay, so that's it about the weather. Now let's go ahead and do the same for the calendar. I'm going to grab this code and paste it here. Let's change the class name. It's going to be calendar. So we need width equal to 100%, then the minimum width is going to be 28 rem. As for the height, I'm going to add here calc function. We need 55% minus 2 rem. And actually, I think that's it. Let's take a look at the project. All right, so that's it. All the sections are aligned nicely. We have successfully set up the basic layout of our application and added some initial styling to make it look organized and neat. The header is a crucial part of our application as it often contains important elements like the logo and the search bar. By the end of this lecture, you will know how to create a visually appealing and functional header for your application. Let's go ahead and take a look at the finished project. So here we have the header, which consists of a logo. We have here text, news, and blogs. And then on the right side, you can see the search bar, which includes the search icon. Once we focus on the search bar, then it will grow with smooth transition. Alright, so we will add the content to the header and also we will style this content. Right now, we have here header with just the text. So let's go back to the VS Code and open news.jsx file. Here we have news header. Actually, I'm going to close those two files. We don't need them for now. I'm going to delete the text news header, and I'm going to add here h1 heading element with a class name logo. The text is going to be news and blogs. After the h1 heading element, I'm going to open div tag with the class name search bar. Then inside the div element, let's open form. I'm going to get rid of action attributes, we don't need it. Inside the form element, we will have input with type text. Also, I'm going to add here placeholder attribute, and the text is going to be search news. Alright, after the input element, I'm going to create a button. The type of the button is going to be submit. Then inside the button, I'm going to insert a phone awesome icon. We need I element with the classes FA solid, FA magnifying glass. Okay, so I think that's it about the JSX. So we have here a heading, news and blogs. Also the search bar, I mean the input with the search icon. Okay, so that's all about the JSX. Now I'm going to style those elements. Let's go to the news.css file and add some styles to the news header. So I'm going to use CSS flexbox with the display flex. Then we have to align the logo and the search bar. So the logo will be placed at the top left corner. As for the search bar, it should be placed here at the top right corner. So for that, I'm going to add here justify content space between. And also we need to center the elements vertically. For that, we need align items center. Let's take a look. So as you can see, the elements are aligned. We need some space on the left and right sides of the header, and I'm going to create that space using padding. Let's set it to 0 at the top and bottom sides, and then we need 4 rem on the left and right sides. Alright, so that's it about the wrapper, I mean news header element. Next I'm going to customize the logo, which is the h1 heading element. So first of all, let's change the font family. In this case, I'm going to set font to Bebas MUI. It's going to be sans serif. Then I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 5 rem. Also change the color. I'm going to use some gray color. Let's say D. Actually, we need here the pound sign. And finally, let's increase letter spacing. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the the heading logo looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the search bar. Actually, we need here double quotes. So now we no longer have here the quotes. So as I said, we have to take care of the search bar. We have to start to styling the input element. So let's select search bar, followed by the input. The first thing that we have to do is to define the size of the input element. The width of the input is going to be 25 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 4 rem. Then let's change the background color. I'm going to use color 060709. Let's check the result. So the background color is changed. We have to get rid of the default border. So I'm going to set border to none. Then I'm going to make the input element rounded using border radius. The value is going to be 5 rem. And also create some space inside the input. The padding is going to be 0 at the top side, then 4 rem on the right side. Next we have 0 at the bottom side and 2 rem on the left side. Okay, so as you can see, the input element looks pretty nice. Next I'm going to change the color. It's going to be gray. Let's type something. So the color is changed. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do is to grow the input element smoothly once we focus on the input. So let's go ahead and copy this selector. I'm going to add here focus pseudo class. Once we focus the input element, we have to increase the width. Let's set it to 35 rem. And then in order to make the effect smoother, we need to add here transition, width, and the duration 0.3 seconds. Now let's focus. As you can see, the input is growing. And we have here nice and cool, smooth effect. Alright, so the next thing that I'm going to do is to hide the placeholder text once we focus the input element. For that, I'm going to copy this selector. Then I'm going to add here placeholder pseudo elements. And I'm going to make color transparent. So now, once we focus, the placeholder text will hide. Alright, so everything works perfectly. Now we have to take care of the button. This search button. So let's go ahead and select search bar, followed by the button element. First of all, I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be transparent. Next, I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. Then I'm going to position the button element. We have to place it here inside the input element. So we need to set position of the button element to absolute. Then in order to position it according to the search bar, we have to select search bar and we have to add to it position relative. In this case, button will be positioned according to the parent element, which is a search bar. So I'm going to continue styling the button. Next, we need top position. It's going to be 50%. Then we need right position. I'm going to make it 1 rem. Next, in order to center the button element vertically, the perfect centering, we need to add here transform, translate Y with the value minus 50%. So here we have the button. It's not quite visible, but it is placed correctly. Now I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to BBB and also increase the font size. I'm going to make it 2 rem. Okay, so I think the button is bigger. Let's decrease the font size, make it 1.8 rem. So now I think that it's much better. Okay, so we have successfully added and styled the contents in our header elements. We have created a visually appealing and functional header with a prominent logo and also a user-friendly search bar. The navbar will include user information and category links. This is an essential part of our application because it helps users navigate through different categories of news seamlessly. Let's go back to the VS Code and find navbar. So the navbar consists of two different parts. We have user and categories. First of all, I'm going to add content to the user part. So we need to insert here an image. And then after image, I'm going to add P. I'm in the paragraph with the text Mary's blog. Let's talk a little about working with images in React. Images can be included in your project directory and imported into your components. To display images in React, you need to import the image files and use them within your JSX. As you remember, we stored the project images in the images folder, which is placed in the assets folder. So as I said, first we need to import the needed image. I'm going to add here import. Then we need the name of the image. It's going to be user image. We need to import it from the assets folder. So we need to exit the current folder. For that we need two dots and slash. Then we have to access assets folder. Next we need images folder. And we have to select user.jpg. Now, in order to display this image from the JSX, we have to add here curly braces and the name of the image, user image. Also, I'm going to add here a value of the alt attribute. It's going to be user image. Now, let's take a look at the project. So here we have the image, which is too bigger right now and it's placed behind those sections, but we will take care of that in a minute. Next, I'm going to take care of the categories. So I'm going to delete this text from here. Next, I'm going to insert here h1 heading element with the class name navHeading. And I'm going to insert here categories. Then after h1 heading elements, I'm going to open div, which is going to be navlinks. And I'm going to insert here a elements, which will have class name navlink. And the first navlink is going to be general. So overall, we will have 10 different links. Therefore, I'm going to duplicate this link element 9 times. And then quickly change the content. So the second one is going to be world. Then we will have business. The next one will be technology. Then we will have entertainment. Also, we need here sports. Then science. Next one is going to be health. Then we will have nation. And finally, bookmarks. With the last link element, we have to add here a bookmark icon. So I'm going to insert here I elements with the classes FA regular, then FA bookmark. All right, let's take a look. So here we have the link elements and the heading, also the bookmark icon. So now we have to customize those elements. Let's go to the news.css file. And first of all, I'm going to decrease the size of the image. So let's go ahead and select user image. I'm going to set width to 7 rem. Then I'm going to use one of the properties called aspect ratio. Let's set it to 1. So in this case, the width and height will be always the same. Next, I'm going to fit the image using object fit. cover. And finally, let's make the image rounded using border radius with the value 50%. So as you can see, the image became smaller. Now I'm going to add some more styles to the user, which is the wrapper. So I'm going to place the content in the center of the user. Therefore, I'm going to use display flex. Then we need to place the flex items vertically in a column. Therefore, we need flex direction column. And then in order to center the content, I'm going to use justify content center. And also we need align items center. Let's create a little gap using row gap equal to 1 rem and also make the cursor pointer. All right, so that's it about the user, the wrapper element. Now I'm going to customize the paragraph. So let's go ahead and select user P. First of all, I'm going to change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Comforta. As you remember, we have grabbed this font from the Google Fonts website. It's going to be sans serif. Then we need font size. Let's set it to 1.5 rem and also change the color. Make it gray using color DDD. Okay, so that's it about the user. I mean those two elements, image and the paragraph. Let's move on and customize the second part of our navigation. It's going to be categories. So I'm going to add some styles to the wrapper. I mean the categories. Let's add here flexbox. We need display flex. Then again, we have to change the direction because we have to align the elements vertically in a column. So we need flex direction to be column. Then I'm going to create gap using row gap. It's going to be 2 rem, and also I'm going to create some space inside this element using padding. Let's set it to 2 rem on all 4 sides. Okay, so next we have to customize the heading. Let's go ahead and select nav heading. I'm going to change the font family, and in this case, let's use font called Bibas New Yi. It's going to be sans serif. Then I'm going to change the font size, and in this case, I'm going to use clamp function. I hope you remember how this function works. We need 3 parameters. The first one is going to be minimum value 1.5 rem. Then we have the preferred value, and it's going to be 2.5 CQI. As for the maximum value, it's going to be 3 rem. Also, let's change the color. It's going to be DDD. Then I'm going to create some spacing between the letters using letter spacing. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. And finally, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom with the value 2 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the heading looks pretty nice. And now we have to take care of the links. So I'm going to select the wrapper development, which is nav links. First of all, let's use flexbox. We need display flex. Then, as you guessed, we have to place the flex items, I mean the nav links, vertically in a column. Therefore, we have to change the direction. It's going to be column. And also, let's go ahead and create row gap with the value 2 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the nav links are placed vertically in a column, and now we have to customize them. Let's go ahead and select link elements using class name nav link. First of all, let's change the font size. It's going to be 1.5 rem. Then we need font weight to be 300. Then I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to DDD. Also, I'm going to make the text uppercase using text transform uppercase. Then I'm going to use letter spacing to create some space. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. And let's take a look at the result. So as you can see, the links look pretty nice. Now I'm going to customize slightly the bookmark icon. So let's go ahead and select nav link, followed by the I elements. Let's set the font size to 2 rem. And also I'm going to create a little space between the text, I mean the nav link, and the bookmark icon. So we need margin left equal to 1 rem. Okay, so I think that the icon is too bigger. Let's decrease the font size, make it 1.7 rem. So now it looks nice. Actually, I'm going to center link elements using flexbox. I mean centering vertically. So let's add here display flex and then align items, center, and then let's look at the results. So now we have much better results. Alright, so I think that's it. The navbar is customized and those two parts look pretty nice. So we have successfully added and styled the content to the navbar for our news and blogs application. We've created a user section and a category section, and we've ensured that both look great. This foundation will help users navigate our application easily. This section will display the latest headlines and news articles in a visually appealing grid layout. Let's get started by adding the necessary JSX for our news content in the news.jsx file. So as you can see, we have here news section, which consists of two different elements. The first one is headline. As for the second one, it is news grid. So I'm going to start with the headline. Let's get rid of this text from here. So inside the div elements, I'm going to create an image element, and I'm going to import image from the images folder. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this line of code. So the name of the image is going to be tag image. And then I'm going to change the name of the image. It's going to be tag. Then down below, we have to open curly braces and insert here the name of the image, tag img. Also, let's change the value of the alt attribute. It's going to be headline image. Alright, so let's take a look at the project. Here we have the image of the headline. Next, I'm going to create h2 heading element inside the div. So it's going to be headline title. And now I'm going to insert here some dummy text. Let's use lorem ipsum. So inside the h2 heading element, we need to insert I element, which is going to be bookmark. So we need here classes fa regular, fa bookmark. And besides that, I'm going to add here an individual class name, bookmark. We will use this class in the CSS. Alright, that's it about the headline. Next, I'm going to customize news grid. Let's get rid of this text from here. So inside the news grid, I'm going to open div element, which is going to be news grid item. Overall, we will have 6 different items because we need to display 6 news articles. So the news grid item will consist of images and the headings. So let's open image elements, and I'm going to import a couple of different images. Let's duplicate this line of code 5 times and quickly change the names of the images. So we need sports image. Let's change the name. It's going to be sports. Then we'll have science image. Let's insert here science. The next one is going to be world image. We need here world. Then I'm going to insert here health. And finally, the image is going to be nation, img. Let's change the name. It's going to be nation. Alright, so that's it about the images. Actually, we need here health image. Now let's go back to the news grid items and change here the name of the image. I'm going to use tag image for the first grid item. Let's insert here news image as the value of the alt attribute. Next, I'm going to insert here h3 heading element. Let's insert lorem ipsum text with 5 words. Then we need I elements. Actually, let's grab this element from here and paste it here. Okay, so that's it about the first news grid item. As I said, we will have 6 news grid items overall. So I'm going to duplicate this piece of code 5 times. And then quickly change the images. So the second image is going to be sports. Then we will have science. Then the next one will be world. Then we will have health. And finally, nation. Alright, so actually that's it about the JSX content. So all the elements are displayed on the page. Now I'm going to customize and style those elements. Let's go to the CSS file. First of all, I'm going to make the images smaller. So let's go ahead and find headline. And after headline, let's select headline image. Let's set width and height to 100%. Then I'm going to fit the image using object fit cover. And finally, we need border radius with the value 1 rem. Let's check the headline image. So as you can see, it became smaller and it fits perfectly. Next, I'm going to take care of the images in the news grid items. So let's select news grid item. Actually, we need here dots. And then we need here image. So the width and height is going to be 100% in both cases. Next, I'm going to set display to block. Also, we need object fit cover. And finally, border radius with value 1 rem. Okay, so that's it about the images of the news grid items. Next, I'm going to take care of the title of the headline. So let's go ahead and select this element, headline title. First of all, I'm going to set width to 100%. Next, I'm going to define the position of the element. Let's set it to absolute, and then we need position relative for the parent element, which is headline. So I'm going to add here position relative. We need to position headline title according to the parent element. Next, I'm going to define the bottom and left properties. Both of them will be 0. Then I'm going to create some space inside the title using padding. We need padding 1 rem at the top side, then 4 rem on the right side, 1 rem at the bottom side, and 1 rem on the right side. Next, I'm going to change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Bibest New E. Sans serif. Also, let's define the font size. And again, I'm going to use clamp function. So we'll have 3 parameters. The first one is going to be 1.5 rem. It is a minimum value. Then the preferred value is going to be 1.8 CQI. And also we need here the maximum value 3 rem. Then I'm going to create space between the letters using letter spacing. Let's set it to 0.1 rem and change the color of the text. Let's make it white. Let's take a look at the project. So here we have the heading. I'm going to change its background color. So let's add here background color and use RGBA value. We need black color and the opacity is going to be 0.7. And also let's use border radius. We need rounded corners at the bottom left and bottom right corners. Therefore the values will be 0, 0, 1 rem and again 1 rem. Okay, so the heading looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to create some space between the bookmark icon and the heading. So I'm going to select bookmark and add here position absolute. We need to position it at the bottom right corner. Next, I'm going to define bottom and right properties. Bottom property is going to be 1 rem. Then the right position is going to be 1 rem as well. And finally, we need cursor pointer. So as you can see, the bookmark icon is positioned. Next, I'm going to decrease the opacity of the headline image. So let's find headline image and add here opacity 0.4. I think now it looks much better. Okay, so that's it about the headline. Now we have to move on and customize news grid. I'm going to add two news grid elements, a couple of different styles. I'm going to align news grid items using CSS grid. So we need here display to be grid. Then we have to define the columns. So we need grid, template columns. So overall, we will have 3 columns and each of them will take up even space as a width. So we need a repeat function, then 3 and 1 fractional unit. Let's duplicate this line of code and define rows. So in case of rows, we need 2 and then again 1 fractional unit. Besides that, I'm going to create gap equal to 1 rem. Also, let's set padding to 1.2 rem. Let's take a look at the project. So as you can see, the images are placed in 2 rows and we have here 3 columns. Let's add here a couple of more styles. We need justify items, center, and then align items, center. After that, I'm going to take care of the news grid items. So let's go ahead and select this element. We need news grid item. First of all, I'm going to define width and height. We need 100% in both cases. And also I'm going to define minimum height, which is going to be 15 rem. And finally, let's use border radius, make it to 1 rem. Alright, after that, I'm going to take care of the headings in the news grid items. So I'm going to select news grid item followed by the H3 heading element. First of all, we need to define the position. It's going to be absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent elements, which is news grid item. So let's add here position relative. Then we need bottom and left properties, both of them equal to 0. Let's take a look. So as you can see, the headings are positioned and also we see here the bookmark icons. Next, I'm going to add here some padding. We need 1 rem at the top side, 3 rem on the right side, 1 rem at the bottom side, and again 1 rem on the right side. Next, let's change the font family. Let's use again BBAS Neue sans serif. Then the font size of the heading element is going to be 1.6 rem. Also, let's change the line height, make it 1.4 rem. And let's go ahead and take a look at the results. So the headings look pretty nice. After that, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use again RGBA, this color here. Then as you can see, we have to extend the height in order to cover the entire image. So we need here width to be 100%. Also, we need border radius with the values 0, 0, 1 rem, 1 rem. Now we have much better results. Actually, I think we can make the font a little bit lighter. So let's add here font weight and make it 300. So now as you can see, the headings look much better. And actually, the only thing that we have to do here is to decrease the opacity of the images. Let's set opacity to 0.5. Okay, so I think that's it. We have successfully added and styled the news content section of our news and blogs application. We have used CSS Grid to create a layout for our news items, making it easy for users to browse through the latest articles. This foundation will help us build a dynamic and engaging user experience. This is an exciting step as we will be moving from hard-coded data to dynamic, live data. By the end of this part, our headline and news grid will be populated with the latest news articles fetched from the API. Before we dive into fetching the news data, let's take a moment to understand the GNews API, which will be the backbone of our news fetching functionality. GNews API is a powerful, easy-to-use RESTful API that provides access to a vast array of news articles from various sources around the world. It allows developers to fetch news data in a structured format, making it ideal for integrating into applications like our News and Blogs app. With GNews API, you can access the latest headlines, search for articles by keywords, and filter news by categories. Now let's talk about the key features of GNews API. It provides the latest headlines. You can fetch the most recent news articles from the various categories such as general, world, business, technology, entertainment, sports, science, health, and nation. Next, we have search functionality. You can search for news articles using specific keywords to get relevant articles. GNews API also provides filtering feature. You can filter news by language, location, and other parameters to tailor the results to your needs. And finally, it has a rich metadata. Each news article comes with detailed metadata, including the title, description, URL, image, and publication date, making it easy to display comprehensive news information in your application. GNews API works by exposing several endpoints that you can call using HTTP requests. For example, you can fetch the latest headlines from a specified category. You can search for news articles based on a query keyword and so on. So here is the documentation on how it works and how you can use it. So I encourage you to look into this documentation. GNews API is not completely free. You have 100 requests for free per day. Once you reach the limit, then you have to upgrade your plan. 100 requests per day might not be enough while building this project, so you can start the trial 10 days period and then cancel it. If you start your trial period, don't forget to cancel it after 10 days because you'll be charged. Well, if you don't upgrade the plan and use just free 100 requests per day, please keep in mind that the application won't work once you exceed the limit. It will continue to work the next day after 24 hours. In not working the application, I mean that you won't be able to make the requests. Alright, so the first thing that you need to do is to register on that website. It is a very simple process, so I'm not going to go through it. Let's go ahead and register on that website. Before we start fetching news data from the GNews API, we need to understand the tool that we will use to make this HTTP request. So I'm going to talk about Axios, a popular JavaScript library for making HTTP requests. Axios is a promise-based HTTP client for the browser and Node.js. It is designed to handle HTTP requests and responses in a clean and efficient manner. Axios provides a simple and powerful API for making HTTP requests, making it a favorite among developers for tasks such as fetching data from APIs, submitting forms, and interacting with backend services. Now let me talk about the key features of Axios. Axios uses promises which allow for cleaner and more manageable asynchronous code. This makes it easy to handle responses and errors. It automatically transforms JSON data, making it easy to work with JSON responses. Axios allows you to intercept requests or responses before they are handled by then or catch, which is useful for tasks such as adding authentication tokens. It simplifies error handling by providing detailed error messages and response data. Axios provides labels for common HTTP methods such as get, post, put, delete, and more, simplifying syntax. So here's the website where you can look into the documentation of Axios and learn about this tool. Before we finish this lecture, I'm going to install Axios using npm. Let's go ahead and open a new terminal and run npm install Axios. Alright, so we successfully installed Axios. Also, we introduced the Gnews API, and now we are ready to fetch some real-time data. So we need to insert here import Axios from Axios. Next, in order to manage the news data, we have to create a state. And as you remember, state in React is a built-in object that allows components to create and manage their own data. We have to create state inside the news. So we need here headline, and then the setter function, set headline. It should be equal to useState, and by default I'm going to set headline to null. Once we used here the useState, it was imported from React automatically. If you don't see here useState, then please import useState manually from React. Alright, so this is the state variable that holds the current value of our headline data. Initially it's set to null. Also we have here set headline function. This is the state setter function that we use to update the headline state. We create this state to hold the main headline news article. Typically the headline is the most important or latest news article that we want to feature prominently. By storing it in a separate state, we can easily manage and display it independently from the rest of the news articles. Alright, so now we have to create another state for news. I'm going to duplicate this line of code. Let's insert here news and then set news. By default, it's going to be equal to an empty array. News is the state variable that holds the current value of our news data. Initially it's set to an empty array. Next we have setNews function, which is the state setter function we use to update the news state. We create this state to hold the list of news articles that we fetch from the Gnews API. Since we will be displaying multiple news articles in a grid, it's practical to store them in an array. As we fetch the news data, we will update this state to reflect the latest news articles. Next, we have to use the useEffect hook to handle the side effect of fetching data when our component mounts. As you remember, the useEffect hook lets us perform side effects in our function components. In this case, our side effect is fetching news data from the Gnews API. So I'm going to create useEffect. We have to pass here an arrow function, and also we need to pass here second parameter. It's going to be an empty array. So as you can see, useEffect is automatically imported from React. So the useEffect hook takes two arguments, a function and a dependency array. The function contains the code we want to run as our side effect, and the dependency array determines when the effect should run. By passing an empty array, we tell React to run this effect only once, after the initial render of the component. This is perfect for our data fetching scenario, as we only need to fetch the news once when the component mounts. Inside the useEffect hook, we have to define an asynchronous function. This function will handle the process of fetching news data from the API. By defining it as an asynchronous function using the async keyword, we can use await to handle asynchronous operations, making our code cleaner and easier to read. So, as I said, we have to create a function. Let's call it fetchNews. It's going to be an arrow function. And as I said, we have to add here async keyword. The async keyword before a function declaration indicates that the function will operate asynchronously. This means that it can pause execution to wait for an asynchronous operation to complete without blocking the execution of other code. Next, we have to construct the URL for the API request. I'm going to go to the Gnews API documentation. So here we have top headlines endpoint, and below you can see the URL. I'm going to copy this URL, then go back to the VS Code, create new variable. It's going to be URL, then open template literals and paste here the URL. So this is our URL, and now I'm going to test this URL and see the response that we get from the HTTP request. In order to do that, I'm going to use one of the VS Code packages called Thunder Client. This package allows us to make the HTTP requests and get the responses in JSON format. So I'm going to click this icon here and then new request. If you don't have Thunder Client, I recommend to install this package and use it. So I'm going to paste our URL here, then click send, and here we go. We have here the response in JSON format. Actually, the response is in different language, so I cannot read the articles. In order to change the language, I'm going to add here one parameter. So here, after ampersand, I'm going to insert lang equal en, and then again we need an ampersand. So now if I click send, then we will get the response in English language. So as you can see, we have here the articles. Each article has title, description, content, also URL, image, the date of the publication, and so on. So that's the response in JSON format. Now I'm going to go back to the news.jsx file and customize the URL. I'm going to add here lang parameter equal to en. You can change the language and use any of the languages you want. I prefer English. All right, now I'm going to create another variable. It's going to be response, and it should be equal to await axios.get, and we have to pass here URL. So this single line of code is crucial in the process of fetching data from an API. Let's break it down step by step, explaining both what it does and why it's important. The await keyword is used to pause the execution of an async function until the promise returned by axios.get is resolved. Essentially, await makes the function wait for the response from the server before proceeding to the next line of code. This is important because HTTP requests are asynchronous operations that might take some time to complete, depending on factors like network speed and server response time. The get method of Axios is used to send a get request to the specified URL. A get request is typically used to retrieve data from a server. The URL variable contains the endpoint to which the request is sent. In this case, it is the URL for fetching top headlines from the Genius API. As for the Axios, you already know what it is. Alright, so now I'm going to show you response in console. I'm going to insert here response, and in order to log the response in the console, we have to call fetch news function. Let's add here fetch news. Now go to the browser and inspect the page. Go to the console. So as you can see, we have here an object which consists of several properties. We have here data, then articles. It is an array. We have here 10 different articles. Each article has title, content, description, image, URL, and so on. So that's the way how our response looks. Let's go back to the VS Code. Now I'm going to create another variable, and it's going to be fetched news. Actually, we need here fetched news. It should be equal to response. Then we have to access data, which includes articles. So we need here response.data.article. Now if I insert here fetched news, let's go to the browser and check the console. So we have here undefined. We might have some mistake. We have here fetched news, response data, article. Actually, we need here articles, not article. Now it should work. Let's open console, and here we go. We have here an array which includes 10 different articles. All right. So now we have to update the headline state variable we need to display the first article from the array as the headline. So if I insert here index number 0 and then check again console, we will get the first article from the articles array. Alright, so as I said, we have to update headline. Therefore, we need to run set headline function. And then we have to insert here fetch news with the index number 0. Now we have to update the JSX. Let's go down and find headline. So here we have headline. Now instead of the hard-coded data, we need to add here a dynamic one. So instead of this image, I'm going to add headline dot image. Then instead of the value of alt attributes, I'm going to insert headline dot title. Once again, we have those properties here. As you can see, we have the title, then image. So those values are used here in JSX. Okay, so now instead of this lorem ipsum dummy text, let's insert here headline dot title. Okay, let's go back to the browser. So as you can see, we have here headline with its title and the image. Now if I reload the page, then we will get here an error which says that cannot read properties of null. So in order to fix that problem, first we need to make sure that the headline exists. So we need to use a conditional rendering. Here before headline, I'm going to open curly braces and then check if headline exists or not. We need headline followed by the AND operator, and then we have to place this entire code inside the parentheses. Now, as you can see, we no longer have here the error and everything works fine. Okay, so now we have to take care of the news in the news grid. As you know, by default we display 6 articles. The fetch news array provides 10 articles, so we need to grab the portion of an array and display it. I mean 6 articles. As you know, the first article is displayed as the headline, therefore we should grab the first 6 articles after the first article. So we have to update the news. As you know, we have state news with setNews function. We have to update news using setNews function. And inside here, I'm going to insert fetched news, followed by the slice method. This is an array helper method, and it should take 2 parameters, arguments, 1 and 7. So in JavaScript, the slice method is used to extract a section of an array and return it as a new array without modifying the original array. The slice method takes 2 parameters. The first one is start index, the position at which to start extraction. It is inclusive. And then end index, the position at which to end extraction. It is exclusive. So we extract a portion of the news array starting from index 1 up to but not including index 7. We start at index 1 because typically index 0 of the news array is used for the headline article. By starting from 1, we exclude the headline from the list of articles that will be displayed in the news grid. We end at index 7 to get a total of 6 articles for the news grid. The end index is exclusive, meaning the element at index 7 is not included in the news array. Therefore, the articles at indexes 1 through 6 are included, which gives us 6 articles. Now, if we run in the console news and check the results, we will get here array with 6 articles. Alright, so everything works fine. Now we have to display those 6 articles here in the news grid. Let's go back to the VS Code and update the JSX. So here we have 6 hard-coded news grid items, and now we will change this data into dynamic data. Right before news grid item, I'm going to open curly braces. Then we have to insert here the following code. We need news.map. I will explain everything in a minute. We need to insert here a callback function with 2 parameters, article and index. So here map function allows us to iterate through the news array and return a new array. We have here two parameters, article and index. Article represents the current elements, I mean the news article in the iteration. As for the index, it represents the current index of the element in the news array. Now we have to grab news grid item and paste it here. Next, we have to make here some changes. We need to add key attribute to the div element, and we have to pass here index. Next, we have to change image. We need here article.image. As for the alt attributes, I'm going to insert here image. Actually, not image, but article title. As for the content of the h3 heading element, we have to insert here article.title. Okay, so let me explain what's going on here. So we inserted here a div element with a unique key prop. The key prop is required by React to uniquely identify each element in the list for efficient updates and rendering. Next, we change the source of the image. We need here article image, and then we changed alt attribute. We need article title, and also we need article title instead of the hard-coded title in the h3 heading element. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of those hard-coded news grid items. Let's delete those elements. We no longer need them. Let's go to the browser, and here we go. We have here 6 different news articles from the GNews API, and also the headline is displayed here. Now we have here the news from the general category. We can change this category here. Instead of general, I'm going to insert sports and then check the results. So now we have articles from sport category. Next, we can insert here technology. And as you can see, we have here the articles from the technology category. All right. So before we finish this lecture, I want to do one more thing. If for some reason the image of the article is not provided, then we should display some default image that will tell us that there is no image available. Actually, I have already stored such image in our images folder. We have here no image, this one. So in order to handle this feature, first of all, we need to import this image. Actually, we no longer need those images, so I'm going to delete them. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code. I'm going to call image no image. And then let's insert here the name of the image. It is no image, and the extension is PNG. So now we have to iterate over each article and check if the article does have the image. If yes, then the article image will be rendered. If not, then we will render our default image. So here, right before set headline function, I'm going to insert the following code. We need fetch news, followed by for each method, which is an array helper method, and it allows us to iterate through the array. So I'm going to insert here a callback function with the parameter article. And then inside this function, I'm going to use if statement where we should check if article.image exists or not. We need here not article.image. If this condition is true, then the image of the article should be no image. So we need here article.image equal to no image. So again, if this condition is true, it means that for some reason we don't have article image and we have to display this image here. Now let's go down and update the JSX. So here, after headline.image, we need or operator followed by no image. And then down below, we need the same thing. We need here no image. So if the image of the article or the headline doesn't exist, then the no image will be rendered on the page. Now we're going to take it a step further by fetching news articles according to different categories. This will allow our users to view news specific to their interests, whether it is technology, sports, health, or any other category. Okay, so first let's start by updating the news.jsx file to fetch news according to categories. We will use the GNews API for this task, which supports fetching news by categories as well. Now we have to define an array of categories that we will use to fetch news based on different topics. So right after importing Axios, I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it categories. As I said, it's going to be an array. And now I'm going to insert here categories starting from general. Then we will have world. Next, we will have business. Then the next one is going to be technology. Then we will have entertainment. Then the next category is going to be sports. Then we will have science. Then the next one will be health. And finally, we need here nation. Okay, so that's the categories. Actually, by default, I'm going to display the general category. So let's change technology into general. After that, I'm going to create new state here after news. It's going to be selected category. Then we need setter function, set selected category. And it's going to be equal to useState. And as I said, by default, we need general. So we created a state variable, selected category, to keep track of the currently selected category. This will allow us to dynamically fetch news articles based on the selected category. Now in the useEffect function, as you remember, we have dependency array, which is empty. I'm going to insert here selected category. So by including selected category in the dependency array, we ensure that the fetch news function is called every time the selected category changes. This allows us to dynamically fetch news articles based on the currently selected category. React will rerun the effect whenever selected category changes. This ensures that our application is always displaying the most up-to-date news articles for the selected category. Including selected category in the dependency array prevents the useEffect hook from running unnecessarily. Without it, the effect would run on every render, which is not efficient and could lead to performance issues. So if we didn't include selected category in the dependency array, the useEffect hook would either run only once. If the dependency array is empty, the effect would only run once when the component mounts and never again. This means the news articles would not update when the category changes. Or the useEffect hook would run on every render. If we omit the dependency array entirely, the effect would run on every render, which can lead to unnecessary network requests and degrade the performance of our application. Alright, so now we have to create a function that will allow us to update the selected category when a user clicks on one of the category links. This function will be responsible for setting the new category and ensuring that the news articles displayed are relevant to the selected category. Let's go ahead and create new function right after useEffect function. I'm going to call the function handle category click. It's going to be an arrow function which will take two parameters, e, which is the event object, and then category. Now inside here we need e.prevent defaults, and then after that I'm going to update selected category using set selected category function, and I'm going to insert here category. So this function takes two parameters, e, which is event object, and category. The e parameter represents the event object, which is automatically passed when an event occurs, and category is the specific category that the user clicked on. The first line inside the function e.preventDefault. This is a crucial step. Normally, when we click on a link, the default behavior is for the browser to navigate to the URL specified in the hrefs attribute. Since our category links are not meant to navigate to a new page, but instead update the content dynamically, we use e.preventDefault to stop this default behavior. The next line is setSelectedCategory. Here we are using the setSelectedCategory function, which is provided by the useState hook, to update the selected category state variable. By passing the category parameter to this function, we are effectively setting the selected category state to the category that the user clicked on. This change in state will trigger a re-render of the component and also refetch the news articles for the newly selected category. So in summary, the handle category click function is designed to handle the user's interaction with the category links. It prevents the default navigation behavior of the link, then updates the selected category state with a new category. This ensures that our application responds dynamically to user input and displays the relevant news articles without navigating away from the current page. Now we have to generate the category links dynamically from the categories array. I'm going to update the JSX code so that it would be responsible for rendering each category as a link and handling the click event to update the selected category. So let's go ahead and find categories. Here we have it. Now, right before the link element, I'm going to open curly braces where we should insert categories.map. Then we have to pass here a callback function with the parameter category. So we start by using the map function on the categories array. This method iterates over each element in the array, and for each element, in this case each category, it returns the JSX code inside the map method's callback function. So here I'm going to pass this link. Then I'm going to add to the link attribute called key, in which I'm going to insert category. Next, I'm going to add here an on-click event handler, where we should insert a function with event object, and then we have to pass here handle category click function with two arguments, events and category. So let me explain what those attributes do. First, we have here hrefs attribute. This sets the link's hrefs attribute to £. This is a placeholder link, and since we are using e.preventDefault in our click handler, the browser won't actually navigate anywhere when the link is clicked. Then we have key with value category. The key attribute is essential in React for identifying each element uniquely. Here we are using the category name as the key because each category name is unique. Then we have class name, and then finally we have onClick event handler. When the link is clicked, the handle category click function. When the link is clicked, the handle category click function is called with the event object and the current category as arguments. Next, we have to display the category name dynamically. So instead of general, we have to insert curly braces and then category. All right, so now we no longer need those links except the last one. So let's delete them. Now let's go to the browser and check if everything works fine. Let's click the categories. So the links don't work. Let's inspect the page. Check the console tab. I'm going to reload the page and then check console. So we don't have here errors. Actually, let's go back to the VS Code. So here everything looks correct. Let's check the function. Now everything's correct. Okay, so now I guess what's the problem? As you can see, we have here hard-coded category name general, so we don't need that. Let's delete. Then I'm going to insert here $, followed curly braces, and As you guessed, we have to insert here selected category. Now it should work. Let's click world, and here we go. So as you can see, we are getting news from the specified category. Everything works perfectly. Alright, so great job. We have successfully implemented dynamic fetching of news articles based on the selected category. Now our application is much more interactive and provides users with the ability to view news articles specified to their interests. To begin, we need to create two pieces of state, one to hold the user's input from the search bar, the search input, and another to hold the search query. This distinction will help us manage the search process efficiently. So the first state variable is going to be search input, and then we need setter function set search input. It's going to be equal to useState, and as the default value, I'm going to pass here an empty string. Next, I'm going to duplicate this line of code. The second state variable is going to be search query. Then we need setter function set search query. As for the default value, it's going to be an empty string as well. So again, here we have created two pieces of state. Search input holds the current value of the search bar as the user types. Search query will hold the value that we actually use to fetch data from the API when the user submits the search form. This distinction allows us to control the timing of our API requests more precisely. By adding these states, we can track what the user types in the search bar and use that value to fetch news articles from the API. Next, we have to update the useEffect hook. Inside the fetchNews function, we have to dynamically set the URL based on whether search query is present. If it is, we query the API using the search term. Otherwise, we fetch top headlines for the selected category. So we need to change the const declaration into let. Next, we have to create if statements, and the condition is going to be search query. So if it is true, then we have to update the URL. Let's go to the browser and visit the Gnews API. So we have to search for search endpoint, and we have to grab this URL from here. Let's open template literal and paste the URL. Now I'm going to modify this URL slightly. So instead of hard-coded example, I'm going to insert here the state variable search query. Also, we need to add here language English. Alright, so here we want to determine whether the user has entered a search query or not. If search query is not empty or null, it means the user is performing a search, and we need to fetch news articles based on this search term. This line inside the if statement, this line here, constructs a new URL for the API request using a template literal. The search query variable that we inserted here holds the user's search term, and by including it in the URL, we can query the Gnews API for articles that match this term. The URL is specifically pointing to the search endpoint of the Gnews API. This endpoint is designed to return news articles based on a search query. Okay. Besides that, we have to include the search query in the dependency array. Here. Let's insert search query. This means that whenever search query changes, when the user performs a new search, the useEffect hook will rerun, fetching news articles based on the new query. Now we need to create a function to handle the form submission for our search. This function will prevent the default form submission behavior, set the search query state with the user's input, and clear the search input field. So I'm going to create a new function, and it's going to be handle search. It's going to be an arrow function. I'm going to insert here an event object. So we need this object to prevent the default form submission behavior and to access the user's input. So first of all, we need here e.prevent defaults. By default, when a form is submitted, the browser refreshes the page. This is not the behavior we want in a single page application like ours. Calling prevent default method stops the form from submitting in the traditional way, allowing us to handle the submission entirely with JavaScript and React. After that, we need to use set search query function in order to update search query. And as the value, I'm going to pass here search input. So the set search query function updates the search query state variable with the current value of search input. Search input holds the text that the user has typed into the search bar. By setting search query to this value, we are effectively updating our state to reflect the user's search term. This updated state will then be used in our useEffect hook to fetch news articles that match the search query. Next, we have to make the search input empty. Therefore, we need set search input, and we have to insert here an empty string. So again, this function sets the search input state variable to an empty string. After the user submits their search query, we want to clear the search bar. This provides a better user experience by giving a visual indication that the search has been submitted. It also prepares the search bar for a new search input. So again, this function ensures that we handle the form submission smoothly without causing a page reload. This is crucial for maintaining the fluid user experience of a React application. By updating the search query state, we trigger the useEffect hook that fetches the relevant news articles based on the user's search term. This dynamic behavior allows our app to respond to user input in real time. Clearing the search input after submission gives immediate feedback to the user, indicating that their search has been registered. It also makes the search bar ready for the next search query. Okay, so now it's time to update our JSX. Let's go ahead and find the form. Here we have it. I'm going to add here onSubmit event handler, and I'm going to insert here handle search function. Actually, we need handle search. So again, we add to the form the onSubmit event handler with the value handle search, which is the function that we created. This attribute specifies that the handle search function should be called when the form is submitted. By doing this, we prevent the default form submission behavior and handle the submission using our custom function. By setting onSubmit to handle search on the form element, we ensure that the form submission is handled by our handle search function. This allows us to manage the search functionality within our React component without causing a full page reload. Now we have to add some attributes to the input element. So we have here type text, placeholder, search news. The next attribute is going to be value, and we have to insert here search input. Actually, we need search input, and besides that, I'm going to add here onChange event handler, where we should insert a callback function with an event object, and then we have to call set search input setter function, the updater function, and as the value, I'm going to insert here e.target.value. So here we bind the input's value to the search input state and set up an event handler for changes. This way, whenever the user types something into the input field, the search input state is updated to reflect the current value of the input. Binding the input's value to the search input state variable and updating the state on every change allows us to keep track of what the user is typing in real time. This is essential for controlled components in React, ensuring that the input field's value is always in sync with the component state. Alright, so let's go to the browser and test how it works. I'm going to search for, let's say, ReactJS. So here we go. We have here news related to ReactJS. Next, I'm going to search for, let's say, web development. So here we go. We have here the articles about. All right, so the search functionality is added to our application. So I want to add one more thing to our search bar. Actually, once we mouse over the icon, I would like to change the cursor and make it pointer. So let's go ahead and search for search bar. Then we need button. Let's add here cursor pointer. Okay, so everything works fine. We have successfully added search functionality to our news app. Now users can search for specific news articles by entering keywords into the search bar. This makes our app much more dynamic and user-friendly. This modal box will display detailed information about a news article when a user clicks on a headline or a news grid item. So right now I'm showing you the finished version of our project. If I click the article, then the modal box will open. Here we have the detailed information about the article, and down below you can see the read more button. If I click it, then we'll navigate to the article link and we'll be able to read the entire article. Okay, so that's the way how modal box work in our finished version. First of all, we will create a news modal component, then we'll generate hard-coded JSX content, customize and style it, and after that we will make the modal box work dynamically. I mean, we will manage to open it once the user clicks either headline or news article in the news grid. So as you can see, if I click any of the articles in the news grid, then the modal box appears. Okay, so let's go back to the VS Code, and as I said, we have to create new component in the components folder. Let's call it news modal.jsx. I'm going to create a functional component using again RAFCE shortcut. So as you can see, the functional component is created. Then let's go back to the news.jsx file and import this newly created component. We need here import news modal from news modal. And then down below, right after news grid, I'm going to nest news modal. Okay, so let's go to the news modal.jsx and start to create the JSX content. I'm going to get rid of this text from here. Then let's add class name to the first development. It's going to be modal overlay. Then inside the development, I'm going to create another div, and it's going to be modal content. Actually, we need here dots. Inside the development, I'm going to create span with the class name close button. It's going to be X closing button, and inside the span element, I'm going to insert a font awesome icon. Let's open I element with the class names FA solid, FA X mark. Actually, we don't need here the equal sign. It's going to be dash. Okay, so as you can see, we have here I element. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here an X closing button. Next, I'm going to create image element after the span. So in this case, I'm going to import one of the images from our images folder. Let's import demo image from, we need to exit current folder, then access assets folder, then we need images folder, and the name of the image is going to be demo.jpg. So now, as the value of the source attribute, we need curly braces, and we have to insert here the name of the image, demo image. Also, let's change the alt attribute. We need here, let's say, modal image. Okay, let's check the browser. So here we have the image. After that, I'm going to create couple of different elements. So we need h2 heading element with the class name model title. And as the title, I'm going to insert here some lorem ipsum dummy text, let's say lorem 10. Then after h2 heading element, we need paragraph with the class name model source. Then we need source, and as the source, I'm going to insert here the guardian. Again, it is a hard-coded data. We'll change it with a dynamic one. After the source, we need to display the date. So we need paragraph with the class name model date. And the date is going to be, let's say, June 24, then 2024. And the time is going to be, I don't know, 4:15 p.m. Okay, after that, I'm going to insert another paragraph, and it's going to be model content text. Let's insert here again lorem ipsum dummy text with 35 words. So as you can see, the paragraph is generated. All right, after the paragraph, I'm going to create the last element, and it's going to be read more button. I'm going to use link elements with the class name read more link. And as the text, let's insert read more. Okay, so as you can see, the JSX content is created, and actually the layout of the application is messed up. We'll take care of that in a minute. So I'm going to style and customize those elements. Let's go ahead and create new CSS file. I'm going to call it news model.css. Then I'm going to move this file here on the right side. Also, we need to import CSS file here in the news model.jsx. Let's import news model.css. Alright, so now we're ready to customize those elements and style them. Let's go ahead and select the first development, which is model overlay. I'm going to set its position to fixed. Then I'm going to use property called inset and add here the value 0. It means that we use here 4 positions, I mean top, right, bottom and left positions, and all of them is set to 0. So that's the way how inset property works. After that, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use RGBA value. We need here black color, and the opacity is going to be 0.7. Let's check the result. So as you can see, the background is changed, and also the element is extended to the entire page. That's why I used here inset 0. After that, I'm going to place the content in the center. For that, I'm going to use flexbox. So we need display flex. And then in order to center the content, we need to use justify content center and also align items center. Okay, after that, I'm going to use the index property because we need the entire content to be behind the model. So let's add the index and assign to it the maximum value, which is 1000. Okay, so that's it about the model overlay. I'm going to customize model content. So let's select this element, and first of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 90%. Besides that, I'm going to define max width, and the max width is going to be 60 rem. Then I'm going to set height to auto, and also let's define max height, and I'm going to set it to 100%. Let's change the background color. Let's use here color 111214. Okay, so as you can see, the model looks much better. It is placed in the center of the model overlay. I mean in the center of the page, because model overlay is extended to the entire page. After that, I'm going to create a little space inside the model using padding. Let's set it to 4 rem. on all four sides. Then we need to make the model rounded using border radius. The value is going to be 1 rem. Also, let's create some shadow using box shadow. The values will be 0, 0, 5 rem, then 4 rem. As for the color, I'm going to use RGBA, black color with the opacity 0.5. Okay, so after that, I'm going to take care of the close button. So let's go ahead and select this element, close button. Actually, yes, the class name is close button. So first of all, I'm going to define the position. It's going to be absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, because we have to position X closing button according to the parent element. So we need here position relative. Then the top position of the button is going to be 1 rem. As for the right position, I'm going to make it 2 rem. Also, let's increase the font size. I'm going to make it 2 rem. Then change color, make it white, and also make the cursor point. Okay, so the X closing button is positioned. Next, we have to take care of the image, because right now it is too bigger and it is partially placed outside of the model. So let's go ahead and select model image. The width is going to be 100%. Then the height will be auto. Also, I'm going to define maximum height. Let's set it to 30 rem. Then we need to fit the image in order to maintain its quality. Let's set it to cover. Then I'm going to make it rounded using border radius with the value 1 rem. And finally, let's decrease the opacity. Let's set it to 0.5. So the image is not styled. Let's check the code. Actually, we are missing here the class name. It's going to be model image. I forgot to assign to it the class name attribute. So now it should work. Okay, so as you can see, the image looks pretty nice. Actually, we don't have here the border radius. We need here border radius, not the border. Now the corners are rounded and the image looks pretty nice. Alright, so now I'm going to take care of the rest of the elements. We need to select model title. Let's go ahead and select model title. Define font family. It's going to be Bebas Neue sans serif. Then I'm going to set the font size to 2 rem. Also change the color, make it white. Then I'm going to use letter spacing with the value 0.1 rem. And finally, let's create space at the top. I mean, we need to use margin top with the value 2 rem. Okay, so the heading looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the paragraphs. So I'm going to select model source and model date together. So we need model source, then model date. We need the similar styles for both elements. Let's add here dots. So first of all, let's define the font family. I'm going to use Comforta sans serif. Next, I'm going to define the font size. It's going to be 1.4 rem. Also change the color. I'm going to use light gray color. I mean color BBB. And then I'm going to create some space at the top using margin top with value 1 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the paragraphs, I mean the source and the date, look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the text. I mean the third paragraph, this element here. Let's go ahead and select model, content, text. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then we need again space at the top side using margin top 2 rem. Then change line height, set it to 2.7 rem, and finally change the color. I'm going to use color DDD. Okay, so that's it about the third paragraph, the text of the model. Next, I'm going to customize the last element of the model. It's this link here, the read more button. So I'm going to go ahead and select read more link. First of all, let's define width. It's going to be 15 rem. Then I'm going to make the element inline block in order to apply the styles such as width, margin, and so on. Next, I'm going to define the background, and in this case I'm going to use linear gradient function. So the direction of the color transition is going to be to right. As for the colors, I'm going to add here B88 EFC. As for the second color, it's going to be 6877 F4. Okay, so here we have the gradient effect. Next, I'm going to create some space at the top using margin top. The value is going to be 2 rem. Next, I'm going to create some space inside the link using padding. Let's set it to 1 rem at the top and bottom sides. As for the right and left sides, the value is going to be 2 rem. Also change the color, make it white. Let's check the result. So button looks much better. Next, I'm going to make the button rounded using border radius. It's going to be 5 rem. Then let's change the font size, make it 1.6 rem. And also I'm going to place the text in the center using text align center. And finally we have to make the text uppercase using text transform with the value uppercase. Okay, so that's it. The button looks pretty nice. Actually, I'm going to create some space between the letters using letter spacing with value 0.1 rem. And the last thing that I'm going to do regarding button is to create a clicking effect. So for that, we have to use pseudo class called active. We need read more link followed by the active pseudo class. Then we need transform, translate y, and the value is going to be 0.1 rem. Now, once I click, we'll get this nice and cool clicking effect. Alright, so that's it. We have successfully created and customized the news model box. Right now its data is hard-coded, so we have to replace this hard-coded data with the dynamic one. We have to grab the data from the selected article. Also, we have to manage opening and closing the model box once the user clicks the article and then closes model by clicking the X closing button. Now it's time to make our model functional. We will integrate it into our application so that when a user clicks on a news article, the model will display detailed information about that article. So let's get started. First, we need to add some state variables in our news.jsx file. So I'm going to create state variable. Let's call it show model. And then we need setter function, set show model. It should be equal to useState, and as the default value I'm going to use boolean false. Let's duplicate this line of code. The second state variable is going to be selected article, and then we need set selected article. As for the default value, it's going to be null. So the first state variable, which is a boolean value, will control whether the model is visible or not. Initially, it's set to false because the model should be hidden when the application loads. As for the second state variable, it will store the details of the article that the user clicked on. Initially, it's set to null because no article is selected when the application loads. Next, we need to create a function that will be called when a user clicks on an article. This function will set the selected article state to the clicked article and set show model to true to display the model box. So I'm going to create a new function. Let's call it handle article. It should be equal to an arrow function. As the parameter, I'm going to insert here article. Then, as I said, we have to set selected article to an article. And also we have to make the modal box visible. Therefore, we have to set show modal to true. So again, this function takes an article as an argument. When an article is clicked, it sets selected article to the clicked article and show modal to true, making the modal visible. Now we need to pass some props to the news modal component. As you already know, in React, props, short for properties, are used to pass data and event handlers from a parent component to a child component. This allows the child component to access and use data or trigger functions defined in the parent component. As you know, we nested here news modal component. So here we have it. The first prop that I'm going to insert here is going to be show. It should be equal to show modal. The show prop is used to control the visibility of the model. When show modal is true, the model will be displayed. When show modal is false, the model will be hidden. Inside the news model components, we will check the value of the show prop to decide whether to render the model or not. This is typically done with a conditional rendering pattern, and we will see it in a minute. Next, I'm going to pass here another prop, and it's going to be article. Actually, we need here equal sign. As the value, I'm going to insert here selected article. So the article prop contains the details of the news article that we want to display in the model. This might include properties like the article's title, image, content, source, and the publication date. Inside the news model component, we will use the data from the article prop to populate the content of the model. By doing this, the model will dynamically display the details of the article passed to it. And finally, we have to pass here third prop, and it's going to be onClose. It should be equal to an arrow function. And then I'm going to set show modal to false. So the onClose prop is used to handle the action of closing the model. When the user wants to close the model, for example by clicking a close button, this function will be called to update the state and hide the model. Inside the news model component, we will call the onClose function when the user interacts with the close button. By doing this, clicking the close button will trigger the onClose function, which in turn sets show model to false in the parent component, and it will cause the model to be hidden. Alright, so after that, we need to update the news model component. Let's open it. So as you can see, we have here a function, the component news model. Now I'm going to pass here curly braces and the three props that we passed in the news.js file, in the news model component. So the first one was show, then we had article, and then onClose. Now, inside this functional components, I'm going to use if statement. Let's write this statement and then I will explain. As the condition, I'm going to insert here not show, and then I'm going to return null. So the purpose of this code is to control the rendering of the model component. Essentially, it acts as a gatekeeper, determining whether or not the model should be displayed based on the value of show. The condition checks if show is false or if it is a false value. If show is true, not show becomes false. Conversely, if show is false, not show becomes true. If the condition is true, return null is executed. In React, returning null from a component's render method means render nothing. In other words, the component does not produce any HTML output, and therefore nothing is displayed on the screen for this component. So if we go to the browser, we will see that the model is no longer visible. Now we need to manage displaying it once we click the headline or articles in the news grid. For that, we have to go back to the news.jsx file, and we have to add to the elements the on-click event handlers. So let's go ahead and find headline. Here we have it. I'm going to add here on-click event handler. Then I'm going to pass here an arrow function. And then we have to call handle article click. Actually, we need here handle article click, not handle article. So let's find the headline. Here we have it, handle article click. And as the argument, I'm going to insert here headline. Then let's copy this code. And we have to pass it for the news grid item. Let's insert here. And instead of headline, I'm going to insert article. So both of these lines of code are used as event handlers for the on-click event in React. They are assigned to elements such that when the element is clicked, the handle article click function is called with the corresponding argument, headline or article. The first line, I mean this line here, is used in the context of rendering a headline article. The arrow function here is used to define what should happen when the div is clicked. Instead of passing the handle article click function directly, which would execute immediately, we will wrap it in an arrow function to delay its execution until the click event occurs. Inside the arrow function, we call handle article click and we pass headline as the argument. This means that when the div is clicked, handle article click will be called with the headline object. The second line, I mean this line here, is used in the context of rendering individual news articles within a grid. Each article in the grid will have this click handler, similar to the previous example. The arrow function is used to delay the execution of handle article click until the div is clicked. Inside the arrow function, we call handle article click and pass article as the argument. This ensures that when any div is clicked, handle article click is called with the corresponding article object. Alright, so hopefully it is clear for you. Let's go ahead and test. If we click, then the model will be displayed. Actually, the close button is not working right now. So if I click article in the news grid, then the model will be displayed. Okay, so everything works fine for now. Next, we have to manage closing the model once we click the X closing button. As you remember, we passed onClose prop here inside the news model component. We have here onClose prop. It allows us to close the model because in the function we set showModel to false. So I'm going to go to the news model.jsx file and find the close button. Here we have it. And I'm going to insert here onClick event handler. And then we have to pass here onClose prop. Now let's go to the browser, open Modal, click X button, and here we go. The model is hidden. Okay, so now the next thing that we have to do is to change the content of the model box dynamically. We have to display the content of the selected headline or article. Right now we have here some hard-coded data. At first, I'm going to log in the console the article and see what it looks like. So let's open news.jsx file and find the handle article click function. So let's add here console.log and pass here article. Let's go to the browser, click article, then open console. So here we go. We have here an article with all the details. I mean content, description, image, the date of the publication, title, source, URL, and so on. All right. So now we have to use those details and replace the hard-coded data with the dynamic one. So to ensure that the model only renders content if an article is provided, we use a conditional rendering. So let's go to the news model.jsx file, and right after close button, I'm going to open curly braces and check if article exists or not. We need here AND operator. Then I'm going to open parentheses. And now I'm going to use React fragment, which is empty braces. I mean this one. Inside the React fragment, I'm going to insert these elements here. So let's grab all of them and paste them here. So this checks if article is not null or undefined before attempting to render the article details. This prevents errors that could occur if article is null or undefined. In React, a common scenario is to return multiple elements from a component. However, React components must return a single root element. To overcome this, we can use fragments, which allow us to group multiple elements without adding extra nodes to the DOM. Fragments are denoted using the React.fragment or the shorthand syntax, I mean those empty braces. They are useful for grouping a list of children without creating additional DOM elements like div or span, which can mess up the structure of your HTML and styling. Next, instead of using a hard-coded image source, we dynamically set the image source based on the article prop. So instead of this demo image, I'm going to insert here article.image. Then, as the value of the alt attribute, I'm going to open curly braces and use article.title. So we set the source of the image to the image property of the article object, and also we provide an alternative text for the image, enhancing accessibility and SEO. Next, we have to set dynamically the title of the model based on the article prop. So instead of this lorem ipsum text, I'm going to insert article.title. Then we have to render dynamically the source of the article using the article.source.name. So in this case, we have this hard-coded source of the article. I'm going to open curly braces and then use article.source.name. Let's open the console. So as you can see, we have here source and then name. We are using those properties here. All right, so next comes the interesting part. I mean the date of the publication of the article. We have to format and render it dynamically. So let's go ahead and get rid of this hard-coded date. Then I'm going to open curly braces and we need new date. Then in the parentheses, I'm going to insert here article.published at. This is again the property of the object. Here we have published at, and we have to format this value. So I'm going to add here a built-in method called toLocal string, and as the value I'm going to insert here en us. Then as the second argument we need an object in which we have to format month, day, year, hour, and minute. Let's start with the month. I'm going to add to those properties the values and then I will explain everything. So we need here short. Then the next one is day. And I'm going to add here 2 digit. Next we have year. And it's going to be numeric. Then I'm going to add here hour, and it's going to be again 2 digit. Actually, we need 2 digit. And finally, we have minutes, which is going to be again 2 digit. Okay, so before we move on and take care of the paragraph, I'm going to check if everything works correctly so far. So as you can see, we have here an image of the article, the title. The source is changed. Also, we have updated date. Everything works fine. Before we move on to the paragraph, I'm going to explain how this code works. So the new date creates a new date object using the article.publish.string. This converts the string into a data object that JavaScript can manipulate. Then we have toLocalString function. It is a method on the date object that converts the date into a string, formatted according to the specified local and options. So the value en us is the local parameter, specifying that the date should be formatted according to US English conventions. This object specifies the formatting options for the toLocalString method. Month has short. This option formats the month as a short abbreviation. For example, Jan is for January. Then we have day with the value 2-digit. This option formats the day as a 2-digit number. For example, 01 for the first day of the month. Then we have year with the value numeric. This option formats the year as a numeric value, for example, 2024. Next we have hour, again with the value 2-digit. This option formats the hour as a 2-digit number, for example, 03 for 3 p.m. And finally we have minute with the same value, 2-digit. This option formats the minute as a 2-digit number, for example, 03 for 3 minutes past the hour. Alright, so next we have paragraph with the model content text. I'm going to get rid of this hard-coded text, and instead of that I'm going to insert here article dot content. And finally we have to customize the link. So here instead of the pound sign I'm going to open curly braces and insert article URL. Then I'm going to add here two more attributes. The first one is target with the value blank. We need underscore blank. And then we have rel equal to no opener and no referrer. So the value of the hrefs attribute is article.url. It's the hyperlink reference to the URL property of the article object. Next we have target blank. It opens the link in a new tab in the browser. As for the rel with these values, it is a security feature that prevents the new page from accessing the window.opener property and ensures that the new page runs in a separate process. Okay, let's go ahead and check the results. I'm going to open the article. So as you can see, we have here the dynamic data. The content of the paragraph is changed. Also, if I click read more button, then we'll navigate to the link which will display the actual article and you are able to read the entire article. Alright, so everything works fine, and actually with the model box we are done. So great job everyone, we have successfully integrated our model box into the news and blogs application. Now when a user clicks on a news article, a detailed model pops up with more information. This makes our application more interactive and user-friendly. We'll be creating a brand new component for bookmarks. This will allow us to save and display our favorite news articles in a dedicated section. We'll start by setting up the component and then proceed to add some hard-coded JSX content. Finally, we'll focus on customizing and styling our bookmarks model to make it look great. So let's get started and bring our bookmarks feature to life. First of all, I'm going to create a new component in the components folder. Let's call it bookmarks.css. Actually not CSS, but JSX. At first we need JSX extension. So here I'm going to create a functional component using an RAFCE shortcut. So here we have the functional component. Then let's go to the news.jsx file and import here the newly created component. Let's duplicate this line of code and change the name of the component. We need bookmarks. And then down below we have to nest these components like we did it in case of news model. So here I'm going to nest bookmarks component. Actually we need here capital B. Alright, so the bookmarks component is nested in the news.jsx file. Let's go back to the bookmarks.jsx and start to create the JSX content. I'm going to get rid of this text and then let's add a new class name to the div element. It's going to be Modal overlay. Actually, I used this class in the news model.jsx file. We have here Modal overlay. So we will be using some of these classes in the bookmarks.jsx file as well. Then I'm going to create the CSS file where we will insert the common styles, and then we'll connect this CSS file to both components. So inside model overlay, I'm going to open another div, and it's going to be model content. And then inside the model content, I'm going to open span element with the class name close button. And in here, I'm going to insert I element with the classes FA solid, FA X mark. Okay, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here bookmarks component, and it has some styles, and it looks already good. So as I said, I'm going to create new CSS file, and I'm going to call it modal.css. Then let's open news model CSS file and grab these three elements. I'm going to cut them, and I'm going to insert them here. Then we have to connect this CSS file to both components, I mean bookmarks and news model. So we need here import, that's insert here modal.css. I'm going to copy this line of code, and let's paste it here as well. Okay, so now we have the same result. Next, I'm going to continue adding here the JSX content. So next we need h2 heading elements with the class name bookmarks heading. And as the value, I'm going to insert here bookmarked news. After h2 heading elements, we need div, which is going to be bookmarks list. And inside the div element, I'm going to open another div. It's going to be bookmark item. So in here we need an image, and as the source, I'm going to use demo image that we used a couple of times in the previous lectures. We need here demo image from assets folder, then we need images folder, and we have to specify the name of the image, demo.jpg. Now, as the source value, I'm going to insert here demo image, and then let's change the value of the out attribute. It's going to be bookmark image. So here we have the image. All right, so after image, I'm going to insert here h3 heading element. So I'm going to remind you the content of the bookmarks model box. Actually, we need bookmarks. So as you can see, each news item consists of an image, the heading, I mean the title of the article, and then X deleting button. So we have here image, then we need h3 heading element, which is going to be the title. So I'm going to insert some hard-coded text using lorem ipsum. Let's insert here 10 words. And then after h3 heading element, I'm going to open span element with the class name delete button. And then I'm going to insert here I element with the classes FA regular, then FA circle X mark. Let's check the results. So we have here image, title, and the delete button. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate bookmark item twice. And then we are ready to start the styling. So we have here 3 bookmark items, and we have to customize these elements. So I'm going to create new CSS file for bookmarks. Let's call it bookmarks.css. Then I'm going to move this file to the right side. Let's close those CSS files. Also, I'm going to close these files as well. So I'm going to add here some styles. Let's start with the image because right now it is too big. So let's go ahead and select bookmark item followed by the image. So first of all, let's define width and height. It's going to be 7 rem. Then I'm going to fit the image using object fit cover. Also, let's make it rounded using border radius 0.8 rem. And finally, we need margin on the right side. Let's set it to 1 rem. So the images are not styled. Actually, we need to link the CSV file here. So I'm going to import bookmarks.css. Now the style should be applied. Well, we have here the same problem. Let's check the class name. So we need here bookmark. Let's delete R. So finally, the image is styled. Next, I'm going to customize the heading of the bookmarks model. So let's insert here bookmarks heading. I'm going to change the font family. It's going to be Bebas Neue sans serif. Then I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 3 rem. Also change the font weight. We need lighter font weight. So let's set it to 300. Also change the color, make it DDD. Then I'm going to increase space between the letters using letter spacing. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. And finally, we need margin at the bottom to create some space. Let's set margin bottom to 2 rem. Okay, so the heading looks pretty nice. Next, we have to customize the bookmarks list, which includes those 3 items. So I'm going to select bookmarks list. And I'm going to align the items using flexbox. We need display flex. Then we have to align the items vertically in a column. So we need flex direction to be column. And then create gap equal to 1 rem. All right, after that, let's select bookmark item. First of all, I'm going to use again flexbox. We need display flex because we have to align elements inside the bookmark item horizontally in a row. So we need here display flex, then align item center to align the items in the center vertically. Then I'm going to use justify content with the value space between. It will create some space between the flex items. Next, I'm going to create some gap using column gap with the value 2 rem. And finally, we need cursor pointer. So as you can see, the bookmark items are aligned nicely. Let's go ahead and customize the headings. So I'm going to select bookmark item followed by the H3 heading element. Let's set font family to Comforta sans serif. Then we need font size. It's going to be 1.5 rem. Then I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to white. And I'm going to make the font bold. Actually, we need font weight to be bold. Let's check the results. All right, so that's it about the heading element. Next, I'm going to customize the delete button. So let's go ahead and select delete button. I'm going to set font size to 2.4 rem. Then we need color. And the color is going to be B88EFC. Then we need cursor pointer. Okay, so as you can see, the delete buttons look pretty nice. And actually with the styling of bookmarks model box, we are done. So we have successfully created and customized our bookmarks model. Now we have a dedicated space in our application to display our favorite news articles. We will add the ability to bookmark articles and display them in a model. This will provide users with a more interactive and engaging experience. We'll go through each step in detail, ensuring you understand how and why we implement each piece of code. So let's get started. First, we need to initialize a state to store our bookmarks in news.jsx file. This will allow us to keep track of which articles are bookmarked. So right after here, I'm going to create new state variable, and it's going to be bookmarks. Then we need an updater function, set bookmarks. It's going to be equal to useState, and as a default value, I'm going to pass here an empty array. Let's duplicate this line of code. We need second state variable, and it's going to be show bookmarks model, and then we need set show bookmarks model. In this case, the default value is going to be a Boolean value, and I'm going to insert here false. Okay, so the bookmark state variable is crucial for managing the user's bookmarked articles. When a user clicks the bookmark icon on any news article, that article gets added to this array. Conversely, if the user decides to remove a bookmarked article, it gets removed from this array. Essentially, bookmarks acts as a dynamic storage for all the articles the user has marked as favorites. Then we have here the second state variable. The show bookmarks model state variable controls the visibility of the bookmarks model. This is essential for providing a user-friendly way to access and manage bookmarks. When the user clicks on the bookmarks link in the category section, this state variable is set to true, displaying the model. When the user closes the model, this variable is set back to false. Now we need to create a function that will handle the click event on the bookmark icon. This function will add or remove articles from the bookmarks list and toggle the icon class. So we need here to create a new function, and I'm going to call it handle bookmark click. It's going to be an arrow function, and as the parameter, I'm going to insert here article. So again, the function takes one parameter, article, which represents the news article that the user wants to bookmark or remove from bookmarks. So inside that function, I'm going to update bookmarks state variable. Therefore, we need to call set bookmarks function. Inside that function, I'm going to insert a callback function with the parameter pref bookmarks. So this line calls the set bookmarks function, which is used to update the state variable bookmarks. Set bookmarks takes a callback function as an argument. The callback function receives the previous state, pref bookmarks, as its argument. This ensures that the state update is based on the most recent state, which is crucial in asynchronous environments where multiple updates can occur. Next, we have to check whether the article is already in the bookmarks and updates the bookmark state accordingly. So inside the function, I'm going to create a new variable, and it's going to be updated bookmarks. It should be equal to pref bookmarks dot find. I will write the code and then I will explain everything. So the find method will take a callback function as an argument, in which we have to pass argument bookmark. And now we need to return bookmark dot title equal to article dot title. So this line uses find method to search the previous bookmarks array for an article with the same title as the one being clicked. The find method is used to locate the first element in an array that satisfies a specified condition. It takes a callback function as an argument, which is executed on each element of the array until the condition is met. Once an element satisfying the condition is found, the find method returns that element and stops further execution. If no such element is found, it returns undefined. The find method iterates over the elements of an array and applies the provided callback function to each element. The callback function should return a Boolean value indicating whether the element meets the specified condition. it stops and returns the first element that makes the callback function return true. So if the element is found, it means that the article is already bookmarked, and if not found, the article is not in the bookmarks yet. Next, we need here a ternary operator, and the first option is going to be prep bookmarks dot filter. Then we need here a callback function with argument bookmark, and here we have to return bookmark dot title not equals to article dot title. So this is the first option. Then we need colon, and then array pref bookmarks followed by an article. Alright, so this ternary operator decides what to do based on whether the article was found in the bookmarks. If found, I mean if the condition is true, then we create a new array that excludes the clicked article. It uses the filter method to include only those articles whose title does not match the clicked article's title. That's why we use here bookmark.title not equals to article.title. The filter method is used to create a new array containing all elements that meet a specified condition. Like find, it also takes a callback function as an argument, which is executed on each element of the array. However, instead of stopping after finding the first match, filter continues to test all elements and returns a new array containing all the elements that satisfy the condition. If no elements match, it returns an empty array. The filter method iterates over the elements of an array and applies the provided callback function to each element. The callback function should return a Boolean value indicating whether the element meets the specified condition or not. It collects all elements that make the callback function return true and returns them in a new array. If not found, if the condition is false, then we create a new array that includes all the previous bookmarks, prep bookmarks, plus the new article. That's why we use here prep bookmarks followed by an article, and actually we have here a typo, we need article. The spread operator, these three dots, is used to concatenate the existing bookmarks with the new one. Now the next thing that we have to do is to return that updated bookmarks. So this line of code returns the updated bookmarks array from the callback function. The returned value becomes the new state for the bookmarks array. This ensures that the bookmark state variable is updated correctly based on whether the article was added or removed. So in summary, the handle bookmark click function manages the addition and removal of articles from the bookmarks. It updates the bookmark state based on whether the article is already bookmarked. It checks if the article is already bookmarked. If it is bookmarked, then it removes it from the bookmarks array. If it is not bookmarked, then it adds it to the bookmarks array. And finally, it updates the bookmark state with the new array. Alright, so hopefully you understand what's going on in this function. Now we have to take care of the bookmarks icon. Once the user clicks the bookmarks icon, they should transform into the solid bookmarks. And actually we need to change here the icon to solid one. So we need to make the class names of the phonosome icons dynamic. We should apply either FA solid or FA regular based on a condition. As for the second and third parts of the classes of the I element, FA bookmark and bookmark, they are static classes and are always applied. So by default we have FA regular. If the user clicks the icon, then we should change FA regular into FA solid. Alright, so here we have the headline and its bookmark icon. Now I'm going to wrap the class names with curly braces, and then instead of quotes I'm going to use template literal. So I'm going to insert here $sign followed by the curly braces. Then we need bookmarks dot method called sum. Then we need here callback function, which will take an argument bookmark, and then we have to return bookmark dot title equal to article dot title. Then we need a ternary operator, and the first option is going to be FA solid. As for the second option, it's going to be FA regular. We need here quotes. So now we have FA regular, which we no longer need here. Let's delete it. As for the FA bookmark and bookmark, they are static classes and we don't touch them. So here we used the sum method, which checks if at least one element in the bookmarks array meets the condition specified in the callback function. So in general, the sum method is a built-in function in JavaScript that allows you to test whether at least one element in an array meets a specified condition. The sum method takes a callback function as an argument and applies it to each element of the array. The callback function should return a Boolean value, true or false, based on a condition you specify. The sum method returns true if the callback function returns true for at least one element in the array. If the callback function returns false for all elements, the sum method returns false. So in our example, the callback function compares the title of each bookmark with the title of the current article. If an article with the same title exists in the bookmarks, it returns true. If no matching article is found, it returns false. This condition helps us determine if the current article is already bookmarked. The ternary operator chooses between two values based on the condition. If the article is bookmarked, then FA solid class is applied, making the icon solid. If the article is not bookmarked, the FA regular class is applied, making the icon regular or outlined. Now we have to add onClick event handler to the icon. So I'm going to add here onClick. Let's open curly braces and insert here a callback function with an event object. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is to add a function called stop propagation, and I will explain what this function does. So we need here e.stop propagation, and also we need handle bookmark click with the argument headline, because right now we are working on headline. Okay, so here stop propagation is a method that prevents the event from bubbling up to parent elements. We use stop propagation to ensure that clicking the bookmark icon only triggers the bookmark functionality and does not trigger any parent elements click events, like opening the article model. Alright, so now the same thing we need in the news grid. So I'm going to grab this element, then find the I element in the news grid item and replace it with this code. Now here, instead of headline, we need article. Alright, so now we have to pass a couple of different props to the bookmarks component here in the news.jsx file. Right now, by default, the bookmarks modal box is displayed. We have to make it hidden by default, and we have to open it once we click the bookmarks link here in the categories. So in order to test those things, let's go ahead and add here a couple of different props. The first one is going to be show, and it should be equal to show bookmarks model. Then we need here bookmarks. I'm going to insert all the props and then I will explain everything. So the value of bookmarks prop is going to be bookmarks. Then the next one is going to be on close, and it should be equal to an arrow function in which we have to update show bookmarks model, and we have to make it false. Next, I'm going to insert here on select article, and it's going to be equal to handle article click function. The next and the last prop here is going to be on delete bookmark, and it's going to be equal to handle bookmark click. Alright, so here we have 5 different props. The first one is show, which is equal to show bookmarks model. This prop determines whether the bookmarks model should be visible or not. The show bookmarks model state variable is a boolean that controls the visibility of the bookmarks component. When show bookmarks model is true, the bookmarks model will be displayed. When it is false, the model will be hidden. This prop is essential for toggling the model's visibility based on user interactions. Next we have bookmarks. This prop provides the list of bookmarked articles to the bookmarks component. The bookmark state variable is an array that holds the list of articles that the user has bookmarked. This prop is passed to bookmarks component so it can display the bookmarked articles. The bookmarks component uses the array to render each bookmarked article within the model. Next we have onClose, which includes the callback function with setShowBookmarksModel function, and it is set to false. So this prop is a function that handles closing the bookmarks model. The onClose prop is a callback function that gets called when the user wants to close the model. The function sets the showBookmarksModel state to false, which hides the model. This prop ensures that the bookmarks component can notify the parent component, in this case news, to close the model when needed. Next we have onSelectArticle, which is equal to handleArticleClick function. So this prop is a function that handles the selection of a bookmarked article. The onSelectArticle prop is a callback function that gets called when the user clicks on a bookmarked article within the model. The function handleArticleClick is defined on the parent component, news, and it's used to handle the logic when an article is clicked. By passing this function to the bookmarks component, you allow the component to inform the parent which article was selected, enabling actions such as displaying the article's details in a model. Next we have onDeleteBookmark, which is equal to handleBookmarkClick. So this prop is a function that handles the removal of an article from the bookmarks. The onDeleteBookmark prop is a callback function that gets called when the user wants to remove an article from the bookmarks. The function handleBookmarkClick is defined in the parent component and is used to handle the logic for adding or removing bookmarks. By passing this function to the bookmarks component, you enable the component to manage bookmark deletions, ensuring that when a bookmark is removed, the parent component updates the state accordingly. So in summary, by passing these props to the bookmarks component, you ensure that it has all the necessary data and functions to operate correctly within the context of your news component. These props allow the bookmarks component to display the bookmarked articles, handle user interactions such as selecting an article or deleting a bookmark, and control the visibility of the model. After that, we have to program the bookmarks link in the navbar. I'm in the last nav link in the categories. I'm in this link element here. So we need to pass here an onClick event handler. Actually, we need here camel case. So now I'm going to insert here a callback function, which will return set show bookmarks model, and it's going to be true. And also I'm going to change this class name. We need FA solid by default. That was my mistake at the beginning. All right, so now we have to update the bookmarks component. Let's go to the bookmarks.jsx file. And here we have to do a couple of different things. First of all, we need to insert here the props that we passed in the bookmarks component in the news.jsx file. We need here show. Then the next one was bookmarks. Then onClose. Next we have onSelectArticle. And finally onDeleteBookmark. So these are the props from this component here, 5 props, and we passed them here. All right, so now I'm going to insert here if statement. It's going to be the similar if statement that we used in case of news model.jsx component. It's going to be the similar. So we need here if statement with the condition not show. If it is true, then we have to return null. So the purpose of this code is to control the rendering of the bookmarks component. The condition checks if show is false or if it is a false value. If show is true, not show becomes false. Conversely, if show is false, then not show becomes true. If the condition is true, return null is executed. In React, returning null from a component's render method means render nothing. In other words, the component does not produce any HTML output and therefore nothing is displayed on the screen for this component. Now, let's find span element here. I'm at the closing button. I'm going to insert here onClick event handler. And then we have to pass here onClose prop. Now, finally, I'm going to test in the browser how the code works. So if we click bookmarks, then we'll get modal displayed. If we click X closing button, it will hide. All right, so everything works fine so far. Right now, we have 3 hard-coded bookmark items here, and we have to replace the hard-coded data with the dynamic one. So I'm going to get rid of those 2 bookmark items from here. And then I'm going to insert here curly braces. We need bookmarks array dot map method. Then we need here a callback function with 2 parameters. The first one is going to be article. As for the second one, it's going to be index. So we use here a map function to iterate over the bookmarks array to render each bookmarked article. As you know, bookmarks is an array of article objects that have been bookmarked by the user. The map function iterates over each element in the bookmarks array. For each article in the array, the map function should return a JSX block that renders the article's details. Index is the current index of the article in the array, and it's going to be used as a unique key. So we need here parentheses, and I'm going to grab the entire bookmark item, paste it here. Then we need key prop with the div element, and it's going to be index. And also we need to add here onClick event handler. I'm going to pass here a callback function, which will return onSelect article prop, and as the argument I'm going to insert here article. So React requires a unique key for each element in an array to efficiently update the DOM. Here the index is used as the key, and also we attach to the div element onClick event handler. When the div is clicked, the onSelect article function, this function, is called with the current article as an argument. This function handles displaying the full article details in a model, and now we have to change the details dynamically. Right now we have hard-coded data. So instead of demo image, I'm going to insert here article.image. Then we need error handling. If for some reason there is no image, we have to display no image. Then we need to change the value of alt attribute, and it's going to be article.title. So again, we set here the image source to the article's image URL. If the article doesn't have an image, it falls back to a placeholder image, in this case no image. As for the alt attribute, we set the alt text for the image to the article's title, improving accessibility. Next we have here h3 heading element, which includes the lorem ipsum text. Let's get rid of it and insert here article.title. As for the delete button, we need to pass here, onClick event handler. It should be equal to a callback function with an event object. Then again, we need here to use e.stop_propagation function, and then we need onDelete bookmark prop with the argument article. So here we attach onClick event handler to the span. Then we use again stop propagation function, which prevents the click event from bubbling up to the parent div. This ensures that clicking the delete button doesn't trigger the onSelect article function. Next we call onDelete bookmark prop function with the current article as an argument to remove the article from bookmarks. Alright, so I think that everything is ready. Let's go to the browser and check if everything works fine. So I'm going to click bookmark icon, and now we have here the error. We have here a reference error. Article is not defined. Let's go ahead and find this line of code in news.jsx file. Let's go to the news.jsx file and find 138. So here the article is not defined because we need to insert here headline, not the article, because it's the headline part. So we need headline. I think this will fix our issue. Let's click the icon and here we go. So now it works fine. Let's open Bookmarks model and we have here those 4 saved news articles. Let's delete. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. Alright, so we have successfully made the bookmarks part of our news and blogs application functional. Users can now bookmark articles and view them in a dedicated model. We will enhance this functionality by adding local storage support so that bookmarks persist even after refreshing the page or closing and reopening the browser. Right now, if we save the articles, then refresh the page and open Bookmarks model, it will be empty. So we will save the bookmarked news in the local storage. So when you refresh the page or close and reopen the browser, the saved articles will be here. Saving bookmarks in the local storage. This will ensure that our users' bookmarked articles persist even when they refresh the page or close and reopen the browser. If we take a look at the finished project and check bookmark section, you will see that it is empty right now. Let's go ahead and save some of the articles. So as you can see, we have here the saved bookmarked articles. Now, if I refresh the page and check again bookmarks, you'll find the saved articles. Alright, so before we dive into the code, let's take a moment to understand what local storage is. Local storage is a web storage feature that allows you to store data in the browser with no expiration date. This means that the data persists even after the browser is closed and reopened. It is a key-value storage system where both the key and value are strings. Local storage has several advantages. It provides persistence because data stored in local storage doesn't expire and will persist even after the browser is closed. It also has a decent capacity, allowing you to store up to 5 megabytes of data, which is sufficient for most use cases. And additionally, it is simple to use with a straightforward API. In most modern browsers, you can inspect the local storage through the developer tools. In the developer tools, you can find application in Google Chrome or storage in Firefox. Under application, you can look for local storage and then click this URL. So as you can see, we have here blogs and bookmarks. If we click bookmarks, then you will find down below an array which includes all 4 bookmarked or saved articles. Again, as you can see, the stored bookmarks and blogs are represented with key value pairs. Now let's move on to modifying our bookmarks part to add the local storage feature. So we will start by updating our handle bookmark function in the news.jsx file. So here we have handle bookmark click function, and I'm going to add here the following code: local storage dot set item. Then we need bookmarks. Then we need JSON dot stringify, and we have to pass here updated bookmarks. So let me explain and break down this code. Local storage is a built-in JavaScript object that allows you to store data persistently in a web browser. Data stored in local storage is not deleted when the browser is closed. The setItem method, this method here, takes 2 arguments, a key and a value. It stores the value associated with the specified key in local storage. In this case, bookmarks is the key under which we will store our bookmarks data. It acts as an identifier to retrieve the data later. Since local storage can only store strings, we need to convert our JavaScript array or object into a string format, and this is where JSON.stringify comes in. This method takes a JavaScript object or array and converts it into a JSON string. In our case, updated bookmarks is the array containing our bookmarks. It could have been updated by adding a new bookmark, removing an existing one, or any other modification. By converting updated bookmarks to a JSON string and storing it in local storage, we ensure that our bookmarks are saved and can be retrieved later. By saving the updated bookmarks to local storage, every time a change is made, we ensure that the user's changes are not lost. This improves the overall user experience as users can rely on their bookmarks being saved. Next, we have to retrieve data from the local storage. Let's go up, and in the useEffect function, we need to declare new variable. It's going to be saved bookmarks. It should be equal to JSON.parse. Then we have to insert here local storage dot get item, and we have to pass here bookmarks. Also, we have to add here or operator, and then we need an empty array. Alright, so let's break down the code and start with JSON.parse method. The value retrieved from local storage is stored as a string. To use it as an array or object, we need to convert it back to its original format. This is where JSON.parse comes in. JSON.parse takes a JSON string and converts it into a JavaScript object or array. If the retrieved value is null, meaning there were no bookmarks stored previously, JSON.parse will return null. This is why we add a fallback value. The OR operator is a logical OR operator. It returns the first truthy value it encounters. If JSON.parse returns null, the expression will evaluate to an empty array. This ensures that saved bookmarks is always an array, even if there were no bookmarks stored in local storage. Next, we have to update bookmarks using setBookmarks function, and we have to pass here saved bookmarks. So we pass saved bookmarks as an argument to set bookmarks to initialize the bookmark state with the data retrieved from local storage. If there were no bookmarks stored in the local storage, saved bookmarks will be an empty array, effectively initializing the state with no bookmarks. By retrieving and setting the bookmark state from local storage during the component's initialization, we ensure a seamless user experience. Users don't lose their saved bookmarks and continue from where they left off. Now, I'm going to go to the browser. Let's add some of the articles to the bookmarks, then open bookmarks, and as you can see, we have here 4 articles saved in the bookmarks. Now, if I refresh the page and open bookmarks, then we will have here still the 4 saved articles. Now, if we inspect the page, open application, you will find here bookmarks, which includes 4 articles, and actually it is an array. Alright, we have successfully added local storage functionality to our bookmarks feature. Now our users' bookmarks will persist even after they refresh the page or close and reopen their browser. This is a great step forward in enhancing the user experience of our application. Make sure to test these changes using the developer tools to ensure that everything works correctly. Now we're starting a new and exciting section of our course. We're going to build a weather widget. This is a great way to learn more about integrating third-party APIs, in this case OpenWeatherMap API, handling user input and displaying dynamic data in a visually appealing way. By the end of this section, you will have a fully functional weather widget that you can add to any of your projects. This component is part of our main layout, which we created at the beginning of this course. So let's dive in and start coding. So here we have the weather component. If we go back to the VS Code, you will find here weather.jsx file, which we created recently. So right now we have here a single development with the text weather. I'm going to get rid of this text and I'm going to add here couple of different elements. So the first element is going to be div with the class name search, in which I'm going to insert another div with the class name search top. This will include a font awesome icon, and it's going to be fa solid fa location dot. Then after I element, I'm going to insert div element with the class name location. By default, I'm going to insert here Tbilisi, which is the capital city of Georgia, where I live. Next, I'm going to add here search location, in which I'm going to insert input elements with the type text. Also, I'm going to add here placeholder attribute with the text enter location. After input elements, I'm going to insert I elements with the classes fa solid, fa magnifying glass. It's going to be a search icon. So after search location, I'm going to create another div, and it's going to be weather data. So now we need to insert here an icon of the weather. By default, I'm going to insert here an icon of the sun. So in this part, I'm going to use one of the libraries of the icons called Box Icons. Box Icons is a comprehensive free collection of carefully crafted open source icons that are designed to be both visually appealing and highly functional. These icons cover a wide range of categories and use cases, making them a versatile choice for any web development project. Let's go to the website of the Box Icons. So that's the website of the Box Icons library. One of the standout features of Box Icons is its simplicity. The icons are easy to integrate and use within your project, saving you time and effort that would otherwise be spent creating custom icons or searching for suitable alternatives. So to use Box Icons in your project, we have to click Usage, then we have to click Import the CSS, and we have to grab this CDN link. Let's copy it. Then I'm going to open index.html file. I'm going to insert the CDN link here in the head element. Alright, so as I said, we need an icon of the sun. So let's go ahead and search for sun. I'm going to use this icon here. So I'm going to click font, and then we have to grab this element from here. Let's add I elements, and instead of class, let's use class name. Now let's take a look at the project. So here we have an icon of the sun. Alright, let's go ahead and continue adding the JSX content to the weather component. So after I elements, I'm going to insert here div element, which is going to be weather type. In this case, I'm going to add here clear. After weather type, I'm going to create div element for the temperature, and let's insert here, for example, 28 degrees Celsius. I'm going to copy the Celsius sign. Alright, so I think that's it. All the elements are created. So here we have the icon of the location, then the location itself. We have the input field for entering the location, then the icon of the weather, the type of the weather, and the temperature. Now it's time to bring it to life with some beautiful styling and customization. This is where our component will truly become an integral part of our application. We'll be diving into CSS to style each element of the component, making sure it's not only functional but also visually appealing. So let's get our hands dirty with some CSS and make this widget stand out. I'm going to go to the VS Code. As you know, we already created weather.css file. Let's open it. We have here a couple of different styles for the wrapper div element, which is weather. So I'm going to add to this div element some additional styles, we need to create some space inside the component using padding. Let's set it to 2 rem at the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right sides. Also, I'm going to use flexbox to align the content of the component. So let's use display flex. Then we need to align flex items vertically in a column. Therefore, we need to change the direction. Let's make it column. Also, we need justify content center and align items center to center the content of the component. Finally, we need some space between the flex items. Let's create some gap using row gap with the value 3 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the content of the weather component is aligned. Next, I'm going to take care of the search part. I mean this element here. So let's go ahead and select search. Let's use again CSS flexbox to align the content of the search. We need display flex. Then we have to change again the direction of the flex items. I mean we need to use flex direction column and also create some gap using row gap with value 1 rem. Alright, after that, let's go ahead and customize the first part of the search div element, I mean search top. So I'm going to select this element. Let's use again CSS flexbox. So we need here display flex. Then I'm going to align item center and then create some gap using column gap with the value 1 rem. Alright, so after that I'm going to customize the icon, I mean the location icon. So let's go ahead and select search top followed by the I element. I'm going to increase the font size, let's set it to 2.5 rem, and also I'm going to change the color of the icon. Let's make it light gray using color DDD. Alright, after that, let's take care of the location. So I'm going to select location, change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Comforta Sans serif. Then I'm going to set the font size to 1.8 rem. Also make the font bold using font weight bold. And finally, we need to make the text white using color FFF. Okay, so that's it about the location. Next, I'm going to take care of the search input. So I'm going to select search location followed by the input element. First of all, let's define width. And in this case, I'm going to use function called clamp. As you remember, it takes 3 parameters. The first one is the minimum value. It's going to be 15 rem. Then we have preferred value, and I'm going to set it to 14 CQI. As for the maximum value, it's going to be 25 rem. Next, I'm going to set the height of the input element to 4 rem. Also, I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's make it none. And then change background color. I'm going to make background color transparent. After that, I'm going to set border at the bottom. Let's add here 0.1 rem, solid, and as the color, I'm going to use AAA. Okay, so the input field looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to set font size to 1.5 rem, and also I'm going to change the color. Let's make it DDD. Okay, so everything looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the search icon. So let's go ahead and select search location followed by the I element. I'm going to take care of its position. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which in this case is search location. Let's add to it position relative. Then I'm going to define top position. It's going to be 50%, and I'm going to place the I element in the center vertically. For that, we need to use transform, then translate Y function, and we have to add here minus 50%. In this case, the icon will be centered perfectly. according to the vertical direction. After that, I'm going to change its right position. Let's set it to 1 rem. Also, I'm going to set font size to 1.8 rem, and finally change the color, make it white. Okay, so as you can see, the icon looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the weather data, which includes the icon. Then we have weather type and the temperature. So let's go ahead and select wrapper development, which has class name weather data. First of all, I'm going to align the content using, again, CSS flexbox when it display flex. Then I'm going to change the direction. Let's make it column. Actually, we need here column. Then I'm going to align items in the center. And finally, let's create gap using row gap with the value 2 rem. Alright, after that, let's customize the eye element. I mean the icon of the sun. So we need to select weather data followed by the eye element. Let's set font size to 5 rem. Then I'm going to select eye element using its class name, because once we make the weather widget functional, we will be using other icons as well. I mean icons for other type of weather. Therefore, we will need different colors for the icons. So I'm going to select weather data followed by the eye elements, and we have to add here class name bxs sun. Let's set color and make it FFC87C. Alright, so that's it about the eye element. Next, I'm going to take care of the weather type and the temperature. So I'm going to select weather type. Actually, we need here weather type. And also, I'm going to select temperature. I'm going to set font family to Comforta sans serif. Then I'm going to set font size to 2 rem, and also let's change the color, make it DDD. Alright, so actually the weather type is not styled. Let's check the class name. So we have a mistake here, we need weather. Let's check. So now it is customized. Alright, so fantastic job everyone. We have successfully styled and customized our weather component, turning our basic JSX structure into a sleek, user-friendly component. It is really nice to see how a bit of CSS can transform our project, making it both functional and aesthetically pleasing. Before we dive into the code, let's talk a little about the Open Weather Map API. Open Weather Map API is a service that provides weather data, including current weather, forecasts, and historical data to the developers of web services and mobile applications. To use it, you need to sign up on their website and get an API key. This key will allow us to make requests to their server and retrieve weather information for different locations. So this is a website of the API. If we go to the API section, you will find here all the information about how to use this API and how to fetch the real-time data. I'm going to show all the needed steps throughout this lecture. The only thing that you have to do is to create an account, which is a very simple and straightforward process. So let's go ahead and register. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create a state variable. Let's create data. Then we need set data, the updater function, and it should be equal to a new state hook. And the default value is going to be an empty object. So we create a state variable named data using the useState hook. The purpose of this state variable is to store the weather data fetched from the Open Weather Map API. We initialize data as an empty object because initially we don't have any weather data to display. The weather data is something that will change based on the location input by the user. By storing this data in a state variable, we ensure that the component re-renders and updates the UI whenever the weather data changes. Make sure that you import useStateHook from React, otherwise you will get some errors. Next, I'm going to create the search function in our component. This function will be responsible for fetching the weather data from the OpenWeatherMap API. So I'm going to create a new function, and it's going to be search. We need here async keyword followed by the arrow function. So we start here by declaring an asynchronous function named search. The async keyword is used here because we will be using await within this function to handle the asynchronous operation of fetching data. Next, we have to define the API URL. So let's go to the website and find the API endpoint. We need to find current weather data, and we have to click here API doc. Here we have to find the API call that includes the city name and the API key. Let's go down and find the API call. Here it is. We have here the URL, which includes city name and also the API key. If I open this link, then we'll get here the API key. All right, so I'm going to copy this URL. Then I'm going to create here new variable. It's going to be URL. Then open template literal and insert the copied URL. So instead of city name, I'm going to insert some hard-coded city name, let's say London. As for the API key, I'm going to copy the API key from here, and then let's paste it here. Alright, so now I'm going to test this URL, and I'm going to use again Thunder client. Let's click new request. Then I'm going to copy this URL from here, paste it here, and click send. So as you can see, we got here a response in JSON format with all the information about the weather in London. So here we have the weather type. It is clouds. Then down below you can see temperature, which right now is shown in Kelvin, and we have to convert it in degrees Celsius. Then down below we have country, Great Britain, and also the name of the city, London. Also we have here code 200, which means that the request was successful. Alright, so in order to convert Kelvin into degrees Celsius, I'm going to add here ampersand, and within those ampersands I'm going to insert units equal to metric. Now if I click again send, then we will get here temperature in Celsius. Alright, so I'm going to copy this URL and replace with the current one. So after that, we have to make an HTTP GET request, and I'm going to use again Axios. So first of all, let's import Axios from Axios. Then I'm going to create a new variable, and it's going to be response, which should be equal to await, then Axios, and we have to use get method with the parameter URL. So this line of code is used to make an HTTP GET request to a specified URL using the Axios library in JavaScript. Again, the await keyword indicates that this line will pause the execution of the function until the HTTP request is completed, and then it will store the result in the response variable. Now I'm going to show you the response variable in console. So let's log to the console, response. Then I'm going to call this function when we click the search icon. So let's add here onClick event handler, and we have to pass here search, the name of the function. So let's go to the browser, inspect the page, switch to the console tab. Let's reload the page, then again open console. So now once I click the search icon, then we will get here the response, which includes different information about the weather in London. Here we have data, which includes the weather type, the temperature, the name of the city, and so on. Alright, so everything works fine. We have successful response from the HTTP GET request. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is to update the data, I mean this state variable. So we need here set data, and we have to pass here response dot data. It is the property from the response, I mean this one, and it includes all the information about the weather. Alright, so before we move on, let's actually check data in the console to make sure that everything works fine. Let's click the icon. So as you can see, we have here the data. We extracted the data from the response. Alright, so right now we have here a hard-coded location, London, and we have to replace it with the dynamic one. First of all, I'm going to create new state variable, and it's going to be location. Then we need set location, the updater function. It's going to be equal to uStateHook, and by default I'm going to make it empty. I mean, we need to pass here an empty string. So the location will hold the current value of the input field, where users will type the location. Set location is the function we will use to update the location state. Initially, we set the state to an empty string, indicating that there is no location input by default. Now, instead of hard-coded location in the URL, we have to insert here a $, then curly braces, and we have to pass here the variable location. Okay, next we need a function to handle changes in the input field. This function will update the location state with whatever the user types. So I'm going to create function, let's call it handle input change. It's going to be an arrow function. We have to pass here an event object, and then I'm going to update the location using set location function. We need to pass here e.target.value. So this function will be called every time the user types something in the input field. The function takes an event object as an argument. This event object contains the information about the event, including the value of the input field. Inside the function, we use set location to update the location state with the current value of the input field. e.target.value gives us the value that the user has typed. This ensures that our location state always reflects the current input value. Now we need to connect our states and the handle input change function to the input field in our JSX. So here we have the input field, and we have to pass here attribute called value, which will be equal to location. And besides that, we need onChange event handler, which will be equal to handle input change. So value location binds the value of the input field to our location state. This means that the input field will always display the current value of location. Next, we have onChange event handler. We attach the handle input change function as an event handler to the input field. This function will be called every time the user types something, ensuring that the location state is updated with the current input value. So this binding makes our input field a controlled component, meaning its value is controlled by the React state. Finally, we want to clear the input field after a search is performed, so we should add here set location with an empty string. So we add this line to our search function to reset the location state to an empty string after the search is completed. By resetting the location state, we ensure that the input field is cleared out, ready for the user to enter a new location. So this enhances the user experience by providing immediate visual feedback that the search was successful and that the input field is ready for new input. Alright, so now we will update our JSX to dynamically display the weather data fetched from the OpenWeatherMap API. We will replace the hard-coded data with the actual data stored in our state. First, we need to display the name of the location for which we are fetching the weather data. We will update the location section to dynamically show the name of the city. So here we have hard-coded data. Let's delete Tbilisi and insert here data.name. So here we are accessing the name property from the data state object. The data state object holds all the weather information fetched from the API. The name property specifically contains the name of the location or city for which we have fetched the weather data. So by placing data.name inside the div, we are telling React to display the value of data.name dynamically. Whenever the data state updates, React will automatically re-render this part of the component to reflect the new location name. So let's go to the browser and test if it works fine. I'm going to search for any of the cities, let's say Paris. Click the icon. So here we go. We have here the updated location with the entered city name Paris. Let's enter another city name, let's say Tokyo. So everything works fine. All right. So next, we want to show the type of the weather in the specified location, such as clear, clouds, rain, and so on. We will update the weather type section to dynamically display this information. So right now we have here clear, the hard-coded text. Let's get rid of it. Then open curly braces and insert here the following code. So we need data.weather, then the ternary operator. So the first option is going to be data.weather with the index number 0. Then we need main. And then I'm going to add here the second option, which is going to be null. So this line of code uses conditional rendering to display the weather type. We are accessing the weather property from the data state object, which is an array containing weather information. If we take a look at the response, we'll get here weather, which is an array. Then we are accessing the first object in the weather array, and then we're accessing main, which has the value clouds. So again, the data weather array contains objects, each representing different weather conditions. Data weather with index number 0, then followed by the main, gives us the main weather description, such as clear or rain. The conditional expression checks if data weather exists. If it does, it displays the weather type, otherwise it displays null. So this ensures that the weather type is only displayed if the weather property is present in the data object, preventing any potential errors when the data is not available yet. This dynamic rendering ensures that the weather type is accurately displayed based on the fetched data. Now let's go ahead and check if it works fine. So I'm going to search for New York. Let's click the search icon, and here we go. We have here the updated location, New York, and then the weather type changed, and it is now clear. Let's search for, again, Paris. So in Paris, it is raining. All right, so finally, we have to update the temperature section to display the current temperature for the specified location. So here I'm going to open, again, curly braces. Then we need data.main followed by the ternary operator. We are using again the conditional rendering. Now I'm going to open template literal. Then we need curly braces. And inside the curly braces, I'm going to insert math.floor. Inside the parentheses, we need data.main.temp. Then I'm going to grab this Celsius sign. Let's insert it here. So it is a first option. Then we need colon followed by null. So here we are accessing the main property from the data state object, which contains temperature and other weather related information. Let's check again the response. So we need the temperature. So here we have it. We have here main property, which includes an object, and it includes temperature. Alright, so data main temp gives us the current temperature in the specified location. The math.floor function is used to round down the temperature to the nearest whole number for a cleaner display. As you see, we have here some decimals, so we are rounding down the number. The conditional expression checks if data.main exists. If it does, then we display the rounded temperature followed by a degree symbol. Otherwise, it displays null. So this ensures that the temperature is only displayed if the main property is present in the data object, preventing any potential errors when the data is not available yet. By updating our JSX in this manner, we ensure that the location name, weather type, and temperature are all dynamically displayed based on the fetched weather data. This makes our weather widget functional and responsive to real-time data. So let's go ahead and check if it works fine. I'm going to search for Paris. Let's click the icon, and now we have an error, which is saying that math is not defined. Actually, we need here capital M. Now it should work. Let's go ahead and search for, let's say, Milan. So here we go. We have here updated location, then the weather type clear, and the temperature 21. Let's search for, I don't know, Berlin. So as you can see, in Berlin we have clouds and the temperature is 15 degrees Celsius. Alright, so everything works perfectly, and now we have to take care of the weather icon. Right now by default the sun is displayed. We have to make it dynamic depending on the weather. In this part we will add a function to determine and display the correct weather icon based on the current weather type. This will enhance the visual appeal and clarity of our weather widget. I'm going to create a function that uses a switch statement to determine which icon to display. So here I'm going to create function. It's going to be get weather icon. It should be an arrow function, and as the parameter I'm going to insert here weather type. So the weather type parameter is expected to be a string that represents the current weather condition, such as clear, rain, clouds, and so on. As I said, we're going to use switch statement. We need here weather type. So the switch statement is used to execute one block of code among many based on the value of the weather type. It is a control flow statement that evaluates an expression, in this case weather type, and matches it against multiple case clauses. So when a match is found, the corresponding block of code is executed. Now inside the curly braces we need the first case, and it is clear. Then we need return iElement with the class name bxs sun. So this case matches when weather type is clear. When the weather is clear, it returns an icon with the class bxsun, which represents a sun icon. In the same way, we have to define other cases. So I'm going to duplicate this code. The second case is going to be clouds, and the icon is going to be bxsun cloud. Let's duplicate again. Then we have rain, and the icon is going to be bxs cloud rain. Then the next case is thunderstorm. The icon is going to be cloud lightning. Then we will have case snow with the icon cloud snow. Let's duplicate again this code. The next case is going to be haze, and actually I'm going to add here another case it's going to be mist. So these cases match when weather type is either haze or mist. For both haze and mist, we need here bx as cloud. All right. Finally, we need here a default case. And by default, I'm going to return this icon here. The default case is executed if none of the previous cases match the weather type. By default, it returns an icon with the class bx as cloud, representing a cloud icon. So again, the getWeatherIcon function uses a switch statement to return the appropriate icon based on the weather type. This helps to visually represent the weather condition in our widget. Next, we need to use the getWeatherIcon function within our JSX to dynamically display the weather icon based on the data fetched from the API. So we have here the icon, the sun icon. Let's get rid of it. Then open curly braces, and we have to pass here the following code. We need data.weather, then AND operator, followed by data.weather with the index number 0, then again the AND operator, then we need the function getWeatherIcon, and as the argument I'm going to pass here data.weather, index number 0, followed by main. So this line of code uses conditional rendering to ensure that we only attempt to render an icon if the necessary data is available. So data.weather checks if the weather property exists in the data object. Then we have data.weather with the index number 0. It checks if the first element in the weather array exists. This element contains the main weather description that we need to determine the icon. Next, we call the getWeatherIcon function with the main weather description, the argument data.weather with index number 0 followed by main. This function returns the appropriate icon based on the weather type. So here the combined conditional check ensures that we only call getWeatherIcon when both data.weather and data.weather with the index number 0 are available. If either is missing, this part of the JSX will not render anything. By adding this code, we dynamically display the correct weather icon based on the fetched weather data. This makes our weather widget more informative and visually appealing. Now it's time to test how it works. So let's reload the page. Then I'm going to insert here Paris. So the icon is not visible here. Let's check the console. So we have here a typo. We need class name with double S's. Actually, we have here class name with single S everywhere. So let's fix that problem. So here we go. We have here the rain icon. Let's check Milan. So as you can see, the icon is changed. Let's search for Tokyo. In Tokyo, we have rain. Alright, so everything works fine. So right now, only the sun icon has its own color. We have to change the colors of other icons as well. Let's go to the weather.css file. So we have here weather data I element, the sun icon with its color. I'm going to duplicate this code 4 times. So the second icon is going to be bx as cloud. Let's change the color. It's going to be FFF. Then we will have cloud, rain, and the color will be 5FD1 F9. Then we have cloud, lightning. We need color 154 ABD. And the last icon is going to be cloud snow. Let's change the color. It's going to be 52E5E7. Okay, so as you can see, the rain icon has changed its color. Let's search for, North Pole. In North Pole we have clouds. Then I'm going to search for Barcelona. In Barcelona we have clear. Alright, so once the JSX is updated and the hard-coded data is replaced with the dynamic one, now I'm going to work on the default location that will be rendered always when the application loads. Right now, if we reload the page, then we'll have here just the location icon with input field. So we have to render the default location, and for that I'm going to use effect hook. So right after the state, I'm going to use effect. So we are using use effect to fetch the weather data for the default location when the component mounts. I'm going to insert here an arrow function as the first argument. Then we need a dependency array, which is going to be empty. So here I'm going to insert a function. Let's call it fetch default. We need here default location. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Inside the function, I'm going to create another variable, which is going to be a default location. In my case, I'm going to use the city where I live. It is Tbilisi. You can insert here any of the cities you want. Next, we need to define the URL. So actually, I'm going to copy this URL. Let's insert it here. Now, instead of location, we need default location. All other parameters inside the URL will remain the same. Next, we need to grab this line of code. And also, we need this line of code as well. And finally, we have to call fetch default location function. So again, as you remember, the use effect hook allows us to perform side effects in our functional component. It runs after the first render and after every update. By passing an empty array as the second argument, we tell React to run this effect only once after the initial render. Inside the use effect hook, we define an asynchronous function, fetch default weather, to fetch weather data for the default location. We define the variable default location with the value Tbilisi. This is the location for which we want to fetch the weather data initially. Then we construct the URL for the Open Weather Map API request. The URL includes the default location. Then we use again Axios to make a GET request to the API. The await keyword ensures that the code waits for the request to complete before proceeding. So once the data is fetched, we update our data state with the fetched weather data by calling setData function. So by adding this code, we ensure that the weather widget displays the weather information for Tbilisi when the component mounts. Let's go to the browser. So here we go. We have here a default location Tbilisi with the weather information. Alright, so the next thing that we're going to do is to consider the case when the location is not found. We will update our JSX to conditionally display the weather data or a not found message if the location is not found. So here we need to use try-catch statement, which is used for error handling. So I'm going to add here try. Then I'm going to insert this variable inside the statement. So here we begin with a try block. The purpose of the try block is to contain the code that might throw an error. Next, we need to create an if statement in which we have to check response.data.code not equals to 200. If we take a look at the response, you will find down below code property with the value 200. So when we have the successful API call, then the value of the code is 200. If the data is not found, then we get here 404. All right. So here we check if the value of the code property is not equal to 200. If it is true, Then we have to update data, and I'm going to insert here an object where we should create new property. It's going to be not found, and we have to make it true. After that, I'm going to use else statement, where we have to set data to response. Actually, let's grab this line of code. Actually, we need both lines of code. Let's grab them and paste them here. So after receiving the response, we check the status code within the response data. The code field in the response data indicates the status of the API call. A status code of 200 means the request was successful. And if the status code is not 200, we update our data state with an object containing not found equal to true. This will trigger our UI to display a not found message to the user. So if the status code is 200, we update our data state with the actual weather data from the response. We also reset the location state to an empty string, clearing the input field. Now we have to move on to the catch block. This block will execute if any errors occur within the try block. So we need here catch. Then I'm going to insert here error as the parameter. So the catch block takes an error parameter which contains details about the error. Now here we need if statement where we have to check the following condition: error.response followed by the AND operator. Then we need error.response.status equal to 404. So if this condition is true, then we need set data with again an object not found equal to true. So here we check if the error has a response and if the status code of the response is 404. A 404 status code means the requested resource was not found. In this case, we update our data state with not found property to indicate that the location was not found. Next, we need else statement, in which we have to log to the console the error using error method. We need here an unexpected error occurred, and we have to pass here second argument, which is going to be an error. So something's wrong here. Actually, we don't need this slash. Then we need catch statements. The catch block to be here. Now I think everything's correct, and yes. So here in the else statement, if the error is not a 404 error, we log it to the console with a message indicating that an unexpected error occurred. This helps us identify and troubleshoot other types of errors that might occur. By adding this try-catch block, we ensure that our application can handle both successful and unsuccessful API requests. Users will be informed if their requested location is not found, and any unexpected errors will be logged for further investigation. Now, the next thing that we have to do is to update the JSX accordingly. So again, we have to display the not found message if the location was not found. Here, I'm going to open curly braces, where we have to check if not found property is true or false. So we need data.notFound followed by the ternary operator. And then we need to pass here new developments, which will include text not found. Also, I'm going to insert here some emoji. We need to press a Windows key with period, and then we can select any of the emojis we want. Let's select this one. So if not found is true, then we render not found message, and if it is false, then we have to display this entire code here. Let's grab it and paste it here. So again, we check here whether data not found is true or false. If it is true, it renders the not found message. If it is false, it renders the weather information. Now, let's go to the browser. I'm going to enter here some dummy characters. Let's click. And here we go. We have here not found message. I'm going to customize this message slightly. So let's go ahead and select here. Actually, we need to add here a class name. It's going to be not found. Then select this element using class name not found and add here some styles. I'm going to set font family to Comforta sans serif. Then we need font size to be 1.6 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's make it DDD. And finally, we need margin bottom with value 12 rem. Now let's enter here again some dummy characters. So here we go. We have here not found message, which looks much more nicer. Alright, so before we finish this lecture, I'm going to add one more feature to our weather widget. Right now we search the location by clicking the search icon, and I want to search the location by pressing the enter key as well. For that, we have to create a new function, and it's going to be handle key down. We need here an arrow function with an event object. So inside the function, I'm going to use if statement where we have to check if e.key is equal to enter. If it is true, then we have to call search function. So here we are defining a new function, handle key down. This function takes an event object as a parameter. The event object contains information about the event that triggered the function. In this case, it is a keyboard event. Inside the function, we check if the key that was pressed is the enter key or not. The e.key property contains the value of the key that was pressed. If the enter key was pressed, then we call the search function. The search function, as you know, is responsible for fetching weather data based on the user's input and updating the state with the fetch data. Next, we need to add the onKeyDown event handler to our input element. So we need here onKeyDown event handler, and we have to pass here the function handle keyDown. Now, whenever a key is pressed while the input element is focused, the handle keyDown function will be called. So if we enter here the city name, let's say Paris, and press the enter key, then we'll get here the weather information. So adding the onKeyDown event handler to our input element improves the user experience by allowing users to initiate a search by simply pressing the enter key. Alright, let's take a moment to recap what we have accomplished in this session. First, we introduced the OpenWeatherMap API and explained how to use it to fetch weather data. We then implemented the functionality to fetch the default weather for a specified location when the widget loads. We also implemented the search functionality, allowing users to enter a location and retrieve the weather information for that specific place. We added error handling to ensure our application can manage cases where the location is not found. Additionally, we enhanced the user experience by enabling the enter key functionality for our search input. So overall, we transformed our static weather widget into a fully functional interactive component that fetches and displays real-time weather data based on user input. Now we're diving into a new and equally exciting component, the calendar. A well-designed calendar can significantly enhance the user experience by providing an organized view of dates. We'll start by laying out the basic structure in JSX, and then we'll move on to styling it with CSS to make it visually appealing and user-friendly. So without further ado, let's get started on building our calendar component. Actually, we already have calendar component, which right now is almost empty. We have here just a single div element. Let's get rid of this text from here and I'm going to insert div element with the class name navigate date. Inside the div element, we'll have two heading elements. The first one will be for month. At first, I'm going to insert here a hard-coded data. So we have here July. Then after that, I'm going to open H2 heading element again, and it's going to be for year. Let's insert here 2024. After that, I'm going to open div element with the class name buttons. This div element will include two buttons for navigating the dates. In this case, I'm going to use box icons library. So let's open I element with the classes bx, chevron left, and then we need chevron right. After that, I'm going to open another div element. It's going to be weekdays. We need here span elements. Let's insert Sunday. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code 6 times. And then quickly change the weekdays. We need Monday. Actually, we need Monday with capital M. Then we need here Tuesday, Wednesday. Then we have Thursday, Friday, and finally Saturday. All right, so after the weekdays, we need days. Let's open here again the span element, and I'm going to insert here numbers from 1 through 31. So let's duplicate the span element 30 times, and then quickly change the numbers. All right, so that's it about the JSX. All the elements are created. So here we have the JSX elements. Actually, we need here July. I have a typo. All right, so that's it about the JSX. I'm going to open calendar.css file. Let's move it on the right side. Actually, I'm going to close those files. So we have here a couple of different styles for calendar, which is the wrapper div element. I'm going to add to these elements some more styles. We need padding equal to 1.5 rem on all 4 sides. And then I'm going to place the content of the calendar in the center. And in this case, let's use CSS grid. We need display grid and then place items center. Okay, so as you can see, the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to start to customize the second development in this component. It is navigate date. So I'm going to select this element. First of all, let's define its width. It's going to be 100%. Then I'm going to use CSS flagbox. We need display flags. Then we have to align items in the center. I mean, we have to place the flex items vertically in the center. Next, we need justify content with the value space between. It will create space between the flex items. Also, I'm going to create gap using column gap with the value 1 rem. Next, I'm going to create some space on the left side using padding left 1 rem. And finally, let's create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 1.5 rem. All right, after that, I'm going to customize the headings. So let's go ahead and select navigate date, followed by the H2 heading element. So I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 2 rem. Then we need font weight to be 300. And also let's set color to BBB. Okay, so that's it about the headings. Next, I'm going to take care of the buttons. Let's select the wrapper development with the class name buttons. I'm going to use flagbox to align the buttons. Let's set display to flags. Next, we need column gap to be 1 rem. And also, we need here column gap 1 rem. And then we need to use margin left with the value auto. So as you can see, now the headings are placed on the left side. As for the buttons, they are placed on the right side. Okay, so after that, I'm going to customize the icons. Let's select buttons followed by the eye element. Let's set width and height, both of them to 3.5 rem. Then I'm going to use again Flexbox. Let's place the icons in the center of the boxes. So we need here justify content center and align items center. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 2C3542. Let's check the results. So as you can see, we have here those boxes and the icons are placed in the center of those boxes. That's why I used here Flexbox with justify content center and align items center. Next, I'm going to make those boxes rounded. So we need border radius with the value of 50%. Then let's increase the font size, make it 2 rem. Also change the color. I'm going to use here B88EFC. And finally, we need cursor to be pointer. Alright, so that's it about the buttons. Next, I'm going to take care of the weekdays. So let's go ahead and select weekdays. Let's set width to 100%. Then we need Flexbox. And I'm going to set margin to 1 rem at the top and bottom sides and 0 on the left and right sides. Alright, after that I'm going to customize the span elements. As you see, we have here 7 span elements for the weekdays. Let's go ahead and select weekdays followed by the span element. I'm going to set width to calc function and the calculation will be following. We need 100% divided by 7. We have 7 days, that's why I divide 100% to 7. Then I'm going to set font size to 1.3 rem. Next we need font weight to be lighter, let's set it to 300. Also I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Then I'm going to change the color, let's make it 78879E. Let's check the results. So here we have the weekdays. Now I'm going to create some space using letter spacing. Let's set it to 2.1 rem, and then, as you guessed, we have to place them in the center. So for that, I'm going to use again Flexbox. We need display flex and then justify content center, which allows us to center the flex items horizontally. So now they are aligned nicely. All right. Finally, we have to take care of the days. Let's go ahead and select the wrapper. I'm going to use again Flexbox. Then in order to align the days on different lines, we have to use flex wrap with the value wrap. And finally, I'm going to set width to 100%. Okay, after that, we need to customize the span elements. So let's go ahead and select days, followed by the span element. I'm going to set font size to 1.3 rem. Actually, at first, I'm going to define the width. Let's set width to again calc function. Then we need 100% divided by 7. We need the same calculation that we used in case of weekdays. After that, I'm going to use aspect ratio and I'm going to set it to 1. So in this case, the width and height of the span elements will be always the same. After that, let's take care of the font. Actually, we define font size, then I'm going to define the color. Let's set it to DDT. Let's check the results. So as you can see, the days are aligned. We have to place them in the center. I mean, we have to place them along the weekdays. So let's go ahead and use Flexbox. We need display flex. Then we need justify content center and align items center. Okay, so the days are aligned nicely. Next, I'm going to change the cursor. Let's make it pointer. Let's check the result. So as you can see, the days are aligned nicely, and we have here cursor, pointer. Now the last thing that we have to do is to make the current day different. I mean, we have to customize the current day. So I'm going to add to the span elements class name current day. Right now it is a hard-coded data, but we'll make it dynamic in the next lecture. So let's go ahead and select current day. Then I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Then I'm going to change color of the text. Let's make it white. Also, I'm going to change the background. Let's use here some gradient effects using linear gradient function. The direction of the color transition is going to be to right. As for the colors, the first color will be this one. As for the second color, I'm going to make it 6877 F4. And finally, we need to make the current day rounded using border radius with the value 50%. Alright, so as you can see, the current day is customized. Actually, the font size is not bigger than the other days. Let's add here, important, and check the results. So now the problem is fixed. Alright, great job everyone. We have now completed the creation and customization of our calendar component. We started by building the basic structure of our calendar in JSX, ensuring that it has all the necessary elements to display dates. Then we moved on to styling and customizing the component to make it visually appealing and relevant with the rest of our application. Our calendar is now ready to display dates in an organized manner, enhancing the overall user experience of our application. So in the upcoming lecture, we will add functionality to our calendar, enabling users to interact with it seamlessly. Now we're going to take things a step further by making our calendar functional. This means adding the ability to navigate through different months and years and dynamically generating the days based on the current date. We'll be diving deep into the logic and state management needed to achieve this, so let's go ahead and get started. To begin making our calendar functional, we need to start by defining some variables, also the state variables, that will help us manage the current date and the display of days and months. First, we need to define 2 arrays, days of week and months of year. These arrays will contain the names of the days and months respectively. These variables will be used to display the correct day and month names in our calendar. So let's go ahead and create variable days of week. As I said, it's going to be an array, and we have to pass here the weekdays starting from Sunday. Then we'll have Monday, then Tuesday. The next one will be Wednesday. Then we'll have Thursday. The next one will be Friday. And finally, we need Saturday. Alright, so that's it about the first array. Next, I'm going to create another variable, and it's going to be month of year. Again, it's going to be an array, and we have to pass here the month. So let's go ahead and start with January. Then we need February. The next one is March. Then we have April, May. The next one is June, July, August, September. The next one is October. Then we need November. And finally, December. Alright, so that's it about the second array. Next, we need to create a current date variable using the data object. This will give us the current date and time. So let's go ahead and create a new variable I'm going to call it current date, and it should be equal to new date object. So the date object in JavaScript provides methods to get various parts of the date, such as the current month, year, day, and so on. By creating a new date instance, we obtain the current date and time, which we will use to initialize our state variables. Now we have to define two state variables, current month and current year. So let's go ahead and create state variable. Let's call it current month. Then we need updater function, set current month. It's going to be equal to useDateHook, and as the default value, I'm going to pass here current date dot get month. Also, we have to import useDate from React. All right, so the current month state variable holds the current month as a number between 0 and 11, where 0 represents January and 11 represents December. We initialize it with current date getMonth function, which extracts the current month from the current date object. Next, we have to create another state variable, and it's going to be current year. We need here an updater function, set current year. It should be equal to useDate, and as the default value, I'm going to pass here current date dot get full year. Similarly, the current year state variable holds the current year as a 4-digit number, for example 2024. We initialize it with current date get full year method, which extracts the current year from the current date object. The setCurrentMonth and setCurrentYear functions allow us to update the values of current month and current year when the user navigates through different months and years. By setting up these state variables, we ensure that our calendar component can dynamically display the current month and year and update the display as the user interacts with the calendar. So now I'm going to run to the console both state variables. Let's insert here current month and then current year. Let's go to the browser. I'm going to inspect the page. Let's switch to the console tab. So as you can see, we have here 6 and 2024. 6 is the index number of the current month. July is the 7th month of the year. And since the months have 0-based index numbers, that's why we have here 6. Now we have to calculate the total number of days in the current month. For that, we have to access the last day of the current month. The current month right now is July, and the last day of July is 31st. Therefore, it means that in July we have 31 days. That's the logic that we will use here. So let's go ahead and create a new variable. It's going to be days in month, and it's going to be equal to new date. I'm going to pass here current year. Then we need current month plus 1. And finally, we need 0. And then we need get date function. So the date constructor in JavaScript can accept multiple parameters: year, month, day, hour, minute, second, and millisecond. By providing year, month, and day parameters, we can create a date object representing a specific day in a specific month of a specific year. So here, current year is a state variable that we initialize to represent the current year. Next, we have current month plus 1. The current month state variable holds the current month as a 0 indexed value. By adding 1, we move to the next month. This is a clever trick to find the last day of the current month by moving to the next month and setting the day parameter to 0. So here the third parameter, 0, tells JavaScript to go back 1 day from the first day of the next month. This effectively lands us on the last day of the current month. So suppose the current month is July, which is 6 as 0 indexed, and the current year is 2024. By passing current month plus 1, we get new date 2024, 7 and 0, which translates to July 31, 2024. Next we have the getDate method. It returns the day of the month for the specified date. For the last day of the month, this will give us the total number of days in that month. For July 31st, getDate returns 31. The result of the getDate method, which is the total number of days in the current month, is assigned to the days in month variable. So in summary, this line calculates the number of days in the current month by creating a date object for the last day of the current month and then extracting the day of the month from that date object. This approach ensures that the calculation accounts for varying month lengths and leap years. Now I'm going to add here this variable, I mean days in month, and let's see in console what do we have. So as you can see, we have here 31 as the value of days in month variable. The next thing that we have to do is to calculate the day of the week for the first day of the current month. So I'm going to create another variable, and it's going to be first day of month. It should be equal to new date, and we have to pass here 3 parameters. The first one is going to be again current year. Then I'm going to pass here current month, and finally we need here 1, followed by the getDay method. Okay, so this line of code determines the day of the week for the first day of the current month and assigns it to the variable first day of month inside the new date object. By providing year, month and day parameters, we can create a date object representing the first day of a specific month in a specific year. So the first parameter, current year, again is a state variable that we initialized to represent the current year. Next we have current month. It is state variable as well, and it holds the current month as a 0 indexed value. Finally we have 1, and it represents the first day of the month. So suppose the current month is July and the current year is 2024. By passing these values we get new date 2024, 6 and 1, which translates to July 1st, 2024. The getDay method returns the day of the week for the specified date as a number. For example, 0 for Sunday, 1 for Monday, and so on. For July 1, 2024, getDay method might return 1, indicating Monday. The result of the getDay method, which is the day of the week for the first day of the current month, is assigned to the first day of month variable. Now I'm going to check in the console first day of month variable. Let's open console tab. So as you can see, we have here 1, and it is an index number of Monday. So the 1st of July was Monday, and actually it is correct. All right, so since we have defined the number of days of the current month and the first day of the month, now we can replace the hard-coded data with the dynamic one step by step. Let's go ahead and start with current month and year. So as you can see, we have here July and 2024. Let's change this hard-coded data. Instead of July, I'm going to pass here months of year, and then as the index number, I'm going to insert here current month. The current month state variable holds the current month as a number ranging from 0 to 11. 0 means January and 11 means December. By using current month as the index, we access the corresponding month name from the months of year array. I mean this array here. For example, if current month is 6, this will access months of year 6, which is July. Now I'm going to change this hard-coded data as well. We need to insert here current year. So the current year state variable holds the current year as a 4-digit number. This code dynamically displays the current year using the current year state variable. Now, if we check the browser, then we'll get here July and the year 2024, but in this case, this data is dynamic. So next we have to render the weekdays and days in the calendar dynamically. As you know, right now we have here just hard-coded span elements, and we have to replace them with the dynamic data. So let's open here curly braces, in which I'm going to pass days of week. Then we need map function, in which I'm going to insert callback function with the parameter day. Map is an array method that creates a new array populated with the results of calling a provided function on every element in the calling array. In this case, it iterates over each day in the days of week array. So now I'm going to return the span element. Let's grab one of these span elements. We need here key prop with the value day, and then instead of this hard-coded text, I'm going to insert here day again. Then let's get rid of those span elements. So here the span element is returned for each day in the days of week array. We have here key prop, and as you remember, the key prop is a special attribute in React. It helps React identify which items have changed, are added, or are removed. Keys should be given to the elements inside the array to give the elements a stable identity. Here day is used as the key since each day of the week is unique within the array. Next we have day. This is a placeholder that inserts the value of day into the span. For example, if day is Sunday, it will render span with key Sunday and with the text Sunday. So now if we check the results, you will see that we have here weekdays, but right now they are rendered as the dynamic data. All right, so now we have to render the days of the month dynamically. We need two things here. At first, we have to render the empty span elements because, as you know, the 1st of July is Monday. Therefore, we have to display one empty span for Sunday. I mean, this day here should be empty. So in order to achieve that, I'm going to insert here curly braces. Then we need an array with spread operator. Next, we need array constructor function. And as the argument, I'm going to insert here first day of month. So array is a constructor that creates an array of a given length. First day of month is a number representing the day of the week the first day of the month falls on. For example, 0 for Sunday, 1 for Monday, and so on. So here, array method creates an array with first day of month number of elements, all of which are initially undefined. The spread operator is used to spread out the elements of the array. This creates a shallow copy of the array, so you can use it for further operations. Next, we need to add here a method called keys. The keys method returns a new array iterator object that contains the keys, indexes for each index in the array. Since the array was created with first day of month number of elements, keys provides an iterator with indexes from 0 to first day of month minus 1. By using the spread operator on the iterator returned by keys, you convert it back into an array of indexes. This array contains numbers from 0 to first day of month minus 1. In our case, just one item because we have only one empty day in July. Next, we need to add here map function with a callback function, and here I'm going to insert two parameters. The first one is going to be an underscore, and then we need index. So in this context, map function is used to iterate over the array of indexes. The first parameter represents the current element, which is not used in this case, so it is named underscore to indicate that it is unused. The second parameter, index, is the index of the current element in the array. And now we have to return span element, in which we need key prop with the following value. I'm going to open template literal, then let's insert empty dash, and then we need index. Let's get rid of 1. So for each index, the arrow function returns an empty span element. The key prop is set to a unique value empty index to help React identify which items have changed, are added, or are removed. Now, if we check the browser, you'll find that the first day in July is empty. All right, so everything works perfectly. Now we have to dynamically generate and display the dates of the current month in a calendar. So I'm going to open again curly braces. Then we need array followed by the spread operator. And again, I'm going to use array constructor. Let's insert here days in month. Days in month is a variable that holds the number of days in the current month. So this code creates a new array with days in month elements. However, all these elements are undefined. Now we need again keys method. Actually, we need here keys. So again, the keys method on the array returns a new array iterator object that contains the keys, the indexes for each index in the array. For an array of length 31, this iterator will contain the numbers from 0 through 30. The spread operator converts the array iterator returned by keys into an array of indexes. So this code will result in an array like 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way through 30. Now again, I'm going to use map function. Then we need a callback function with the parameter day. And I'm going to return here span elements. Let's copy span element, insert it here. We need again key prop, and the value is going to be day plus 1. As for the content of the span element, we need here again day plus 1. And then we have to remove all those span elements. Let's get rid of them. So here, for each index or day, a new span element is created. We have key prop with the value day plus 1. Here, day plus 1 is used as the key to ensure the uniqueness. Since day starts from 0, adding 1 makes it 1 through 31, corresponding to the days of the month. Then the content inside the span element is day plus 1. Since day starts at 0, adding 1 converts it to a human-readable day number from 1 through 31. Now if we check the results, we'll get here the days of the month, and now they are rendered here as the dynamic data. As you can notice, we no longer have here the current day, and we will fix that in a minute. So now we have to define the class name of the span element. I'm going to write the code and then I will explain everything. So we need here class name, which should be equal to curly braces. And I'm going to insert here a couple of different conditions. The first one will be day plus 1 equal to current dates dot get date. Next we need an operator, and the second condition, which is going to be current month equal to current dates dot get month. Then we need again an operator, and the third condition, which is going to be current year. Actually, we need here current year equal to current date dot get full year. Then we need a ternary operator, and now we have to define the class name, which is going to be current day. As for the second option, it's going to be an empty string. Okay, so the purpose of this code is to conditionally apply a CSS class current day to the span element representing the current day in the calendar. This allows us to style the current day differently from other days, typically to highlight it. So the first condition here is day plus 1 equal to current date dot get date method. The day variable here is 0 base because it is generated by the arrays keys method, which starts counting from 0. Adding 1 to day converts it to a 1-based index which matches the actual day of the month. For example, if day is 0, day plus 1 will be 1, which represents the first day of the month. Next we have currentDate.getDate method. This method returns the day of the month for the current date. So this condition checks if the day represented by the span element is the same as the current day of the month. Next we have the second condition where current month is equal to currentDate.getMonth function. So here current month is a state variable that holds the current month of the calendar being displayed as an integer. As for the second part of the condition, it is currentDate.getMonth function. This method returns the current month. So this condition, the second condition, checks if the month of the calendar being displayed matches the current month. Next we have the third condition, current year equals current date get full year. So here current year is a state variable that holds the current year of the calendar being displayed as a 4-digit number. The second part of the condition is current date get full year method. This method returns the current year, for example 2024. So the third condition checks if the year of the calendar being displayed matches the current year. The three conditions are combined using the logical AND operator. This means all three conditions must be true for the entire expression to evaluate to true. The day represented by the span element must match the current day of the month of the calendar being displayed must match the current month, and the year of the calendar being displayed must match the current year. If they are true, it means that we have the current day and therefore the class name will be current day if any of the conditions. If they are true, then it means that we have the current day and therefore the class name will be current day. If any of the condition is false, then the entire expression is false and therefore this span element doesn't have any additional class name. So if we check the results, we'll get here the current day highlighted differently from other span elements, from other days. Alright, so now we're going to add navigation functionality to our calendar component. This will allow users to move back and forth through the months. We will do this by defining two functions, previous month and next month. The previous month function will be designed to navigate to the previous month in the calendar. So let's go ahead and create a function called prevMonth. It should be equal to an arrow function. Now we have to update current month using setCurrentMonth function. I'm going to insert here a callback function with a parameter prevMonth. And we have to return the following conditional statement. So we need here prevMonth equal to 0, followed by the ternary operator. The first option is going to be 11, and then we need prevMonth -1. So here, first, we use the setCurrentMonth function to update the current month state variable. The prevMonth parameter represents the current month before the state update. The condition prevMonth equals 0 checks if the current month is January, which is represented by 0. If it is January, it sets the month to December, which is represented by 11. Otherwise, it simply decrements the month by 1. So again, if the current month is January, then we set current month to December, and if not, then we simply decrement the month by 1. Now, I'm going to add here set current year function. Let's insert here again a callback function with the parameter prevYear. We need to return again a conditional statement in which we have to check current month equal to 0. Then we need a ternary operator, and then we need prevYear -1. As for the second option, it's going to be prevYear. So here we use the setCurrentYear function to update the current year state variable. The condition checks if the current month is January. If it is January, it decrements the year by 1 because moving to the previous month would change the year. Otherwise, it keeps the year unchanged. Alright, now I'm going to create next month function, which will allow us to navigate to the next month in the calendar. So actually, I'm going to duplicate this code and make here some changes. We need here next month. Then we need set current month, prev month. Then we need prev month equal to 11. The first option is going to be 0. And then we need prev month plus 1 because we are navigating to the next month. As for the set current year function, we need here prev year current month equal to 11. Then we need here prev year plus 1 because we have to navigate to the next year. As for the second option, we need prev year. So let's quickly explain this code as well. We use set current month function to update the current month state variable. The prev month parameter represents the current month before the state update. The condition checks if the current month is December, which is represented by 11. If it is December, it sets the month to January, which is represented by 0. Otherwise, it simply increments the month by 1. The second function, set current year function, is used to update the current year state variable. The condition checks if the current month is December. If it is December, it increments the year by 1 because moving to the next month would change the year. Otherwise, it keeps the year unchanged. Alright, so after that, we have to add on-click event handlers to the buttons in the calendar. I mean those two buttons here. So we need on-click. Then we need to pass here the functions. So for the first button, I'm going to insert here prev month. As for the second button, we need next month. Alright, so now if we go to the browser and click the buttons, then we will navigate to back and forth. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. Now we're going to focus on another part of our project, which is the footer. A well-designed footer not only provides essential information, but also enhances the overall look and feel of our application. So let's dive in and start building our footer. Right now, we have just a single footer element here with a text footer. I'm going to get rid of this text. And then inside the footer element, I'm going to open paragraph, in which I'm going to insert span element with the text, news, and blocks up. Then after the paragraph, I'm going to open another one in which I'm going to insert some copyright text. We need HTML5 entity to display the copyright sign. So we need here ampersand, copy, followed by the semicolon. And then we need the text, all rights reserved by code and create. Alright, so that's it about the JSX content of the footer. Here we have both paragraphs. Next, I'm going to add here some more styles. I mean, add the styles to the footer element. So I'm going to add here display flex. We're going to align the elements using flexbox. Then we need align items center in order to center the elements vertically. And then we need justify content space between in order to create space between the flex items. And finally, let's create some space inside the footer using padding. We need padding 0 at the top and bottom sides and 4rem on the left and right sides. So as you can see, the elements are aligned nicely, and now we have to style those paragraphs. Let's go ahead and select news footer followed by the P element. I'm going to set font size to 1.4 rem. Then we need font weight to be, actually we need here font weight is going to be lighter, 300, and then change the color, make it BBB. So as you can see, the paragraphs are styled. I want different styles for the span element, which is placed in the first paragraph. So let's go ahead and select news footer, followed by the p element, and then we need span. I'm going to change the font family. It's going to be bbest new e, sans serif, and then I'm going to change the font size. Let's make it 2 rem. Alright, so as you can see, the span element is styled, and actually that's it about the footer. So great work everyone, we have successfully created and styled our footer, adding another essential part to our application and giving it a more polished and complete look. Now we're going to start working on a new and exciting section of our project, the block section. This section will allow users to create, view, edit, and delete blog posts, adding a dynamic and interactive element to our application. Before we dive into the coding part, let's take a quick overview of the blog section in the finished project. In the final version of our application, users can navigate to the blog section by clicking on the user image located on the main page. This intuitive navigation ensures easy access to the blog section, where users can start creating and managing their posts. Once you are in the blog section, you will see 2 main buttons. The first button, labeled Create New Post, allows users to initiate the creation of a new blog post. The second button, Back, enables users to easily navigate back to the new section, ensuring smooth transitions between different parts of the application. When users decide to create a new post, a form will appear with 3 fields, one for uploading an image, one for entering the title of the blog post, and one for writing the text of the post. This form is designed to be user-friendly and straightforward, making it easy for anyone to create a new blog post. After a post is created, it is displayed on the main blog page, where users can view it in detail. Each blog post comes with a modal that provides a detailed view, allowing users to read the full content of the post. Additionally, we have implemented functionalities to edit and delete posts, giving users full control over their content. To edit a post, users simply need to click the Edit button associated with the specific post they want to update. This action will navigate them back to the form in editing mode, where the existing content will be pre-filled. Users can then make the necessary changes and save the post. This seamless transition to the editing mode ensures a smooth and efficient editing process. The delete feature enables users to remove posts they no longer want, maintaining a clutter-free blog section. These features make our blog section a robust and user-friendly part of our application. Now let's move on to the coding part. We will start by creating the JSX content for our blogs component, and then we will style and customize it to match the overall design of our application. So let's get started. The first thing that I'm going to do is to create a new component in the components folder. It's going to be blogs.jsx, in which I'm going to create a new functional component. Next, I'm going to open up.jsx file, and here I'm going to import newly created component. We need here blogs, and then again blocks. Next, I'm going to comment this component out and insert here blocks. Now, if we go to the browser, we will get here just the background, dark background of the news blog app. Actually, we need here news blogs app. Let's change the class name here as well. We need news blogs app. I had the typo. Okay, so as I said, now we have here just the dark background, and I'm going to create the JSX and then customize these elements here in the blogs.jsx file. So let's close those files. I'm going to get rid of this text from here. Let's add the class name to the first development inside this functional component. So we need here blogs. Then I'm going to open another development. It's going to be blogs left, in which I'm going to insert image. Then I'm going to import image from the images folder. Actually, we need here import. I'm going to call the image user image. We need here the path of the file. We have to exit the current folder, then we have to access assets folder, then we need images, and finally we need the name of the image. It's going to be user.jpg. Okay, now we have to define the source. We need the curly braces and the name of the image, user img. Now if I check the browser, you will find here the image of the user, which right now is too bigger, but we will take care of that in a minute. As the alt attribute, I'm going to insert here user image. After that, I'm going to create new development, and it's going to be blocks right. I'm in the right part of the block section. So here we will have two buttons. The first one is going to be for creating new post. So I'm going to add here the class name post btn. As the content, I'm going to insert here create new post. And then we need second button. Back button. We will use this button to navigate back to the new section. So I'm going to open button with the class name blocks, close btn, and then I'm going to insert here back, followed by the box icon. Let's add I element with the classes bx, then again bx, followed by chevron right. Let's check the browser. So we have here image and two buttons, create new post and back. Okay, so I think that's it about the JSX. Now I'm going to create a new file in the components folder, and I'm going to call it blocks.css. Then I'm going to move this file to the right side. Let's close calendar.css file. Now here we need to import CSS file. Let's specify here the path of the file. We need blocks.css. Okay, so now I'm going to select the first development with the class name blocks. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100% as well. And also we need display flags. It will allow us to place the left and right parts side by side horizontally. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here left part and the right part. In the left part we have the image of the user. As for the right part we have two buttons. Okay, so after that I'm going to select user image because right now it's too bigger, so I'm going to make it smaller. Let's select blocks left, followed by the image element. Actually we don't need this bar here. So I'm going to define the width is going to be 15 rem, and then I'm going to use aspect ratio. Let's set it to 1. It means that the width and height will always be the same for image, and also we need to fit the image using object fit cover. Okay, so as you can see the image became smaller. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is to customize blocks left development. So let's select this element. First of all, I'm going to define the width and height. The width is going to be 50%. It will take up the half of the elements, the blocks development. Next we need height. It's going to be 100%. And now we have to define the background. We have to add image as the background. But before that, I'm going to use linear gradient function. The colors will be RGBA values. The first one will be 184, then 142, then 252, and the opacity 0.3. As for the second RGBA color, it's going to be 104, then 119, then 244, and the opacity 0.2. Next, we have to define the URL of the image. So we have to exit the current folder. Then we have to access assets folder. Then we need images folder and bg.jpg. Also, I'm going to define the position as center, and then we need no repeat. Finally, I'm going to use background size. Let's make it cover. Okay, so as you can see, we have here nice and cool background. I mean the image background. The next thing that I'm going to do is to make the corners rounded. So we need here border radius. We need to make the top left and bottom left corners rounded. Therefore, the values will be 1 rem, 0, 0, and again 1 rem. So, as you can see, the corner is rounded. Right now, the top left corner ended up behind the image. That's why we don't see here the rounded corner. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the position of the image. And also we have to customize it slightly. Let's add here border radius 50% because we have to make the image rounded. Next we need border with the value is 0.3 rem, solid, and the color will be 6877 F4. Then I'm going to change the position of the image. Let's set position to absolute. We need position relative for the parent element because we have to align image according to the parent element. So we need here position relative. So as you can see, the image became rounded, and also we have here nice and cool border. Let's change the position. So we need here top position to be 50%. We have to center the image vertically, so we need here transform, translate Y with the value minus 50%. As for the right position, I'm going to make it minus 7.5 rem. It's the half of the width of the image. So as you can see, now the image is positioned nicely, and we have to take care of the right side. So let's go ahead and select blocks right. First of all, I'm going to define the width and height. So the width is going to be 50%. Then we need height, it's going to be 100%. Then we need flexbox, I mean display flex. And we have to place the content in the center. So we need justify content center and align item center. Okay, so as you can see, both buttons ended up in the center of the right part of the block section. So now I'm going to take care of the back button. Let's select this element. We need here blocks, close, btn. First of all, I'm going to take care of its position. We need position absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is blocks right. So we need here position relative. The top position of the button is going to be 3 rem. As for the right position, I'm going to make it 2.5 rem. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the button is positioned nicely. Next, I'm going to get rid of the default background. So I'm going to set background to transparent. Then I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's make it none. Also change the font family. I'm going to use font called bbas new e. Actually, we need here bbas new e. Sans serif. Then we need font size to be 3 rem. And also let's change the color. Let's make it DDD. Okay, so the button looks pretty nice. I'm going to place this icon in the center vertically. So we need to use display flex. Then align items center. And also I'm going to change cursor. Let's make it pointer. Okay, so now the button looks pretty nice. I'm going to increase slightly the font size of the icon. So let's go ahead and select blocks, close btn, followed by the I element. Let's set font size to 4 rem. Now, I think the button looks pretty nice. Alright, so next we have to take care of the second button, create new post. Let's go ahead and select this button. We need post btn. Let's define the width. In this case, I'm going to use clamp function. I hope you remember how this function works. So we need here 3 parameters. The first one is going to be the minimum value, 15 RAM. Then we need preferred value, it's going to be 16 CQI. And then we need the maximum value, it's going to be 30 RAM. Then I'm going to set aspect ratio to 4/1. It means that the width of the button will be 4 times bigger than the height. If we check the results, you will see here the size of the button. And as you can see, the width of the button is 4 times bigger than the height. Next, I'm going to change the background. Let's use here linear gradient function. We need the direction of the color transition to right. Then the first color is going to be 688 EFC. As for the second color, I'm going to make it 6877 F4. Actually, we might have the mistake. We need here 6, not 6, but B88 EFC. Now let's check. As you can see, we have here nice and cool gradient effect. Okay, next I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's make it none, and also make the button rounded using border radius. It's going to be 5 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the font family. Let's set font family to Canit. Actually, Canit is the default font, therefore I'm going to get rid of this property from here. Next, I'm going to change the font size. Let's make it 2.5 RAM. Then we need font weight to be bold. And then I'm going to make the text uppercase. Also change the color. Let's make it white. And check the results. So as you can see, the button looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to add a little shadow effect to the font using text shadow. The values will be 0.5 RAM, 1 RAM, and as the color, I'm going to use RGBA. We need here black color with the opacity 0.2. And finally, let's add here cursor pointer. Okay, so the button looks pretty nice. The last thing that I'm going to do here in this lecture is to create a clicking effect. For that, I'm going to select postbtn followed by the active pseudo class. Then we need transform followed by the translate y function, and the value is going to be 0.2 RAM. Now, if I click the button, we'll get here this nice and cool clicking effect. Okay, so great job, everyone. We have successfully created the JSX content for our blocks component and styled it to match the overall design of our application. This marks the beginning of our dynamic block section, which will allow users to create, view, edit, and delete blog posts. In the next lecture, we will continue customizing the block section, particularly the form. We'll create a JSX content for the form to submit the post. Then after that, building on this foundation, we will start implementing the functionality for creating and managing blog posts. Now we're going to build on that foundation by creating a form within the blog section. This form will allow users to create new blog posts by entering the necessary details such as the title, text, and image. We'll focus on creating the form's JSX content and then styling and customizing it to ensure it integrates seamlessly with the rest of our application. We'll have a fully styled and customized form ready for use in our blog section. So let's dive in and get started. I'm going to comment the button out, and here I'm going to create div element, which is going to be blocks right form. It's going to be a wrapper of the form. I'm going to add here h1 heading element with the text new post. Then after h1 heading element, I'm going to open form element. Let's get rid of action attribute. Inside the form, we'll have a couple of different elements. The first one is going to be div element with the class name image upload, in which I'm going to create a label with the class name file upload. And besides that, we need here HTML for attribute. It's going to be file upload. Okay, so now inside the label, I'm going to insert I element with the classes bx upload, and this element will be followed by the text upload image. All right, so after the label, I'm going to insert here input elements with the type file. This type of input element allows us to upload the files. So we need here ID attribute, and the ID attribute should match the HTML for attribute. So we need here file upload. Okay, so after that, I'm going to insert here input element with the type text. Let's add here placeholder attribute, and it's going to be add title. Then inside the parentheses, I'm going to insert max 60 characters. Also, we need here class name. It's going to be title input. After that, I'm going to open text area. Let's add here class name, text input. Then we need placeholder attribute, and the value is going to be add text. Okay, so finally, I'm going to add here button, and it's going to be submit btn. Also, I'm going to add here type attribute, and it's going to be submit. As for the text of the button, I'm going to insert here submit button. Alright, so I think that's it about the JSX contents of the form. So here we have all the elements. Now we have to start to style this part. So right after here, I'm going to select blocks, right form. First of all, I'm going to align the content of this element using flexbox. So we need display flex. Then I'm going to change the direction. We have to align flex items vertically in a column. So we need here column. Then I'm going to align items in the center. And also let's create gap using row gap. And the value is going to be 5 rem. Alright, so here we have the heading and the form. After that, I'm going to select blocks, right form, followed by the H1 heading element. I'm going to change the font family. It's going to be Comforta sans serif. Then I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be clamped function, and I'm going to insert here 3 values. The first one is going to be minimum value 2 rem. Then I'm going to insert here 5 CQI, which is going to be the preferred value. As for the third parameter, it's going to be 6 rem, the maximum value. Next, I'm going to make the text uppercase. Let's go ahead and check the results. So as you can see, we have here the heading. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to change the color of the heading, and I'm going to use some gradient effect like we have it in the final version. So let's go ahead and add here background with a linear gradient function. We have to change the direction of the color transition. It's going to be to right, and then we need the colors B88 EFC. As for the second color, it's going to be 6877 F4. So if we check the browser, then you will find here that the background of the heading is changed. We don't need that. We have to change the color of the text itself. So in order to do that, I'm going to add here 2 properties. The first one is WebKit background clip. We have to make it text, and then we need WebKit text fill color, and it's going to be transparent. Now if we check, then we'll get here nice and cool gradient effect. Alright, so that's it about the heading element. Next we have to take care of the form. So let's go ahead and select blocks right form followed by the form element. I'm going to use flexbox to align the content of the form. So let's add here display flex. Then we need flex direction to be column. We have to align the inputs vertically in a row. So we need here column. And also I'm going to create some gap using row gap with the value 4 rem. Let's check the result. So as you can see, the content is placed vertically in a column. Next, I'm going to customize each of the elements separately. Let's go ahead and start with file upload. It is a label element. So I'm going to add here display flex. Then we need to align items in the center. Also, let's create column gap, make it 2 rem. Then I'm going to change the font size, it's going to be 2 rem. Also, let's change the color, let's use BBB. And finally, make the cursor pointer. Alright, so as you can see, the label element is styled. Next, I'm going to customize the icon. So let's go ahead and select file upload, followed by the I element. I'm going to change the font size, it's going to be 4 rem. As for the color of the icon, I'm going to use here color B88EFC. So as you can see, the icon looks pretty nice. The next thing that I'm going to do is to hide this input element at all. So let's go ahead and select blocks right form. Then we need input elements. And we have to specify here the type of the input. It's going to be file. In order to hide this element, we have to use display none. So as you can see, the input element is hidden. Alright, so now let's take care of the inputs down below. I'm going to select both elements, I mean the input and the text area, because we need some similar styles for both elements. So let's go ahead and select title input, followed by the text input element. So first of all, I'm going to define the width. Let's use clamp function. The first value is going to be 15 rem as the minimum value. Then we need 25 CQI, the preferred value. As for the maximum value, it's going to be 45 rem. Then I'm going to change the background. Let's make it transparent. Also, I'm going to get rid of border. Let's set it to none. And then I'm going to add here border at the bottom. The values will be 0.1 rem, solid. And as the color, I'm going to use B88EFC. Next, I'm going to create some padding inside the input. So we need here 2 rem at the top and bottom sides and 0 on the left and right sides. Finally, let's add here color, make it DDD. Actually, the text area is not styled. Let's check the class names. So we have here text input and title input. Yes, we have a typo. We need text. Now it should be styled. Okay, so both input elements now have some styles. I'm going to select title input and I'm going to set its font size to 1.8 rem. Next, I'm going to take care of the placeholders. Let's select placeholders of both elements. I'm going to start with title input, placeholder. Then I'm going to duplicate this code and to change the class, we need here text input. So first of all, let's change the font family. I'm going to set font to Comforta, sans serif. Then I'm going to set the font size to 1.3 rem. Also change the color, make it B88EFC. And finally, I'm going to decrease the opacity. Let's make it 0.5. So as you can see, the placeholders look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to make the placeholder of the title input slightly bigger. So let's go ahead and select title input placeholder and set its font size to 1.6 rem. Let's check the results. So the font size is not changed because we should place this code down below. Now, as you can see, the title is bigger. Okay, so now the next thing that I'm going to do is to hide the placeholders once we focus the inputs. So let's go ahead and actually I'm going to grab those selectors. Let's paste them here and add here focus pseudo class. So once we focus the inputs, we have to make the color of the placeholders transparent. Now let's check the results. So as you can see, once we focus the inputs, then the placeholders hide. Okay, so everything works fine. Now I'm going to take care of the text area. We need some individual styles for text area. Let's go ahead and select text input. I'm going to set aspect ratio to 5/3. It will increase the height of the text area. And also I'm going to disable the resizing feature. So let's set resize to none. So as you can see, the height of the text area is changed, and also we can no longer resize the text area. Now we have to take care of the submit button. Let's go ahead and customize this element as well. So I'm going to select submit btn. First of all, we need to define the height. It's going to be 5 rem. Then I'm going to change the background. Let's use again linear gradient function. So in this case, I'm going to change the direction of the color transition and make it to left. As for the colors, I'm going to set the first color to B88EFC. As for the second color, I'm going to make it 6877F4. Okay, after that, I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. Also, I'm going to make the button rounded using border radius. The value is going to be 5 rem. Then I'm going to change the color. Let's make it white. But before that, I'm going to take care of the font. Let's set font size to 1.8 rem. Alright, after that I'm going to make the text uppercase. So let's add here text transform uppercase. Then I'm going to set letter spacing to 0.1 rem. Also, let's create some shadow effect using text shadow. I'm going to add here the following values. We need 0, 0.5 rem, 1 rem, and then RGBA color. We need here black color with the opacity 0.2. And finally, let's change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so the button is customized, and the last thing that I'm going to do in this video is to create the clicking effect. So I'm going to grab this code. Let's paste it here, change the class name. We need here submit button. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here clicking effect. Actually, this button has type submit. That's why the page is refreshed on every click. Okay, so fantastic work, everyone. We have successfully created and styled the form in our blog section. Now users will have an intuitive and visually appealing interface to create new blog posts. This form is a crucial part of our blog section, and we have ensured it aligns perfectly with our application's overall design. We will start adding functionality to our blog section. We will implement features that allow users to submit their posts, display them on the main blog page, and manage their content with editing and deleting capabilities. This will make our blog section fully interactive and dynamic. Now we're going to add functionality that allows us to navigate between the news and blog sections seamlessly, display the form for creating a new post, and then return to the news section. This is a crucial feature that will make our application more interactive and user-friendly. We will implement navigation so that clicking on the user in the news section takes us to the blog section, clicking the Create New Post button displays the form, and clicking the Back button returns us to the news section. So let's dive in and get started. First of all, I'm going to go to the news.jsx file and create, actually not news.jsx, but I'm going to open up.jsx file. So we need to create two state variables. The first one is going to be show news. Then we need setter function, set show news. It's going to be equal to useState. And as the default value, I'm going to insert here true. Next, we need another state variable, and it's going to be show blocks. Then we need an updater function, set show blocks. It's going to be equal to useState, and as the default value, I'm going to insert here false. So we need these state variables to control the visibility of different sections within our application. Show news and show blocks are used to determine which sections, I mean news or blocks, should be displayed to the user at any given time. These state variables help manage user interactions. For example, when a user clicks on a specific element, we want to switch the view from one section to another. So by toggling the values of show news and show blocks, we can trigger the re-rendering of the component to display the appropriate section. This ensures a smooth and responsive user experience. Show news is a Boolean value that indicates whether the news section should be displayed. Initially, it's set to true, meaning the news section is visible when the application loads. By calling setShowNews function, we can hide the news section. Show blocks is also a Boolean that indicates whether the block section should be displayed. Initially, it's set to false. It means that the block section is hidden when the application loads. By calling setShowBlocks function, we can display the block section. Okay, so now we have to create two different functions. The first one is going to be handle show blocks. I'm going to insert here set show news function. Actually, we need news, and we have to set it to false. Then we need set show blocks, and we have to make it true. Let's duplicate this function. So the second function is going to be handle back to news, and we need here set show news with value true and set show blocks with value false. So we need these functions to manage the navigation between different sections of our application. They control the visibility of the news and block sections based on user interactions. Handle show blocks function is responsible for switching the view from the news section to the block section. When this function is called, it sets show news to false and show blocks to true. This effectively hides the news section and displays the block section. Then we have handle back to news function. It is responsible for switching the view from the block section back to the news section. When this function is called, it sets show blocks to false and show news to true. This effectively hides the block section and displays the news section. Now, down below, we have here news and blocks components. I'm going to get rid of the comment from here. Then I'm going to open curly braces where we have to insert show news followed by the AND operator. Then we need to pass here news component, and I'm going to add here prop on show blocks, which should be equal to handle show blocks function. So this line uses the show news state variable to determine whether the news component should be rendered. show news is a Boolean state variable that indicates whether the news section should be displayed. So if show news is true, the expression after the AND operator will be evaluated and the news component will be rendered. Next we have news component being rendered. It is passed a prop named onShowBlocks, which is assigned the handle showblocks function. This function will be used within the news component to handle the transition from the news section to the block section. When show news is true, the news component is rendered with the onShowBlocks prop, enabling the functionality to switch to the block section. Now we need the similar thing with the blocks component as well. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code. Let's get rid of blocks component from here. Instead of show news, we need here show blocks. Then we need here blocks component. Instead of onShowBlocks, I'm going to add here onBack. And then we need function called handle back to news. Let's copy and paste it here. So this line uses the showBlocks state variable to determine whether the blocks component should be rendered. ShowBlocks is a Boolean state variable and it indicates whether the block section should be displayed. So if this state variable is true, the expression after the AND operator will be evaluated and the blocks component will be rendered. Similar to the previous line, the logical AND operator is used to conditionally render the blocks component only if showBlocks is true. Next we have the blocks component being rendered. It is passed a prop named onBack, which is assigned the handle back to news function. This function will be used within the blocks component to handle the transition from the block section back to the news section. So when showBlocks is true, the blocks component is rendered with the onBack prop, enabling the functionality to switch back to the news section. Alright, so that's it about the app.jsx file. Now we have to go to the news component and we have to add onShowBlocks prop to the news function. Let's insert here curly braces and then add on show blocks prop. Next we have to add onClick event handler to the user and pass the onShowBlock prop. So let's go ahead and find user, add here onClick event handler, and then insert here onShowBlocks prop. In the same way, we have to go to the block section. Let's add here onBack prop. Actually, we need here onBack. Then I'm going to find the back button and add to it onClick event handler. We need here onClick, and we have to pass here onBack. Alright, let's go to the browser. So by default, the news section is rendered. If I click the user, then we will navigate to the block section. Then if I click back button, we will go back to the news section. Alright, so everything works perfectly for now. Next we have to take care of displaying the form once we click the create new post button. First of all, I'm going to create new state variable here in the blocks component. It's going to be show form. Then we need set show form. It should be equal to useState, and we need to make the default value false. So we initialize the show form state to false. This means that initially the form for creating a new post is not visible. Now we have to use a conditional rendering to display the form. So we have here button, which is commented out. Let's delete comment. Now inside here, I'm going to open curly braces, and we have to check if show form is true or false. If it is true, then we have to render form elements. I'm going to grab this entire element from here and paste it here. If show form is false, then we have to display the button. Let's grab this code and paste it here. Okay, the only thing that we have to do is to add to the button on-click event handler. We need here a callback function, and we have to set show form to true. So once we click the create new post button, then show form will become true and the form will be rendered. Let's check. Click user. So we are navigated to the blog section. By default, the create new post button is rendered. If I click it, then the form will be displayed. Then if I click back button, we'll go back to the news section. Alright, so that's it. We successfully implemented the navigation between the news and blog section of our application. We learned how to use state variables to manage which section is displayed and how to handle user interactions to switch between these sections. By setting up conditional rendering, we made our application more dynamic and responsive to user actions. Now, when users click on the Create New Post button, they can see and interact with the form, and they can navigate back to the news section with ease. In this lecture, we will be working on creating and customizing the My Blogs section within our news component. We will start by creating the JSX content for this section, and then move on to styling and customizing it to ensure it blends seamlessly with the rest of our application. This will help us set the foundation for managing and displaying user-created blog posts. Let's go back to the VS Code, and in the news.jsx file, let's find My Blogs section. So here we have it. Right now it is empty. We have here just this text. Let's get rid of this text, and in here I'm going to open h1 heading element with the class name My Blogs heading. I'm going to insert here My Blogs. Then after h1 heading element, I'm going to open div tag, and it's going to be blog posts. It's going to be the wrapper of the posts. Then inside this div element, I'm going to open another div with the class name blog post. So each blog post will include the image, then the title, and also buttons for editing and deleting. So now I'm going to insert here image. Let's change the value of alt attribute. It's going to be post image. As for the image itself, I'm going to import a couple of different images from the images folder. Let's import image with the name blog image 1. We need here from assets images, and then I'm going to select blog1.jpg. Let's duplicate this line of code 3 times and then change the names of the images. We need here blog 2, then 3, and then blog 4. Okay, now we can use those images. Let's change the value of the source attribute. We need here curly braces and the name of the image, blog image 1. Now if we check the browser, you will see here the image, which right now is big, but we will fix that in a minute. So after image, I'm going to open h3 heading elements, and I'm going to insert here some dummy text. Let's say lorem with the forwards. Now I'm going to open div tag, and it's going to be wrapper of the post buttons. So we'll have 2 buttons, one for editing and the second one for deleting. So let's open button with the class name edit post. It will include, actually we need here edit. So the button will include box icon. We need I element with the classes bx, then bxs edit. Then I'm going to duplicate the button. Let's change the class name. We need here delete button. As for the I elements, it's going to be, actually we don't need here dash. Let's get rid of it. Also, I'm going to get rid of this dash as well. So we need here bx, bxs, and then x circle. Actually, that's it about the blog post. All the elements are created. Now, this is a hard-coded data, but we will change it with the dynamic one in the coming lectures. So right now I'm going to duplicate this post 3 times and then quickly change the images. So we need here block image 2, then 3, and then 4. Okay, so I think that's it about the JSX content. Let's go to the browser. So we have here the content, and again the images are bigger, so I'm going to fix that right now. So let's open news.css file and find my blogs. Here we have it. So I'm going to select blog post image, and I'm going to set its width to, let's say, 17 rem. It is a temporary value. So now, as you can see, the images became smaller and we can see the entire content of my blog section. Let's go ahead and add some more styles to the wrapper, my blogs. So I'm going to use flexbox in order to align the content of the section. So we need display flex. Then we have to change the direction. Let's set it to column because we need to align flex items vertically. Then I'm going to create some gap using row gap with the value of 3 rem. And also I'm going to create some padding at the bottom. Let's add here bottom. The value will be 2 rem. Alright, after that I'm going to select heading elements with the class name my blogs heading. First of all, I'm going to define the font family. It's going to be ebas new sans serif. Then I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Also, let's change the color, make it DDD. Then let's create some space between letters using letter spacing. The value will be 0.1 rem. And finally, we need padding. Let's make it 2 rem on all 4 sides. Okay, so here we have the heading, which looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the wrapper of the post. I mean, this div element. Let's find it. So this div element here, blog posts. Let's go ahead and select blog posts. I'm going to use again flexbox. We need display flex. Then, in order to place the posts on different lines, we have to use flex wrap with value wrap. So as you can see, the posts are placed on 2 lines. Next, I'm going to add here gap. It's going to be 1.2 rem, and also we need padding equal to 1.2 rem on all 4 sides. And also I'm going to add here justify content space between. Okay, so right now the blog posts are aligned again vertically in a column. It happens because we added gap and padding, and we'll fix that soon. So next I'm going to select the blog post itself. I'm going to add here flex property with the value 0, 1, and as the third value I'm going to add here calc function. I'm going to make a little calculation. We need 50% minus 0.6 rem. Okay, so now as you can see, the problem is fixed and the blog posts are aligned on 2 lines. So this is a shorthand for the flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis properties in a flex container. Here is what each part means. The value 0 means that the flex item will not grow to fill the available space in the flex container. It will only occupy its specified width. Then we have 1, which means that the flex item is allowed to shrink if there is not enough space in the flex container. And finally, as the third value, we have here a calculation, 50% minus 0.6 rem. This specifies the initial main size of the flex item. In this case, it calculates to half of the container's width minus 0.6 rem. I subtract here 0.6 rem because we have gap equal to 1.2 rem and we need the half of the gap. Okay, So in a sense, this line makes each blog post element take up half of the width of the container minus this value here, and ensures they can shrink if necessary, but won't grow beyond their calculated width. Okay, next I'm going to add here border radius. It's going to be 1 rem. Next I'm going to customize the images. Right now it has width 17 rem, and I'm going to get rid of this value. We need width equal to 100%. Also, I'm going to set height to 100%. Then we need to fit the image using object fit cover. And then let's set border radius to 1 rem. And also I'm going to decrease the opacity of the image. Let's make it 0.5. Alright, so that's the way how the images look for now. Next I'm going to customize the headings, and it will change slightly the layout. So let's go ahead and select blog post, followed by the H3 heading element. First of all, I'm going to change the position of the H3 heading element. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the blog post, which is the parent element. So we need here position relative. Then I'm going to add here bottom position with the value 0. Then we need left position 0. Also, let's change padding, make it 1 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here RGBA color with black color, and the opacity 0.7. Actually, we need to define the width. Let's set it to 100%. Let's check the results. So as you can see, the titles are aligned. Now we have to add some more styles to them. So I'm going to add here border radius. We need rounded corners at the bottom left and bottom right corners. So therefore the values will be 0, 0, 1 rem, and again 1 rem. Then we need to change the font size. Let's set it to 1.6 rem. Also, I'm going to make the font lighter using font weight 300. Then let's transform text to uppercase. Change the line height. I'm going to set it to 1.6 rem. And also make the color of the text white. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the headings, the titles look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to add one more property to the heading. It's going to be overflow wrap with the value break word. So this CSS property controls how words should be broken when they reach the end of a line within an element. This property ensures that long words will break and wrap onto the next line if they do not fit within the container. This prevents overflow and ensures that text does not extend beyond the boundaries of the element. Alright, so that's it about the heading. Next, I'm going to customize the buttons. Let's select the wrapper development, post buttons. I'm going to define the position as absolute. Then we need to position to be 1 rem. Then right position is going to be 1 rem as well. Also, we need display flags. I'm going to place them in the center using justify content center. Then we need gap. With column gap, it's going to be equal to 2 rem. Let's check the results. So here we have the buttons. After that, I'm going to customize the buttons themselves. So let's go ahead and select post buttons, followed by the button element. Let's set background color to transparent. Also, I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. Then I'm going to increase the font size, make it 2.5 rem. Change the color, make it white. And also, I'm going to make cursor pointer. Okay, so here we have the buttons. Right now, they look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to make them hidden by default, and once we hover over the blog post, they should appear. For that, I'm going to add here opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Then we have to select blog post with hover pseudo class. Then we need to select post buttons. Actually, we need post buttons, and let's grab those two. properties, we need opacity 1 and visibility visible. And also, in order to create smooth effect, let's use transition with all and with a duration 0.3 seconds. So once we hover over the blog post, then the buttons will appear. Okay, so this new section will serve as the area where users can see their blog posts. In the next lecture, we will focus on the functionality for submitting the post. We will set up the necessary logic to handle user input, upload images, and ultimately create and display new blog posts. In this lecture, we will take this functionality a step further by implementing the ability to submit posts from the blog section and display them in my blog section within the news component. Each blog post will include image, title, and content, and additionally, we will make sure that if the user does not upload an image, a default placeholder image will be displayed. Alright, so let's dive in and bring these features to life. We are going to set up the state management and functions needed to handle blog posts in our app.jsx component. This is where we will store the list of blog posts and define the function to add new posts. So we're going to create a state variable. Let's call it blocks. Then we need an updater function, set blocks, and it should be equal to useState. And I'm going to set the state variable to an empty array. So the purpose of this state variable is to hold an array of blog posts that users create within the application. By initializing blocks as an empty array, we are setting up a place to store all the blog posts that will be added by users. Whenever a new blog post is created, we will use setBlocks to add the new post to the existing list of blocks. This will ensure that the new post is rendered and displayed in the My Blog section of the news component. Now we're going to define a function called handle create blog. The purpose of this function is to add a new blog post to the list of existing blog posts stored in the blog's state variable. So I'm going to create new function and I'm going to call it handle create blog. It should be equal to an arrow function with a parameter new blog. So this function takes a single parameter new blog, which represents the new blog post object that we want to add to our list of blog posts. Now inside the function, I'm going to use setBlocks function, in which I'm going to insert an arrow function, the callback function, with the parameter prevBlocks. And then I'm going to add here, I'm going to return an array with spread operator. Let's insert here prevBlocks. And then I'm going to add here new block. So inside the function, we call setBlocks to update the state of blocks. We pass an arrow function to setBlocks. This arrow function takes the current state value prevBlocks as its argument. PrevBlocks represents the current array of blog posts before adding the new post. Within the arrow function, we use the spread operator to create a new array that includes all the elements from prevBlocks followed by the new blog object. The spread operator allows us to concatenate the new blog post to the existing array of blog posts. The result of the arrow function, which is the new array of blog posts, including the new one, is then used by setBlocks to update the blog's state. React will re-render the component with the updated state, reflecting the newly added blog post in the UI. So again, whenever a user submits a new blog post through the form in the blogs component, the form data is collected and passed as an object, new blog, to the handle create blog function. This object will contain properties like image, title, and content, which represent the details of the new blog post. By calling setBlocks, the function updates the blog state with the new array that includes the newly created blog post. This ensures that the new blog post is added to the existing list of blog posts without modifying the original array directly. Okay, so hopefully you understand what this function does. Next, we have to pass props to the news and blocks components. So as you remember, we have here news and blocks components. So I'm going to pass here blocks with the value blocks. As for the blocks components, I'm going to add here on create block prop, which should be equal to handle create block. So the blocks prop is passed to the news component so that it can access and display the list of blog posts stored in the blog state of the app component. In the news component, we will use this prop to render the list of blog posts in the My Blogs section. By passing the blocks array, we ensure that the news component has the necessary data to display the user-generated content. Then we have onCreate blog prop. It is passed to the blocks component to provide a way for it to communicate back to the app component when a new blog post is created. In the blocks component, we will call the onCreateBlog function when the form is submitted to create a new blog post. This function, defined in the app component, updates the blog state with the new post, ensuring that the new post is added to the list and displayed in the UI. Next, I'm going to move to the blogs.jsx file, where we will handle the image upload and form submission for creating new blog posts. First of all, we have to insert in the blocks function prop onCreateBlog, which we pass to the blocks component in the app.jsx file. So we have to pass here onCreateBlog, and after that we need to create new state variable, which is going to be image, and then we need set image function to update the state variable. It should be equal to useState, and as the default value I'm going to pass here null. So the purpose of this state variable is to hold the data of the image that the user uploads when creating a new blog post. By initializing image with a value of null, we indicate that there is no image data initially. The image state will store the base 64 representation of the uploaded image. This format allows us to easily display the image within our application. The setImage function is used to update the image state. Whenever the user selects a new image file, we will read the file and store its base 64 data in this state variable. This way, the uploaded image is ready to be used when the user submits the blog post. By managing the image data with this state variable, we ensure that the image is properly handled and included in the blog post when it is created. After that, I'm going to create second state variable, which is going to be title. Then we need setTitle function. It's going to be equal to useState, and the default value will be an empty string. So this state variable is responsible for holding the title of the blog post that the user enters. We initialize title with an empty string to indicate that no title has been entered yet. The title state will store the text that the user inputs in the title field of the blog post form. This text represents the headline or name of the blog post. The setTitle function is used to update the title state. As the user types in the title field, we will use this function to update the state with the current value of the input. This ensures that we always have the latest title text ready to be included in the blog post. By managing the title with this state variable, we ensure that the user's input is captured and can be used when the blog post is created. Now, I'm going to create another state variable, and it's going to be content, and then we need setContent function. This state variable will be equal to useState, and here I'm going to insert again an empty string. So this state variable is used to hold the content of the blog post that the user writes. Similar to the title state, we initialize content with an empty string, indicating that no content has been entered yet. The content state will store the text that the user inputs in the content field of the blog post form. This text represents the main body or text of the blog post. Then we have here setContent function. It is used to update the content state. As the user types in the content field, we will use this function to update the state with the current value of the input. This ensures that we always have the latest content text ready to be included in the blog post. By managing the content with the state variable, we ensure that the user's input is captured and can be used when the blog post is created. So in summary, by creating and managing these state variables, I mean image, title, and content, we effectively capture the user's input for each part of the blog post. The image state holds the uploaded image data, the title state holds the text for the blog post title, and the content state holds the main body text of the blog post. These state variables ensure that all the necessary data is collected and ready to be used when the user submits a new blog post. Now we're going to create a function called handleImageChange. The purpose of this function is to handle the image upload process when a user selects an image file from their device. It reads the selected file, converts it into a format that we can easily use within our application, and updates the state with this data. So let's go ahead and create new function, and it's going to be handleImageChange. We need an arrow function with an event object. So this function takes an event object as its parameter. This event object is automatically passed by the browser when an event occurs, such as when the user selects a file. Now inside that function, I'm going to insert an if statement. I'm going to add here a condition, and then I'll explain. So we need here e.target.files. Then we need AND operator, and again e.target.files with an index number 0. So inside the function, we first check if there are any files selected by the user. The e.target.files property contains a list of all the files selected by the user. If e.target.files is truthy and it contains at least one file, then we proceed with the image processing. This check ensures that we only proceed if the user has actually selected a file. It prevents errors that could occur if the function is triggered without any file being selected. After that, I'm going to create here new variable. It's going to be reader, and it's going to be equal to new file reader. So we create a new instance of the file reader object. The file reader object allows us to read the contents of files stored on the user's computer. It provides methods to read file data in various formats, such as text or base64 encoded strings. The file reader object is essential for reading the contents of the selected file and converting it into a format that can be easily used within our application. Now, inside the if statement, right after this line of code, we need following. We need reader.onload, and it should be equal to an arrow function. And then I'm going to insert here setImage function with the value reader.result. So we define here an event handler for the onload and event of the file reader object. This event is triggered when the file reading operation is completed. Inside the onload and event handler, we call the setImage function to update the image state with the result of the file reading operation. The reader.result property contains the base64 encoded data of the selected image file. By updating the image state with the reader.result, we store the base64 representation of the uploaded image. This format allows us to easily display the image within our application. So once the image is read, we have to convert it so that it would be usable in our JSX. So right after here, we need reader. Then we have to use one of the functions called read as data URL. And as the argument, I'm going to insert here e.target.files. And we need the first item. Therefore, we have to pass here index number 0. So here we call read as data URL method of the file reader object, passing the first file in the e.target.files list as an argument. The read as data URL method reads the contents of the file and converts it into a base64 encoded string. Converting the file into a base64 encoded string allows us to use the image data directly in our HTML as a data URL. This format is convenient for embedding images directly within the page without needing to upload them to a server. So again, the handle image change function is responsible for handling the image upload process in our application. We check for selected files to ensure that a file is selected before proceeding. Then we create file reader object to use the file reader API to read the file contents. Next, we define onload an event handler to set up an event handler to update the state with the file data once reading is complete. And finally, we read file as data URL to convert the file into a base64 encoded string, making it easy to use within our application. By following these steps, the handle image change function effectively reads the selected image file, converts it into a usable format, and updates the state to store the image data. This ensures that the uploaded image is ready to be included in the blog post when the user submits the form. Now we have to move on and create a function called handleSubmit. The purpose of this function is to handle the form submission process. When a user creates a new blog post, it will gather the input data, create a new blog post object, and update the state accordingly. So here, after this function, I'm going to create another one. Let's call it handleSubmit. It should be equal to an arrow function, which will take parameter event object. So this function takes an event object as its parameter. This event object is automatically passed by the browser when an event occurs, such as when the form is submitted. Now inside here, I'm going to insert e.prevent default. Actually, you already know about this function, but I will explain anyway. So this method prevents the default behavior of the form submission, which is to reload the page. Preventing the default form submission behavior allows us to handle the form data with JavaScript, ensuring a smooth user experience without a full page reload. Now inside the function, I'm going to create new variable, and it's going to be new blog. This variable is going to be an object in which we will have three properties. The first one will be image, then we will have title, and then content. So we create an object called new blog that represents the new blog post. This object includes the following properties: image, title, and content. The image property is set to the value stored in the image state variable. The title property is set to the value stored in the title state variable. This is the text that the user will enter in the title field of the form. The content property is set to the value stored in the content state variable. This is the main body text that the user will enter in the content field of the form. Now, after this object, I'm going to call onCreateBlog function with the argument new block. So we call the onCreateBlog function, passing the new block object as an argument. The onCreateBlog function is a prop passed to the blocks component, which updates the state in the app component to include the new blog post. I mean this prop here inside the app component. So calling onCreateBlog ensures that the new blog post is added to the list of blog posts managed by the app component. This function updates the state with the new blog post and triggers a re-render displaying the new post in the My Blog section. After that, we have to clear the form fields. So at first we need set image with the value null. It resets the image state to null, clearing the image selection. Then we have set title. I'm going to set it to an empty string. It resets the title state to an empty string. And finally, we need set content with the value an empty string. It resets the content state to an empty string. So clearing the form fields ensures that the form is ready for a new blog post entry, improving the user experience by resetting the form to its initial state. Next, we have to hide the form, and for that we have to update show form state variable. So we need here set show form function with the value false. Hiding the form after submission, the blog post provides visual feedback to the user, indicating that their blog post has been successfully submitted and allowing them to view their post without the form being in the way. Okay, so by following these steps, the handle submit function ensures that the new blog post is properly created, added to the list of blog posts, and displayed in the My Blog section. This function provides a seamless experience for users to create and manage their blog posts within the application. Now we have to update the JSX in blocks.jsx component. First of all, we have to update the form element to include the onSubmit event handler. The purpose of this attribute is to specify a function that will be called when the form is submitted. So here we need to insert onSubmit event handler, and then we need function handle submit. So when the form is submitted, the handle submit function is called. This function is responsible for handling the form submission, creating a new blog post object, and updating the state. The onSubmit handler ensures that the form data is processed correctly and that the new blog post is added to the list of blog posts when the user submits the form. Now we're going to update the file input element to include the onChange handler. The purpose of this attribute is to specify a function that will be called when the user selects a file. So we need input element with the type file, and here we have to pass onChange event handler, and as the value I'm going to insert handle image change function. So when the user selects a file, the handle image change function is called. This function reads the selected file, converts it into a base 64 encoded string, and updates the image state variable. The onChange handler ensures that the uploaded image is properly processed and stored in the state, ready to be included in the new blog post when the form is submitted. Now we're going to update the title input element to include the value and onChange handlers. These attributes are essential for managing the state of the title input field. So here we need value with the value title. The value attribute is set to the title state variable. This ensures that the input field displays the current value of the title state. By setting the value attribute to title, we bind the input field to the title state variable. This creates a controlled component where the input field's value is controlled by the state. Next, we need onChange event handler, and we have to pass here a callback function with the event object, and then we need to call setTitle function with the argument e.target.value. So the onChange handler is called whenever the user types in the input field. This function updates the title state variable with the current value of the input field. The onChange handler ensures that the title state variable is always updated with the latest input from the user. This way, the state accurately reflects the current value of the title input field. Next, we are going to update the content text area element to include the value and onChange handlers. These attributes are essential for managing the state of the content text area field. So like the input field, we need here value with the value content, and then onChange event handler, in which we have to pass a callback function with the event object, and we have to update content using setContent function with the argument e.target.value. So in the same way, the onChange handler is called whenever the user types in the text area field. This function updates the content state variable with the current value of the text area field. The onChange handler ensures that the content state variable is always updated with the latest input from the user. This way, the state accurately reflects the current value of the content text area field. Alright, so by updating the JSX in the blocks.jsx component to include these handlers, we ensure that our form is fully functional and interactive. Next, we have to update the news component. So let's go to the news.jsx file. The first thing that we have to do is to bring in the prop called blocks, and we have to pass it in the news function. So we need here blocks. As you remember, it is a prop from the app component. After that, we have to update the My Blog section so that we display the submitted blog post. Right now, we have here a hard-coded data, so we have to replace it with the dynamic one. We will use the map function to iterate over the blocks array and render each blog post. This approach allows us to dynamically generate the content based on the data stored in the blog's state variable. So right after here, I'm going to open curly braces, then we need blocks, followed by the map function, and we have to pass here a callback function with two parameters, blog and index. So we start by using the map function on the blocks array. The map function iterates over each element in the array, applying the provided function to each element and returning a new array of elements. The map function allows us to create a list of JSX elements dynamically based on the blocks array. Each element in the blocks array will represent a blog post, and the map function will help us render each post in the UI. So here the map function takes a callback function with two parameters, blog, which is a current element being processed in the array. In this case, it represents a single blog post object. And then we have index, which is an index of the current element in the array. This is useful for providing a unique key for each rendered element. So here we have to pass a div element with key prop, which should be equal to index. And besides that, we need class name, blog post. Let's grab this class name from here. So inside the map function, we return a div element for each blog post. This div element will contain the content of the blog post. The key attribute is set to the index value. As you remember, in React, each element in a list should have a unique key to help React identify which items have changed, been added or removed. The key attribute improves the performance of the rendering process and helps React manage the list of elements efficiently. So now we have to include this data inside the blog post. I'm going to copy image. Let's insert it here. As the source, I'm going to insert here blog.image. As for the alt attribute, as the value, let's insert here blog.title. So the source attribute is set to the image property of the blog object. This specifies the source URL of the image to be displayed. By setting the source attribute to blog.image, we ensure that the correct image is displayed for each blog post. As for the alt attribute, it is set to the title property of the blog object. Next, we need h3 heading element, which right now is hard-coded. So instead of that text, I'm going to insert here blog.title. So the content inside the h3 heading element is set to the title property of the blog object. This displays the title text of the blog post. All right, finally, I'm going to insert here paragraph. And as the content, we need here blog.content. So here we don't have paragraph because by default the content of the blog post is not displayed. If you want to access the content of the blog post, you have to open Modal. Right now we don't have Modal, so that's why I include the paragraph right here. All right, so I'm going to copy the buttons and paste them here, and then we can delete those blog posts. We no longer need this hard-coded data, so let's get rid of them. Alright, so now we can test if this code works. Let's go to the browser, then click user, click create new post. At first I'm going to upload the image. Let's upload this one. Then I'm going to enter here the title. This is my first blog post. Also, I'm going to insert here some content. let's insert this is content of my first blog post. Click submit button, then go back to the news component, and here we go. We have here blog post displayed in the my blogs section. So here we have the image, the title of the blog post, and also the content of the blog post. I'm going to hide it for a while. Let's comment this line out. Then I'm going to add another post. Let's select different image. Then I'm going to insert here, this is my second post. As for the content, I'm going to insert here, this is my second blog posts content. Let's submit. So here we have the second blog post. Alright, so everything works perfectly so far. And before we finish this lecture, I want to add one feature to the blog section. If the user doesn't upload the image, I want to display a placeholder image that will show that the blog post does not have the image. So for that, we have to go back to the VS Code. Then in the blogs component, I'm going to import image called no image. As you remember, we have no image here in the images folder. I mean this image here. So I'm going to use this image here as well. Let's change the name of the image. It's going to be no image.png. All right. So after that, in the handle submit function, we need here image, then image, or no image. Also in the news component, I'm going to find image. We have it. We need here or operator and no image. All right, so let's go to the browser, submit new post. Let's add here test, then test, click submit button, go back to the news component, and here we go. We have here no image as the placeholder image, and so everything works perfectly. All right, great job everyone. We covered how to handle image uploads, manage form inputs, and dynamically render blog posts based on the data stored in our state. We will continue enhancing the blog section by adding more features, such as displaying a submission message to confirm that a post has been successfully created and validating form fields to ensure that the users provide all the necessary information before submitting a post. In this lecture, we will take our blog section to the next level by adding features for displaying a submission message, navigating back to the news page after a successful post submission, and validating the form fields. These enhancements will improve the user experience and ensure that our blog posts are created with all the necessary information. So now we're going to create a new state variable named submitted and a corresponding function setSubmitted to manage the state of whether a blog post has been submitted or not. So here I'm going to create new state variable, and it's going to be submitted. And then, as I said, we need a function called setSubmitted. Next, we need useStateHook, and we have to set submitted state variable to false. So the submitted state variable holds a Boolean value that indicates whether a blog post submission has occurred. Initially, it is set to false, meaning no submission has taken place yet. This variable will be used to conditionally render the submission message, providing visual feedback to the user when a post has been successfully submitted. The setSubmitted function will be used to update the value of the submitted state variable. By calling this function, we can change the state to either true or false. Now we have to update our JSX content in order to display the submission message. Right now we use conditional rendering here to display either form or create new post button. Once we are going to add here a submission message, we have to change here things. I'm going to get rid of this conditional rendering at all. So let's go ahead and delete this line of code. Then I'm going to delete those parentheses, and also we have to get rid of this line as well. Alright, so now I'm going to manage hiding and displaying the form element in the following way. Let's go ahead and find blocks write form. Now here I'm going to wrap the class name with curly braces, and then I'm going to change quotes to template literal. Now here I'm going to add the following. We need $sign followed by the curly braces, and here we have to use conditional rendering. I mean, we need to pass here show form state variable, then a ternary operator, and we have to pass here two classes. The first one will be visible, and then I'm going to add here hidden. So this line of code conditionally applies either the visible or hidden class to the div element based on the value of the show form state variable. This allows us to control the visibility of the form for creating a new blog post. Inside the curly braces, there is a Boolean state variable that indicates whether the form should be shown, I mean whether the value of show form should be true or hidden with the value false. If show form is true, the expression evaluates to visible. If show form is false, the expression evaluates to hidden. Now in the CSS file we have to add the following. Let's go ahead and find blocks write form. Here we have it. Visible. Then I'm going to grab this selector. Let's change visible to hidden and add here display none. Alright, let's go to the browser, go to the blocks component, click create new post, and so as you can see the form is visible. Now we have to take care of the create new post button, because as you saw here, once we click it, it should be hidden. Right now it is visible. So let's fix that problem. First of all, we have to update submitted state variable. Once we submit a post, we have to set submitted state variable to true. So we have to do it here. Let's use set submitted and make the submitted state variable true. Now we need to update the JSX. Let's add here curly braces. Then we need the following condition. We need not show form followed by the and operator. Actually, we need here show. Then after and operator, I'm going to add not submitted. Again, we need here and operator. And now we have to pass here create new post button. Let's cut this element from here and paste it here. So this code conditionally renders the create new post button based on the values of the show form and submitted state variables. The not operator negates the value of show form. If show form is false, not show form will be true. This condition checks whether the form is not currently being shown. Similarly, the not operator negates the value of submitted. If submitted is false, not submitted will be true. This condition checks whether the submission message is not currently being shown. The combined condition, not show form and not submitted, uses the logical and operator. It ensures that both conditions must be true for the code inside the parentheses to be executed. If either show form or submitted is true, the condition will be false and the button will not be rendered. So again, when the component is first rendered, both show form and submitted are false. Therefore, not show form and not submitted evaluates to true, and the create new post button is rendered. When the user clicks the create new post button, the onClick event handler sets show form to true. This causes the combined condition not show form and not submitted to evaluate to false, and it will cause hiding the button. So now, if we click here, then click create new post, the form will be shown and the create new post button will be hidden. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Let's go back to the VS Code. Next, we have to create the submission message, and we need to use again conditional rendering. So right after here, I'm going to open again curly braces. Then we need the condition submitted, followed by the and operator. And now we have to create paragraph with the class name submission message. The text is going to be post submitted. So this line of code conditionally renders a paragraph element displaying the submission message post submitted based on the value of the submitted state variable. The first part directly checks the value of the submitted state variable. If submitted is true, then the condition will be met and the code on the right side will be executed. Now let's go to the browser. I'm going to submit the post. Let's add here title, test, then the content test, click submit button. So here we have message post submitted, which right now is not quite visible. If I select all the elements, you will find here post submitted. Now we have to add some styles to this message here. Let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to add here submission message. Let's increase the font size. It's going to be 6 rand. Then I'm going to make text uppercase. Also, I'm going to use some gradient effects with the color of the text. So let's use background with linear gradient function. I'm going to change the direction of the color transition. It's going to be to right. Then the first color will be this one here. As for the second color, I'm going to add here this color. Alright, so we have already used the linear gradient with text elements. And as you remember, we need to add here 2 different properties with WebKit prefix. So we need here WebKit background clip, and it's going to be text. As for the second property, it's going to be WebKit text fill color, and it should be transparent. Okay, so let's go to the browser. As you see, we have here nice and cool message post submitted. Alright, so now the next thing that we have to do is to display the submission message for 3 seconds and then navigate back to the news component. Let's go back to the VS Code. In here, I'm going to add set timeout function, which will take 2 parameters. The first one is a callback function. As for the second parameter, we have to add here the amount of time. It's going to be 3000 milliseconds. Now I'm going to add here set submitted, which should be false. Actually, we need here false. Then in order to go back to the news component, we have to call on back function. Okay, so this code is used to delay the execution of 2 actions, hiding the submission message and navigating back to the news page. The actions are performed 3 seconds after a blog post is successfully submitted. The set timeout is a built-in JavaScript function that sets a timer to execute a specified function after a certain delay. The first parameter is a callback function, which contains the code to be executed after the specified delay. The second parameter is the delay in milliseconds. In this case, it is set to 3000 milliseconds. An anonymous arrow function is defined as the callback function for set timeout. This function contains the actions to be executed after the delay. Set submitted false updates the submitted state variable to false. This action hides the submission message. By setting submitted to false, we ensure that the condition in the JSX where we render a submission message evaluates to false, removing the submission message from the UI. Next, we have onBack function. It is called to navigate back to the news page. As you remember, this function passed as a prop to the blocks component in the app.jsx file. I mean this prop here. It is responsible for switching the view from the blocks page back to the news page. Alright, let's go to the browser and check if it works. Let's submit the post. Now we have post submitted for 3 seconds and we are navigated back to the news component. So that's it about the submission message. Now we have to take care of the form validation. At first we need to create some state variables. These state variables will be used to manage the validation status of the title and content fields in the form. They will help determine whether the user has entered valid input in these fields. So let's create new state variables. The first one is going to be title valid, and then we need an updater function set title valid. It's going to be equal to useState, and as the default value I'm going to add here true. So this state variable holds the current validation status of the title input field. It can be either true or false. This state variable will be used to keep track of whether the title input field contains valid input. When the user types in the title field, this variable helps determine if the input meets the validation criteria. The set title valid function will be used to update the validation status of the title input. Now I'm going to add here second state variable. It's going to be content valid followed by the set content valid function. It's going to be equal to useState, and then we need the default value true. So this state variable holds the current validation status of the content input field. Like the title valid state variable, it can be either true or false. This state variable is used to keep track of whether the content input field contains valid input. So in summary, the title valid and content valid state variables are used to manage the validation status of the title and content input fields in the form. Now we have to create two functions, handle title change and handle content change. These functions will be essential for managing user input in our form. They will update the state of the title and content fields and ensure that the input remains valid. So let's go ahead and create the first function. It's going to be handle input, actually not input but title change. We need here an arrow function with the parameter e. So the handle title change function will be designed to handle changes to the title input field. It will ensure that the title does not exceed 60 characters and update the state variables accordingly. Here the parameter e represents the event object that is passed automatically when an event is triggered. Now I'm going to add here an if statement with the following condition. We need e.target.value is less than or equal to 60. This line checks the length of the input value. The e.target.value represents the current value of the title input field. The condition ensures that the title is not longer than 60 characters. Limiting the title length to 60 characters ensures that the input remains within acceptable limits and provides a better user experience by preventing overly long titles. Now we have to add here set title, and we have to add e.target.value. If the title length is within the limit, this line updates the title state variable with the current input value. Keeping the title state up to date ensures that the component has the latest value of the title input, which is necessary for form submission and rendering the input value in the form. Next we need set title valid, and we have to make it true. So this line of code sets the title valid state variable to true, indicating that the title input is valid. Updating the validation state to true provides feedback that the input is valid, which can be used to conditionally apply CSS classes. Now we have to create second function. Let's call it handle content change. We need here an arrow function with event object. So this function is responsible for handling changes to the content input field. It will update the state variables for the content and its validation status. Like previous function, the parameter e represents the event object that is passed automatically when an event is triggered. Now, as I said, we have to update set content, and we have to pass here e.target.value. So this line updates the content state variable with the current input value. The e.target.value content.value represents the current value of the content input field. Keeping the content state up to date ensures that the component has the latest value of the content input, which is necessary for submission and rendering the input value in the form. Next, we need set content valid, and we have to make it true. So the same thing that we used here in case of handle title change. Alright, so in summary, both handle title change and handle content change functions are essential for managing the state of the title and content input fields in our form. They ensure that the component always has the latest input values and maintain the validation status of these fields. Now we have to update the JSX and call both functions onChange. So here down below we have onChange event handlers, and we have here callback functions where we update the title and the content. Instead of those functions, we need handle title change and then handle content change. Now we need to add validation logic to ensure that the user provides both a title and content before submitting the form. This validation logic will help us prevent form submission if either field is empty. So inside the handle submit function, we have to pass here if statement with the following condition. We need not title followed by the or operator and then not content. So this line of code checks if either the title or content state variables are empty. As you know, the not operator negates the value, so not title returns true if title is an empty string or null. Similarly, not content returns true if content is an empty string or null. Ensuring that both the title and content fields are filled out before allowing form submission is crucial for data integrity. So now, inside here, we need another if with the condition not title. And then we have to add here set title valid and make it false. So if the title field is empty, this line sets the title valid state variable to false using the set title valid function. Setting title valid to false provides feedback that the title input is invalid. This feedback can be used to apply the conditional styling. We need the exact similar thing for content as well. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code. Instead of title, let's insert content, and then we need set content valid. And finally, we have to add here return statement. The return statement exits the handle submit function early if either the title or content fields are empty, preventing the form submission when required fields are empty, ensures that only valid and complete data is submitted. If any of the fields are empty, it prevents the form from being submitted and provides feedback to the user. This ensures that the user is aware of the required fields and that only valid and complete data is submitted. By updating the validation state, we can conditionally apply styling or display error messages guiding the user to provide the necessary information. In our cases, we will change the style of the forms. Now it's time to update the class names of the input fields so that we could add new styling rules to them. We need to ensure that our input fields provide visual feedback to users when their input is invalid. This can be achieved by conditionally applying CSS classes based on the validation state. Let's go ahead and find input. I'm in the first input. So here, instead of this class name, we need at first curly braces, then we have to change quotes to template literal. Next we need $sign followed by the curly braces, and we have to check here not title valid. So if the condition is true, then we need invalid class name, and if it is false, we need an empty class name. So we set here the class name attribute for the title input field. We use a template literal to conditionally include the invalid class based on the title valid state. The expression in the curly braces evaluates whether to include the invalid class. The not operator negates the title valid state. If title valid is false, not title valid is true. If not title valid is true, the expression returns invalid. I mean the class name invalid. If not title valid is false, the expression returns an empty string. By conditionally applying the invalid class, we can change the appearance of the input field to indicate invalid input. This provides immediate visual feedback to the user, improving the user experience. Now, in the exact same way, we have to customize the class name of the text area element. So actually, I'm going to grab this class name from here. Let's add it here. So instead of title input, we need text input. Then we need here content valid. As for the rest of the code, it should remain the same. Okay, so now it's time to write some CSS. Let's go ahead and find input elements. So right after here, I'm going to select title. Actually, not here, but here. So let's go ahead and select title input, followed by the invalid class. Next, I'm going to duplicate this line of code. We need here text input. So if the input fields are invalid, then we need to change the color of the border at the bottom. Let's add here 0.1 rem, then solid. As for the color, I'm going to use here C4143A. In the same way, we have to change the placeholders, I mean the colors of the placeholders. So I'm going to grab these codes. Let's add them here. We need here placeholders. And then we have to change the property. We need here color. Okay, let's go to the browser. So if I leave both inputs empty and click submit button, then they will change their style. We have here red placeholders and red borders. If I start to type, then the colors will be changed back to the default colors. The same will happen here. Actually, no. I cannot type here anything. So let's go back to the VS Code. We need to find the handle title change function. So we check here if the characters are less than 60. So before the if statement, we have to update title state variable. We need this value here. Now let's check the browser, start to type, and so here we go. We are able to type. Let's actually check if we can add here more than 60 characters, and I think we can, and that's actually a problem. So let's go back to the VS Code. Well, we have another way to fix that problem, and actually a simple way without any JavaScript. We can add here max length attribute. Let's make it 60. Then I think that we no longer need this if statement at all. Let's just grab this line of code and put it outside of the if statement, and then get rid of the if statement at all. Now let's go to the browser. I'm going to test if we can put here more than 60 characters. Let's add here numbers from 1 through 0. Then I'm going to copy it. Let's add it a couple of times. So as you can see, we no longer add here more than 60 characters. So now everything works fine. The form is validated, and also the submission message is displayed once we submit the form. Alright, before we finish this lecture, I want to add one more thing to the text area elements. If we insert here a large text, then the ugly default scroll bar will appear. I'm going to grab some dummy text from Lorem Ipsum website. Let's generate some paragraphs here. I'm going to copy this text. Let's add it here. So as you can see, we have here this ugly scroll bar. So I'm going to get rid of this scroll bar from here. For that, we have to select text input, followed by WebKit scroll bar, and we have to add here display none. So now, as you can see, we no longer have here the scroll bar, but the text is scrollable. Okay, let's add here the title, then select an image, click submit. We have here a submission message and we are navigated back to the news component. Okay, great job everyone. In this lecture we successfully implemented the functionality to display a submission message and validate the form fields in our blog component. We created state variables to manage the validation status and added logic to ensure that users provide a valid title and content before submitting a post. We also provided visual feedback to the users by conditionally applying CSS classes to the input fields based on their validation status. In this lecture, we're going to take our project one step further by saving the blog post in the local storage. This will ensure that our blog posts persist even if we refresh the page or close the browser. So let's dive in. The first thing that we have to do is to update the setBlocks function in the app component. So let's go to the app component. As you remember, we have here handle create block function in which we update blocks state variable. Now I'm going to modify slightly this function here. So I'm going to open curly braces. Then I'm going to create here the variable. Let's call it updated blocks. It should be equal to this array here. So here, as you remember, we copy all the existing blog posts from the previous blocks array into the new array. We then add the new blog post to the end of the array. This ensures our new blog post is included in the updated list of blocks. Next, we have to save blog posts in the local storage. We have already used local storage in our project when we were working on bookmarking the news. Now we need to use the exact same technique to store the blog posts in the local storage. So here, right after this line of code, I'm going to use local storage object. Then we need setItem function. Then we need blocks. And here we have to use JSON.stringify. And I'm going to pass here updated blocks. So here we use the local storage.setItem method to save our updated list of blocks in the local storage. The local storage object allows us to store data in the browser. We convert the updated blocks array to a JSON string using JSON.stringify method. This is necessary because local storage can only store strings. By saving our blocks in the local storage, we ensure that they persist even after a page refresh or browser restart. Finally, we need to return updated blocks. We return updated blocks array from our arrow function. This return value will be the new state of the blocks array. By returning the updated blocks, we ensure our component re-renders with the latest list of blog posts. Next, we need to load the saved blog posts from the local storage when the component mounts. We will use the useEffect hook for this. So again, when our component first mounts, it is rendered for the first time, we want to load any previously saved blog posts from the local storage. This ensures that our application has access to any data that was stored during previous sessions. So we have to use useEffect hook. We have to pass here a callback function, and then we need an empty array. This is a dependency array. The empty dependency array indicates that this effect should only run once when the component mounts. This ensures we load the saved blog post only when the component is first rendered. Now inside here, I'm going to create a new variable. It's going to be saved blocks. I'm going to use here JSON.parse method, in which we have to insert local storage .get item, and we have to indicate here blocks. Besides that, I'm going to use here OR operator followed by the empty array. All right, so we use here local storage .get item to retrieve the item with the key blocks from the local storage. The retrieved data is in string format, so we use JSON.parse to convert it back to the JavaScript array. If there are no saved blocks in the local storage, getItem will return null. In that case, we use the logical OR operator to default to an empty array. Now we have to update the blocks state variable, and here I'm going to use setBlocks function, and I'm going to pass here saved blocks. We call the setBlocks function to update the state of the blocks array with the saved blocks array we retrieved from the local storage. This ensures that our component re-renders with the saved list of blog posts, effectively loading the blocks from the local storage. Alright, so that's it. Now I'm going to test if everything works fine. First, I'm going to create new blog post. Let's upload the image. Then add here title. As the content, I'm going to insert test. Let's submit button. So as you can see, we have here the blog post displayed in the My Blog section. Now if I refresh the page, then the blog post will still be displayed in the My Blog section. Now if I inspect the page and switch to application, in the local storage you will find here blocks in which we have our newly added blog post. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Great job everyone. In this lecture we successfully implemented the functionality to save our blog post in the local storage. We modified our setBlocks function to store the updated list of blocks in the local storage, and also used the useEffect hook to load the saved blocks when the component mounts. In this lecture, we are going to enhance our application by displaying blog posts in a model. This will allow us to view the full content of a blog post in a pop-up window, providing a better user experience. So let's get started. The first thing that I'm going to do is to create new component in the components folder. It's going to be blocks modal.jsx. Then inside here, we're going to create a functional component using this shortcut. After that, let's open news.jsx file and import blocks model component. We need here blocks model from blocks model. Then in order to render this component, we have to pass it here in the My Blocks section. So here I'm going to nest blocks model component. All right. After that, let's go back to the blocks model component and create the JSX. I'm going to delete this text from here. So as you know, we already have a couple of models in this project. So we will be using the same styles for this model as well. So therefore, I'm going to add to the elements the similar classes that we already used in the previous model boxes. So the first development will have class name, model overlay. Then I'm going to create new development with the class name model content. Inside this development, we need closing button. So I'm going to open span element with the class name close button, in which I'm going to insert a font awesome icon with the classes FA solid, FA xmark. Next, I'm going to create image. Right now, I'm going to import demo image from assets, then images, and we have to select here demo.jpg. Then I'm going to change the source of the image. It's going to be demo image. And also let's change the alt attribute. I'm going to insert here model image. Besides that, I'm going to add here class name. It's going to be blocks model image. So if we check the browser, then we will get here model, which already has some styles. Now let's go ahead and add a couple of different elements to the model. The next element is going to be h2 with the class name blocks model title. Right now I'm going to insert here lorem ipsum dummy text. Let's say 8 words. After h2 heading element, we need paragraph with the class name blog post content. And I'm going to insert here a large text, let's say lorem 200. Actually, I need here 200 words. So here we go. Okay, so I think that's it about the JSX. Let's go to the browser. So we have here image, the heading, the title, and also the content. All right, now we have to customize model box. For that, I'm going to create a new CSS file. It's going to be blocks model.css. Then we have to move this file here. I'm going to close blocks.css file. Also, we don't need this file as well. Now I'm going to import CSS file. We need here the directory. Let's select blocks model.css. All right, so once the CSS file is connected, now I'm going to add here some styles. Let's select blocks model image. I'm going to set max width to 100%. Then we need height to be 60%. Also, I'm going to fit the image using object fits cover. Then let's make the image rounded using border radius. It's going to be 1 rem. And finally, I'm going to decrease the opacity. Let's make it 0.5. Now let's check the result. So as you can see, the image looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to customize the title. So I'm going to select blocks model title. First of all, let's change the font family. I'm going to use font called BBAS New E sans serif. Then I'm going to add here font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Also, we need color. Let's make it white. And then we need letter spacing. I'm going to make it 0.1 rem. And lastly, I'm going to create some space at the top of the title using margin top with the value 2 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the title looks pretty nice. Next, we have to customize the paragraph. So let's go ahead and select paragraph using class name, blog post content. First of all, I'm going to change the font family. Let's use Comforta sans serif. Then I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 1.4 rem. Also, we need here color. Let's make it B, and then create some space at the top side using margin top with the value 1 rem. Let's check the browser. So we have here the text, and I'm going to make the text partially hidden, and also we need to make it scrollable. So for that, I'm going to add here overflow y with the value scroll. Then we need max height with the value 20 rem. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, now we have here the scroll bar and the text is scrollable. Actually, I don't want to display this ugly default scroll bar. So let's go ahead and make it hidden. I'm going to select paragraph again. Let's copy the selector and then add here WebKit scroll bar. Let's make it hidden using display none. So as you can see, the scroll bar is hidden, but the text is scrollable. Alright, so our model box looks pretty nice, and now we have to make it functional. Let's go back to the VS Code. So I'm going to open news.jsx file. So here we're going to create two state variables. The first one is going to be selected post. Let's add here updater function set selected post. Then we need useState hook, and the default value is going to be null. So the selected post state variable is used to store the currently selected blog post that the user wants to view in detail. Initially, it is set to null, indicating that no post is selected. When a user selects a blog post by clicking on it, set selected post will be called with the details of that post, updating the state. So the selected post state is essential for displaying the details of a specific blog post in a model. When selected post is updated with a blog post, the model can use this state to render the appropriate content. Next, we need to create another state variable, which is going to be show blog model. Then we need set show blog model. We need useState, and then the Boolean value by default false. So this state variable is a Boolean that determines whether the blog post model is visible or not. When a user selects a blog post, set show blog model will be called with true to display the model. Conversely, when the user closes the model, set show blog model will be called with the false value. Now we're going to create two functions for managing the display of blog posts in a model. These functions will allow us to open the model when a user clicks on a blog post and close it when the user is done viewing the post. So let's go ahead and create new function here. It's going to be handle blog click. I'm going to pass here blog. So we declare here an arrow function with one parameter, blog. The blog parameter represents the blog post that the user clicked on. Next, we need to update selected post. So we need here set selected post, and we have to pass here blog. So we call set selected post with the blog parameter. This updates the selected post state to the blog post that was clicked. By doing this, we store the details of the selected blog post in the state, making it available for the model to display. Next, we need to update show blog model state variable. So we need set show blog model. We have to make it true. So this line of code sets the show blog model state to true, indicating that the model should be displayed. By updating this state, we trigger the rendering of the model component. So in summary, by creating handle blog click function, we capture the user's interaction with a specific blog post, update the state to store the selected blog post details, and trigger the model to display the full details of the selected blog post. Next, we have to create the second function, which will be used to handle the event when a user closes the model. it will reset the state to hide the model and clear the details of the selected blog post. So we need to create a new function. It's going to be close blog model. We need here an arrow function. And then we have to update show block model state variable. We need set show block model. We have to make it false. So this line of code sets the show block model state to false, indicating that the model should be hidden. By updating this state, we remove the model component from the view. Next, we need to update selected post. So we need to set selected post, and we have to add here null. So this line of code resets the selected post state to null, effectively clearing the details of the blog post that was previously selected. By doing this, we ensure that no blog post details are lingering in the state when the model is closed. So by creating close block model function, we handle the user's action to close the model, hide the model from the view by updating the state, and clear the selected blog post details to reset the state and prepare for the next interaction. Alright, so next we have to render the blocks model conditionally, and we have to pass some props to this component in order to use them then in the blocks model component. We're going to write the code that will ensure that the model displaying the blog post details is shown only when a blog post is selected and the model should be visible. So here down below we have blocks model nested inside the my blocks section. So now I'm going to open curly braces and we have to pass here selected post. Then we need an operator followed by show block model state and again an operator. So this expression checks whether both selected post and show block model are truthy. Selected post state variable holds the details of the currently selected blog post. It is truthy when a blog post is selected and has content, otherwise it is null. Show block model state variable is a boolean that indicates whether the model should be displayed. It is true when the model should be shown and false otherwise. The AND operator ensures that the content inside the parentheses is rendered only when both selected post and show block model are truthy. Now, inside here we have to insert blocks model component. And then I'm going to add here a couple of different props. The first one is going to be show, which will be equal to show block model. So we pass the show block model state as a prop named show to the blocks model component. This prop indicates whether the model should be visible or hidden. Next, we need another prop called block. It's going to be equal to selected post. So this prop provides the details of the currently selected blog post that should be displayed in the model. And finally, actually we need here show. Finally, I'm going to insert here onClose prop, which will be equal to close blocks model function. Actually, it is close block model. Okay, so this prop provides a way for the model to trigger the closing action when the user decides to close the model. The close blocks model function will be called to hide the model and reset the selected blog post. Next, we have to pass onClick event handler to the blog post elements. I mean this element here. Once the user clicks the blog post in the My Blog section, the model should display. So we need here onClick event handler, and we have to pass here an arrow function. Then we have to call handle blog click with the argument blog. Okay, so that's it about the news.jsx file. Now we have to go to the blocks model component, and here we have to pass the props that we used a second ago. So we need here show, then block, and onClose. Now we have to create an if statement which will be used to conditionally render the model content based on the show prop. So we need here if, then the condition will be not show. We used such if statements previously, so I hope you remember. Then we need return null. So let me explain once again what this if statement does. So it checks the value of the show prop using the condition not show. Not show is a negation of the show prop. If show is false, then not show will be true. And the code inside the if block will execute. As for the return statement, returning null in a React component means that the component will render nothing. This effectively prevents the model's content from being rendered when the show prop is false. So in summary, by using this if statement, we avoid rendering the model's content when it is not needed. Now, let's go to the browser, click. So we have here the model. Right now, we don't have here the dynamic data. We have the hard-coded data, but we'll fix that soon. Now, I'm going to make this button functional. Now, when I click here, nothing happens. So we have to make this button functional. I'm going to add to the span element on click event handler. And we have to pass here on close prop. So we need here on close. Now, if we open the model, then click X, it will hide. Alright, so everything works perfectly. The next thing that I have to do is to update the image. We need to render image conditionally. We have to render it only if the block.image property is truthy. This ensures that the image is displayed only when there is a valid image URL provided for the blog post. So here, I'm going to open curly braces, and we need the following: blog.image, followed by the and operator, and we have to pass here this entire element. Now, instead of this demo image, we need image, actually blog.image. As for the alt attribute, I'm going to add here blog.title. In the same way, I'm going to update the title and the content. So instead of this hard-coded text, I'm going to add here blog.title. And then instead of this text here, I'm going to insert blog.content. Now, if we go to the browser and open the model, we will get here the actual content of the blog post. Let's add new blog post, upload different image, let's say this one, then add here title, and also I'm going to add here some text. Let's click submit. Then once we navigate back to the news component, we'll get here the second blog post. If I click it, then we will get the content of the blog post, the image, the title, and also the content of the post. All right, so that's it. In this lecture, we successfully implemented the functionality to display our blog posts in a model. We can now view the full content of a blog post in a pop-up window, enhancing the user experience. In this lecture, we will be focusing on editing and deleting blog posts. This will allow users to modify their existing posts or remove posts they no longer want. By the end of this lecture, you will have a fully functional blog section where users can create, edit, and delete their posts. So let's get started. Before we dive into adding the editing feature, I want to add one thing to our application. Local storage, where we are saving our blog post, has a limited capacity of about 5 megabytes. This means that if users upload very large images, we can quickly run out of storage space, leading to potential errors and a poor user experience. So it is important to address a potential issue with the size of the images users can upload for their blog posts. To prevent this, we can add a check to ensure that the uploaded image doesn't exceed a certain size. In our case, we will limit the image size to 1 megabyte. This way, we can better manage our local storage space and ensure smoother performance for our application. So, first of all, I'm going to create a new variable here inside the if statement. It's going to be file. I'm going to make it equal to e.target.files, and we have to select first file using 0, which is an index number. Now, after this variable, I'm going to create another one. It's going to be max size, and I'm going to make it equal to 1 multiplied by 1024 multiplied by 1024. So here we define a variable max size which represents the maximum allowed size for an uploaded image. We set it to 1 megabyte. The calculation 1 multiplied by 1024 multiplied by 1024 converts 1 megabyte into bytes, as file sizes are usually measured in bytes. Now after that, I'm going to create an if statement in which we have to compare the size of the file to max size. So we need file.size is greater than max size. So again, this if statement checks if the size of the uploaded file exceeds the maximum size we defined earlier. The file.size property gives us the size of the file in bytes. So if this condition is true, then we have to alert the following text: file size exceeds 1 megabyte. And then we need return. So if the file size is larger than the allowed maximum size, we alert the user with a message saying file exceeds 1 megabyte. Then we have return statement. The return statement stops the execution of the function, preventing the oversized file from being processed or uploaded. Now down below we can change this code into file. So by adding this check, we can ensure that users only upload images that are within a manageable size, helping us to better utilize the available local storage space and maintain the performance and reliability of our application. Now let's go to the browser and test if it works. I'm going to create new blog post. Let's try to upload larger image. So as you can see, we get here file size exceeds 1 megabyte. If we try again, upload this image and submit the post, we will get here the post, but with a placeholder image. Alright, so everything works fine. Now it's time to start to work on the editing functionality. First of all, we have to create the state variables. These state variables will help us keep track of which blog post is being edited and whether we are currently editing. This is essential for toggling between the creation and editing modes. So I'm going to go to the app.jsx file, and here I'm going to create new state variable. It's going to be selected post, and then we need to set selected post function. It should be equal to useState, and I'm going to set the value to null. So the selected post state variable is used to keep track of which blog post is currently selected for editing. When a user clicks on a blog post that they want to edit, this state will store the specific blog post details. We initialize selected post with null. This means that by default no blog post is selected for editing. When we call setSelectedPost, the selected post state will be updated to the specified block. Next, I'm going to create another state variable, and it's going to be is editing. Then we need set is editing. I'm going to make this state variable equal to useState, and we need here false. So the isEditing state variable is a boolean that indicates whether the user is currently in editing mode. When isEditing is true, the application knows that the user is in the process of editing a blog post. We initialize isEditing with false. This means that by default the user is not in editing mode. When we call setIsEditing with a value true, it means the user has started editing a blog post. Conversely, calling setIsEditing with false means the user has either finished editing or canceled the edit operation. Next, we have to modify the handle createBlog function, this function here, to add the functionality of editing blog posts. Previously, this function was only responsible for creating new blog posts. Now we want it to handle both creating new posts and updating existing ones. This ensures that we don't need a separate function for editing, streamlining our code and making it more maintainable. So now here I'm going to add another parameter. It's going to be isEdit. We are adding here second parameter, and it is a boolean flag indicating whether we are creating a new post or editing an existing one. When it is false, we are creating a new post, and when it is true, we are editing the existing post. Now we have to update this code here. Right now we have here variable updated blocks, which equals to an array. I'm going to modify this code. So here I'm going to add isEdit. Actually, we need here a camel case. Then we need a ternary operator. If isEdit is true, then we need pref blocks, followed by the map function. Then we need to add here a callback function with parameter block. And we have to return blog equal to selected post. Then we need again a ternary operator, new blog or blog. Next we need column, and then we need here this array. All right, so let me explain what's happening here. So if isEdit is true, we use the map function to iterate over the pref blocks array. For each block in pref blocks, we check if it is the same as the selected post. If it is, we replace it with new block. If not, we leave it unchanged. If isEdit is false, we create a new array by spreading pref blocks and adding new block to the end. This means that we are adding a new blog post. Let's consider the map function part. This part iterates through the existing blog posts. If the current blog is the one selected for editing, it replaces it with the updated new blog. Otherwise, it keeps the existing blog. As for the array part, this part creates a new array that includes all previous blog posts and appends the new blog post at the end. Now, here I'm going to add setIsEditing, and I'm going to make it false. And then we need setSelected post. Let's make it null. After successfully creating or updating a blog post, we need to exit the editing mode. Setting isEditing to false ensures that the application knows we are no longer editing a post. In the same way, after successfully creating or updating a blog post, we need to clear the selected post state. Setting selected post to null indicates that no blog post is currently selected for editing. Next, we have to create a new function. This function will be designed to enable the editing mode for a selected blog post. When a user clicks the edit button for a blog post, this function will set the appropriate status to display the editing form populated with the blog's current data. So right after this function, I'm going to create a new one. Let's call it handle edit blog. I'm going to insert here a parameter block. And now inside the function, I'm going to update selected post using setSelectedPost function, and we have to pass here block. So here we set the selected post state to the blog post that the user wants to edit. By storing the selected blog post in selected post, we can pre-fill the editing form with the blog's current content. This ensures that the user can see and modify the existing content of the blog post. After that, we need to update isEditing state variable using set isEditing function. We have to make it true. So by enabling the editing mode, the form can adjust its behavior to update an existing blog post rather than creating a new one. This state is used within the form submission handler to determine whether to add a new blog post or update an existing one. Next, we need to update showNews state variable using set showNews function, and we have to make it false. So this line of code ensures that the news section is hidden, making space for the blog section to be displayed. This switch in views is essential to focus the user's attention on the blog editing form. Now we need here set show blocks with the value true. This makes sure that the blog section is displayed, which contains the form for editing the selected blog post. By setting show block to true, we ensure that the user is presented with the appropriate interface to edit their blog post. Now here down below in handle back to news function, we have to add set isEditing, and we have to make it false. By resetting the isEditing state, we ensure that the application exits the editing mode. This is important because when the user navigates back to the news section, we no longer need to indicate that an edit is in progress. This prepares the application for future blog creation or editing actions by starting with a clean state. Also, I'm going to add here set selected post, and we have to make it null. By resetting the selected post state, we clear any reference to the blog post that was being edited. This ensures that no blog post remains selected, preventing any unintentional editing or display issues when the user navigates back to the blog section in the future. This also helps in properly initializing the form for creating a new blog post without any pre-filled data. Next, we have to add some props to the news and blogs components here. So I'm going to add to the news component on edit blog, which should be equal to handle edit blog function. So handle edit blog is the function that initiates the editing process for a blog post. It sets the selected post for editing and switches the view to the blog section. Inside the news component, this function will be triggered when the user clicks the edit button for a blog post. This allows the application to transition from viewing the blog list to editing the selected blog post. Now we have to add a prop to the blogs component. It's going to be edit post, and we have to make it equal to selected post. This prop is added to the blogs component to pass the currently selected blog post that is being edited. Selected post holds the blog post data that the user has chosen to edit. This data is used to pre-fill the form fields in the blogs component with the existing title, content, and image of the selected blog post. The edit post prop will be used to determine whether the form should be pre-filled with existing data or be empty. This ensures a seamless editing experience for the user. Next, we have to add here another prop. It's going to be isEditing, and we have to make it equal to isEditing. This prop is added to the blogs component to indicate whether the user is currently in editing mode. IsEditing is a Boolean state that determines whether the form in the blogs component should be in editing mode. When isEditing is true, the form is set up for editing an existing blog post. When isEditing is false, the form is set up for creating a new blog post. The isEditing prop will be used to conditionally render parts of the form and control form submission behavior. It helps the component distinguish between creating a new post and editing an existing one. All right, so that's it about the app component. Now we have to move on and modify the blocks component. Let's open this file. So first of all, I'm going to add the props to the function. We have here two props passed in the function, and I'm going to add here edit post, and then is editing. Now we're going to use a use effect hook because it allows us to run side effects in our functional component. Specifically, we need this hook to react to changes in the isEditing and edit post state variables. By using use effect, we can ensure that when the editing mode is activated, the form fields are automatically populated with the data from the blog post being edited. Conversely, when we are not in editing mode, the form fields are reset. This ensures a smooth and responsive user experience where the form always reflects the current action, whether it is creating a new post or editing an existing one. So here I'm going to create use effect hook. As you know, we have to pass here a callback function and then a dependency array. For now, I'm going to make it empty. Now, inside the use effect hook, we have to create an if statement where we have to check is editing and edit post. So this conditional check evaluates whether the component is in editing mode and there is a blog post to edit. If both conditions are met, it means the user is editing an existing blog post. Next, we need to set the image, title, and content state variables to the image, title, and content of the blog post being edited. So we need here set image, and I'm going to add here edit post dot image. Then we need set title, and in the same way we have to pass here edit post dot title, and then finally we need set content. We need here edit post content. Besides that, I'm going to add here set show form, and we have to make it true because we have to display the form. Alright, so these updates ensure that the form is pre-filled with the data from the blog post being edited. Next, we need an else statement where we have to reset form fields for new post. So we need else statements where we have to pass these functions. The image is going to be null. As for the title and content, we have to make both state variables empty strings, and also we have to hide the form. So let's make show form false. Besides that, we have to add in the dependency array is editing and also edit post. So the dependency array specifies that this effect should rerun whenever is editing or edit post changes. This ensures that the form updates correctly when switching between editing an existing post and creating a new one. So in summary, by adding this use effect hook, you ensure that the form in the blocks component is correctly pre-filled with the data of the blog post being edited and reset when not in editing mode. This step is crucial for maintaining the logical flow of the editing functionality in your application. Now we have to add is editing in the handle submit function, I mean this function here, as an argument to the onCreate blog function to differentiate between creating a new blog post and updating an existing one. So here we have to pass is editing. By passing is editing to the onCreate blog function, we inform it whether the current operation is creating a new blog post or editing an existing one. This helps the function handle both scenarios appropriately. Without this flag, the function wouldn't know if it should look for an existing post to update or simply append a new post to the list. Now we have to go to the news.jsx file and we have to make the editing button functional. So first we need to pass here a prop on edit block. As you remember, we passed this prop to the news component here. So now we have to find edit button in the my blog section. Let's get rid of this line of code. So here we have the button edit post. I'm going to add here on click event handler. We have to pass here a callback function with on edit block prop, and we have to pass here block. All right, let's go to the browser, click edit button. So here we go. We have here the content of the post. I'm going to change the title, then submit post, and as you can see, the first post is edited. All right, so everything works perfectly. Now let's go back to the blocks component and update the JSX. We have to modify the h1 heading element. I mean this h1 heading element. We have here hard-coded text new post. Now instead of that, I'm going to open curly braces. Then we have to check if is editing is true or false. We need a ternary operator. If it is true, it means that we are editing post, so we need here edit post. And if it is false, then we need again new post. So if we click edit button, then the h1 heading element will change to edit post. All right, now in the same way we have to update the submit button. So let's find submit button. Actually, I had here button all the time, but we need post, not button. So instead of this hard-coded text, I'm going to use again conditional rendering. We need is editing. If it is true, then we need here update post. And if it is false, we need submit post. Let's go to the browser, click edit button. So as you can see, we have here update post. All right, so that's it about the editing feature. Now we have to manage deleting the posts. As you know, each blog post in my blog section has a delete icon. Once the user clicks it, we have to delete the blog from the my blog section and also from the local storage. So let's go ahead and add this functionality to our application. First of all, we have to modify the app component. So let's go to the app.jsx file. We have to create a function to handle the deletion of blog posts from our application. This function will remove the specified block from our list of blocks and update the local storage accordingly. So let's add here a new function. It's going to be handle delete block. We need here an arrow function. As the parameter, I'm going to pass here block to delete. So this function takes one parameter, block to delete, which represents the blog post we want to remove from our list. Now we have to update blocks using setBlocks function. And then we have to pass here an arrow function with prevBlocks parameter. So we call the setBlocks function, which updates the block state. We pass a callback function to setBlocks that receives the current state as its argument. This ensures we are working with the latest state when making our updates. Now I'm going to create a new variable. It's going to be updated blocks. It should be equal to prevBlocks dot filter. Then we need a callback function with the parameter block. Then we have to return block not equals to block to delete. So inside the callback function, we create a new array called updated blocks. we use the filter method on prior blocks to remove the blog post that matches block to delete. The filter method returns a new array that includes all the blog posts that do not match block to delete. After updating the block state, we also need to update the local storage to ensure that the changes persist across page reloads. So we need here local storage, followed by setItem function. Then we need blocks, followed by JSON, not stringify, and we have to pass here updated blocks. So we use local storage setItem method to store the updated list of blocks in local storage. We convert the updated blocks array to a JSON string using json.stringify before storing it. Now after that we need to return updated blocks. So finally, we return the updated blocks array from the callback function. This return value will be used to update the block state. So by following these steps, the handle delete block function efficiently removes a specified blog post from our list. It updates the application state and ensures the changes are reflected in local storage. This approach keeps our application state and local storage synchronized, providing a consistent user experience. Next, we have to pass this function to news component as a prop. So down below, we have to add onDelete block, and it should be equal to handle delete block. Now we have to go to the news.js file, and we have to pass this function here as the prop. We need onDelete block, and down below we have to update the JSX. So we have to find the delete button in my block section. Here we have the delete button, and I'm going to add here onClick event handler, in which we have to pass a callback function with onDelete block, and the argument is going to be block. Okay, let's go to the browser. Now I'm going to click delete button. So as you can see, the modal box is displayed. Once we close it, the post will be deleted. So actually the code works. The blog post is deleted, but we need to prevent opening the modal box. And for that, I'm going to modify this function here. So let's grab this code, then open curly braces, add here the function. And now we have to add e.stop propagation function, and also we need event object as the parameter. Actually, we need here parentheses. So I hope you remember how this function works. It will allow us to prevent opening the modal box. Now if I click delete button, then the blog post will be deleted directly from the my blog section. All right. So I think that's it. In this lecture, we successfully implemented the functionality to edit and delete blog posts. Now users can not only create new posts, but also manage their existing ones by making edits or deleting them if needed. This completes our blog section. Let's take a moment to recap what we've accomplished in this section. We started by setting up the foundational structure for our blogs component, enabling users to create and submit new blog posts. We then added functionality to display a submission message and validate form inputs, ensuring that users provide both a title and content for their posts. Finally, we implemented the ability to save blog posts to local storage, making our application more robust and user-friendly, and also we added editing and deleting functionality. In the next section, we will focus on making our project responsive. This is an optional section where we will dive into CSS to ensure our application looks great on all devices, from desktops to mobile phones. If you're interested in learning about responsive web design, I encourage you to watch this section. You will gain valuable skills in creating flexible and adaptable layouts. However, if you prefer to skip this section, you can do so without affecting the core functionality of the application. I hope you are excited to continue our journey in building the News and Blogs application. In the previous section, we dove deep into creating the blocks part of our app, adding all those essential features that make it robust and functional. Now in this lecture, we're taking a step further by making our application responsive. This lecture is optional, so if responsive web design isn't your thing, you can skip it, but I encourage you to stay with me because you might discover some new and interesting techniques that could enhance your skill set. Responsive web design is incredibly important today, with users accessing websites on various devices from large desktop screens to small smartphones. Ensuring that your application looks great and functions well across all these devices is essential. Mastering responsive web design not only improves user experience, but also makes you a more experienced and valuable web developer. So let's jump in and transform our project into a responsive application. Before we dive into the coding part, let's prepare our browser. I will open Developer Tools and switch to the responsive mode by clicking this icon here. So here I have set up the most commonly used screen sizes and devices. As you can see, we have here 6 different desktop screens. Then we have 2 tablet screens and 3 mobile screens. So we'll be checking our project on these screen sizes and devices to ensure it looks visually appealing and functions well across all breakpoints. So let's go ahead and check the project on desktop 2. So here, as you can see, the news part looks good. Now I'm going to check the blocks part. So it looks good, but I think we can customize this button here. Actually, I don't want to create a new breakpoint for this button only, so I will customize it by default. Let's go to the VS Code and open blocks.css file. Then I'm going to find post.btn. So right now we have here font size with a value 2.5 rem. Instead of this value here, I'm going to use clamp function with the following values. When at the minimum value, it's going to be 1.4 rem. Then I'm going to add here a preferred value, 1.5 CQI. And also we need maximum value, which is going to be 2.5 rem. So this code will allow us to make the button responsive on different screen sizes. Let's check the browser. So now the button looks good. If we check it on different screen sizes, you will see that button is responsive. Okay, so let's switch to desktop 3. Now the blocks part looks good. Let's go to the news part. It looks good as well. Now I'm going to switch to desktop 4. As you can see, we have to make here some changes. So let's go to the VS Code, and first of all, I'm going to open index.css file where we have some global styles. I'm going to create new CSS media query where I'm going to specify max width as 1400 pixels. So first of all, I'm going to change the font size of the HTML element. Right now it is equal to 62.5%. Let's select HTML and change the font size. I'm going to decrease the font size. Let's make it 59%. So this code will allow us to make all the elements a bit smaller. Now, as you can see, all the elements became smaller. And now we have to customize the news part. So let's go ahead and open news.css file. So I'm going to create CSS media query. We need again max width equal to 1400 pixels. First of all, I'm going to take care of the nav links. So let's go ahead and select these elements. Let's set row gap to 1 rem. Now, as you can see, all navigational links look good. After that, I'm going to customize new section. Actually, I'm going to make this section scrollable, and I'm going to change the grid layout. So let's go ahead and select new section. And we need here overflow hidden. Then I'm going to select news grid. Right now we have 3 columns and 2 rows, and I'm going to change this layout. So we need here grid template columns. Then we need repeat function. We need 2 columns, each of them equal to 1 fractional unit. Let's duplicate this code. We need here rows, and then 3 and 1 fractional unit. And also, in order to make the element scrollable, we need overflow y equal to scroll. Okay, so as you can see, now the element is scrollable, and we changed the layout. Now we have 2 columns and 3 rows. Actually, I want to hide this scroll bar. I think it would be better. So let's go ahead and select news grid, followed by WebKit scroll bar, and I'm going to add here display none. So now the scroll bar is hidden, but the element is still scrollable. Alright, so that's it about the news grid. Now I'm going to take care of the blog posts. So let's go ahead and select blog post. I'm going to change the flex property. It should be equal to 0, 1, and then we have to use again calc function. We need 100% minus 0.6 rem. Let's recall the styles of blog post. So we have here blog post with flex property, and we had here 50% minus 0.6 rem, but right now we need the blog post to take up the entire width. That's why we have here 100%. Let's check the results. So now, as you can see, the blog post takes up the entire width. Actually, we have to hide this outer part of the blog post, and also we have to make this element scrollable. Let's go back to the VS Code and add here blog posts. We need overflow y scroll. And again, I'm going to hide the scroll bar. So let's select blog posts, followed by WebKit scroll bar, and add here display none. Let's check the browser. So now the element is scrollable, and we no longer have here the outer parts outside of the element. All right, so I think that's it about the new section. Let's check the models. So everything looks good. Let's check bookmarks. So actually, I'm going to add here some of the news. As you can see, we have to customize the bookmarks model. I'm going to make it scrollable as well. And I'm going to add this code by default in the main code. So let's go ahead and open book. Actually, we need to open modal.css. We have here modal content. I'm going to add here overflow y scroll. And then again, I'm going to hide the scroll bar. So we need modal contents followed by WebKit scroll bar, and then we need display none. Now let's check the results. Open bookmarks model. Actually, now it's scrollable, but I think that we can decrease the height of the model. So right now we have max height 100%. Actually, I'm going to make it 90%. So I think now we have much better result. Let's check other models. I think that all of them look good. All right, so let's continue customizing our application. Actually, let's go back to the news.css file. Let's go to the browser. So I think that the application looks good on this breakpoint. Now I'm going to switch to desktop 5. Actually, I think that everything looks good on this breakpoint as well. Let's check the final desktop screen size, desktop 6. So I think we can make here some changes. Let's go ahead and create new CSS media query in the news.css file. I'm going to specify max width. Let's make it 1024 pixels. So on the breakpoint, I'm going to change the layouts of news grid. Let's go ahead and grab this code from here. We don't need overflow Y scroll. So on that breakpoint, I'm going to make columns 1. As for the rows, it should be 6. Let's check the browser. So now I think that news grid looks pretty nice. Let's check the blog section. I think everything looks good. Alright, so I think that's it about the desktop screen sizes. Everything looks good. Now we can move on and customize the application for tablets. So as you can see, we have to make here lots of changes. Let's switch to tablet 2 and go back to the VS Code. First of all, I'm going to open index.css file and create new CSS media query. So we need here max width to be, let's say, 900 pixels. Then we have to select news and blocks app elements. I'm going to set height to 100%. And also we need to specify max height. It's going to be 90 viewport height. Now the height of the application will change. Next we have to move to the news.css file and we have to create here new CSS media query. Max width is going to be again 900 pixels. And here I'm going to start with news. Let's change height, make it 100%. And also we need to make the application scrollable. So we need overflow Y with value scroll. And again, let's hide the scroll bar. We need here WebKit scroll bar. And then we have to add here display none. So right now we cannot scroll the application because we have to change the flex layout. I mean, we have to change the direction of the flex layout. So let's go ahead and select news content. I'm going to set flex direction to column. Then we need width to be 100%. Also, I'm going to change the height. Let's set it to 200 rem. As for the row gap, it's going to be 2 rem. Okay, so now we have changed the flex direction and the sections of the news part are placed vertically in a column, but we have to customize them because they look pretty ugly right now. So let's go back to the VS Code and select Navbar. I'm going to set flex direction to row. Right now it is set to column. Then we need justify content, space between. Also, I'm going to set width to 100%. And then let's set height to 18 rem. So here we have the navbar. Now we have to customize the user. So let's go ahead and select user. I'm going to change the width. So we need here calc function, and I'm going to insert here 30% minus 2 rem. And also let's set height to 100%. So the user looks pretty nice. Next we have to customize the categories. So let's go ahead and select these elements. We need here categories. I'm going to set width to 70%. Then the height is going to be 100%. Also we need here flex layout, I mean justify content, center, and then align items. center. We have to center the flex items inside the element. Also, we need some space using row gap equal to 1 rem. All right. After that, we have to customize the navigation links. So let's go ahead and select nav links. Actually, we need here nav links. So I'm going to set flex direction to row. Then we need flex rep with the value rep in order to place the nav links on different lines. And also I'm going to set justify content to center. All right, so now we have much better results. Now we need some space between the nav links. So let's go ahead and select nav link itself and set margin right to rem. Okay, so that's it about the navbar. Now we have to customize the news section. So let's go ahead and select news section. Actually, we need section. So first of all, we need to define width. It's going to be 100%. Then I'm going to select news grid. We have to change the layout. I'm going to grab this code from here. So in this case, we need columns to be 3. As for the rows, we need 2. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the layout is changed. We have here the headline. Right now, the news section doesn't look quite good, but it will be fixed once we customize those parts here. So let's go ahead and customize the next element, which is my blocks. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then I'm going to select blog post. And I'm going to change flex property. So we need here 0, 1, and then again calc function. And I'm going to add here 50% minus 0.6 rem. All right. After that, I'm going to customize the weather and calendar. I mean the wrapper of weather and calendar. So I'm going to place both parts side by side. I'm going to select weather, calendar. Let's set flex direction to row. And then we need column gap to be 2 rem. All right, so now as you can see, the layout of news section is fixed and everything looks good. Next, we have to customize the weather and the calendar. So let's go ahead and open weather.css file and create here new CSS media query. Let's specify max width, which is going to be 900 pixels. So I'm going to select wrapper weather. Let's set height to 100%. And then we need search location followed by the input element. And I'm going to make width 32 rem. Okay, so the weather looks good. Now we have to customize the calendar. So let's go ahead and select calendar.css file. And I'm going to create, actually, let's copy this code from here. Let's add it here. Get rid of those elements. So I'm going to select calendar, which is the wrapper. And I'm going to set height to 100%. Okay, so actually that's it about the weather and calendar. Now we have to move on and customize blocks section. So let's go ahead and open blocks.css file and create here new CSS media. So we need here media query with max width of 900 pixels. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to get rid of this background from here. So let's go ahead and select blocks left and set background to none. And also I'm going to change the width. Let's make it 100%. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the image. So let's go ahead and select blocks left, followed by the image elements. I'm going to change the position. We need to position equal to 10%. Then we need right position auto. Also, we have to set left position to 50%. And in order to center the elements, we need to use transform, translate x function with value minus 50%. So now the image doesn't look as centered, but once we customize the blocks right part, then it will be centered. So I'm going to select blocks right. Then we have to set position to absolute. Then we need inset to be 0. And also we have to set width to 100%. Now if we check the browser, we'll find here that the image is centered. All right, now we have to change the position of the back button because it is placed outside of the application. So let's go ahead and select blocks. Actually, we need here blocks, close btn. Let's set the position to 10 rem. As for the right position, it's going to be 4 rem. All right, so that's it. Let's open form. As you can see, we have to customize the form element. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create some space between the image and the heading. So let's go ahead and select blocks right form, set margin top to 18 rem. After that, I'm going to take care of the inputs. Let's go ahead and select title input. Then we need text input. I'm going to set width to 40 rem. Okay, so the form looks good. And actually, with the block section, we are done. I think that's it about the tablets. The application looks good. Let's check the bookmarks. Actually, I think that we can decrease the max height to 80%. Let's go to the news.css file. Actually, not news, but we need model. So I'm going to set max height to 8%. Now let's check bookmarks. Now I think that it's much better. Let's check other models. So I think everything looks good. Okay, so that's it about the tablets. Now we have to check the projects for mobiles. As you can see, we have to make here lots of changes. Let's go ahead and open index.css file. I'm going to decrease the font size of the HTML element, so let's copy this code. I'm going to add here 500 pixels. As for the font size, it's going to be 55%. So again, the elements will become smaller. Next, I'm going to customize the news section. So let's go to the news.css file and create new CSS media query. I'm going to set max width to 500 pixels. Then let's go ahead and select news header. I'm going to set padding to 0 and 2 rem. Then we need to customize the logo. Let's set font size of the logo to 3.5 rem. Next, I'm going to decrease the width of the input elements. So we need here search bar, followed by the input. Let's set its width to 18 rem. We need to decrease the width of the input element on focus as well. So let's go ahead and duplicate this code. I'm going to add here focus, and the width is going to be 23 rem. All right, so that's it about the header. Now we have to customize the navbar. So I'm going to select navbar. Let's set flex direction to column. And also I'm going to change the height. It's going to be 30 rem. All right, now we have to customize the user and then the categories. So I'm going to start with the user. Let's go ahead and select these elements. Let's set width to 100%. Then we need minimum height, and it's going to be 40%. Next, I'm going to hide this text at all. So let's go ahead and select user, followed by the paragraph. And we need here display none. All right, that's it about the user. Now I have to customize the categories. So let's go ahead and select these elements. I'm going to set width to 100%. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of this heading at all as well. So let's go ahead and select nav heading and add here display none. All right, now we have to take care of the new section. I mean the grid layout. So let's go ahead and select news grid. Then I'm going to grab this code. Let's change the numbers of columns and rows. So in this case, we need here 2 columns and 3 rows. Okay, so as you can see, now the grid layout looks good. Next, I'm going to customize the weather and calendar. I'm going to place them vertically in a column. So let's go ahead and select weather, calendar, and change the direction of the flex layout. We need flex direction to be column. I want to customize the footer as well. So let's go ahead and select news footer. Let's set min height to 8 rem. Then I'm going to change the flex direction. It's going to be column. Also, we need justify content center. And then row gap 1 rem. All right, so as you can see, the footer looks good. Actually, with the new section, we are almost done. I think we need some space between the headline and the navbar. So let's fix that problem. Let's add here margin bottom with value 2 rem. All right, so I think that's it. Everything looks good. Now I'm going to check the models. Let's check the news model. So I think everything looks good. Now let's move on to the block section. I'm going to make here slight changes. So let's go ahead and open blocks.css file and create new CSS media query. We need max width 500 pixels. I'm going to select blocks left, followed by the image. And I'm going to set width to 10 rem. And also I'm going to change the width of input elements. So let's select title. Actually, I'm going to grab this code from here. Let's set width to 30 rem. All right, so I think that's it about the block section. And actually with this breakpoint, we are done. Let's check mobile 2. So I think everything was good. And finally, let's check the last breakpoint, mobile 3. This is the smallest smartphone screen size. So I think we have to make here slight changes in the block section. So let's go ahead and select, actually not select, but create new CSS media query. I'm going to grab this line of code. So we need here 400 pixels. I'm going to grab this code. Let's set top position to 10%. Then I'm going to select blocks, close, btn, and change the position. I mean, top position is going to be 6 RAM, and then we need the right position. I'm going to set it to 3 RAM. So the button is positioned nicely. Now I'm going to customize the input elements. Let's select text inputs and change its aspect ratio. We need here 5/2. And also I'm going to decrease the row gap. Let's select blocks form with visible class name and set row gap to 2 RAM. All right, so I think that's it. We are done with the block section, and actually we are done with the project. It looks responsive on all different screen sizes and devices. So great work, everyone. In this lecture, we successfully made our news and blocks app responsive, ensuring that it looks stunning and works flawlessly on any device, from desktops to smartphones. This is a significant milestone as we near the completion of our course. I hope you are satisfied with the progress we've made and that you learned some valuable new techniques along the way. Making an application responsive is a crucial skill, and I hope you found this experience enjoyable. In our next lecture, we're going to dive into the world of the new React 19 update. We'll explore its new features and see how they can enhance our projects. When you're watching this lecture, React 19 might be the current version or maybe the older one. But anyway, I'm going to describe its features. So let's move on to the next lecture. In this section, we are diving into something super exciting, the upcoming React 19 update. When you watch this video, React 19 might be already a current version. So if yes, then don't worry, you can either watch it to remind what new features were added in the 19th version, or you can simply skip it. This update is packed with incredible new features that are going to revolutionize how we develop with React. So if you're a React developer or just curious about what's new, stick around because you will not want to miss this. Let's dive deeper into each feature and see how React 19 is going to make our lives as developers so much easier. First up, we have the new React compiler. This is a game changer for performance. The new React compiler automatically optimizes your code during the build process. This means it analyzes your components and makes them more efficient, leading to better performance without any extra work from you. By optimizing how components update, the React compiler reduces unnecessary re-renders. This means your app will be faster and more responsive. With fewer re-renders and optimized code, users will experience less lag and smoother interactions within your app. The reliability of the React compiler is proven by its use in large-scale applications like Instagram, ensuring it's ready for production use. Before React 19, developers had to manually optimize components using the memo function to prevent unnecessary re-renders. Memo is a higher-order component provided by React to optimize functional components. Memo only re-renders the component if its props change, reducing performance costs for components with expensive calculations. The new React compiler automatically optimizes components during the build process, reducing the need for manual optimization techniques like memo. This leads to cleaner code and improved performance without extra effort. Next, let's talk about server components and server actions. Server components allow certain parts of your app to be rendered on the server instead of the client. This can significantly improve load times and SEO. By rendering on the server, your application content is more accessible to search engines, leading to better SEO. Additionally, users experience faster load times since the server handles initial rendering. Server actions simplify how you handle asynchronous operations on the server, making it straightforward to manage data fetching and updates. Server actions enable more efficient data submissions and updates, reducing delay and improving overall app performance. Before React 19, data fetching and rendering were done on the client side using hooks like useEffect. This could lead to slower load times and less optimal SEO. And now in React 19, we have server components which allow parts of the app to be rendered on the server. This improves load times and SEO by delivering pre-rendered content to the client, reducing the need for initial client-side rendering and data fetching. React 19 also brings asset loading integrated with Suspense. With Suspense, assets like style sheets, fonts, and images are loaded in the background. This ensures that the page is displayed only when all necessary resources are ready. By loading assets in the background, Suspense prevents layout shifts and flickering, providing a smoother visual experience. This integration ensures that users do not see partially loaded pages or unstyled content, enhancing the overall user experience. Before, developers manually handled asset loading, such as images, within useEffect hooks. This could result in layout shifts or flickering as assets load asynchronously. Now React 19 uses Suspense to manage background loading of assets, preventing layout shifts and flickering. This ensures a smoother user experience as all necessary resources are ready before rendering the component. Managing document metadata just got easier. React 19 includes built-in support for managing document metadata such as titles, meta descriptions, and links. This feature simplifies the process of adding and updating these elements. With metadata management directly in React components, you can easily handle SEO-related tags, improving your app's search engine visibility. This built-in support eliminates the need for libraries like React Helmet, reducing dependencies and simplifying your code base. As I said before, developers used libraries like React Helmet to manage document metadata, such as titles and meta tags, which added extra dependencies and complexity to the code base. Now, React 19 introduces built-in support for document metadata, allowing developers to manage titles and meta tags directly within their components, reducing dependencies and also simplifying the code base. React 19 now supports web components, allowing you to use existing web components in your React apps smoothly. React 19 makes it easier to integrate and use existing web components within your React applications, promoting reuse and compatibility. By supporting web components, React 19 extends the range of components available for use, allowing you to include third-party elements easily. This support encourages a more consistent development environment where React and web components can coexist and complement each other. Before, integrating web components required manual handling, including importing and referencing the components within useEffect hooks, which could be inefficient. React 19 provides built-in support for web components, allowing them to be used directly within React components without additional setup, promoting reuse and compatibility. Next up is ref as a prop. Function components can now receive refs as props, simplifying how you manage references to DOM elements or component instances. This change reduces the need for solutions like forward ref, leading to more readable and maintainable code. With refs as props, the necessity for Forward ref in many cases is eliminated, streamlining component development. So as I said before, React 19 handling refs in function components required using forward ref, adding extra complexity to the component structure. Now React 19 allows refs to be passed as props directly to function components, simplifying ref management and making the code more straightforward. We have also got some improvements to existing hooks useMemo and useEffect. These hooks have been improved to offer better performance and more control over their behavior, making state and effect management more efficient. The new use hook simplifies accessing context and fetching data, allowing for more intuitive and flexible component logic. This improvement means you can now use hooks conditionally within your components, making your code more dynamic and adaptable. Before, developers used hooks like useMemo and useEffect to handle memoization and side effects, which could become complex in conditional scenarios. Now React 19 enhances hooks like useMemo and useEffect and introduces the new use hook, making state and effect management more efficient and intuitive, especially for conditional use. Lastly, let's talk about async transitions. The Transition API now includes support for asynchronous operations, enabling you to manage complex state transitions without blocking the UI. By handling transitions asynchronously, your app can update states without causing noticeable delays or interruptions to the user experience. This feature ensures that your UI remains responsive and interactive even during data fetching or other intensive operations. So, as I mentioned before, managing asynchronous state transitions required manual handling, often involving set timeout or similar techniques, leading to potentially unresponsive UI. The new Transition API in React 19 supports asynchronous operations, allowing state transitions to be handled smoothly without blocking the UI, and it ensures a more responsive user experience. And there you have it. Our News and Blogs application is now complete. We have built an amazing project together, packed with features like fetching live news from an API, creating and editing blog posts, saving data in local storage, and designing a user-friendly interface. It is a project you can truly be proud of and showcase in your portfolio to impress employers or clients. If you enjoyed this video and found it helpful, please don't forget to like, subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on all our future tutorials. Your support means so much to us and helps us continue creating high quality, free content for this amazing community. Also, drop a comment below, let us know what you think about this project, what you'd like to see next, or if you have any questions. We are always excited to hear your feedback and ideas. Thank you for coding along with me, and I'll see you in the next video.